Hi, I'm Laura.
And I'm Cody.
And we are so excited to welcome you to our September 2023 SBC Fest.
We are so excited to be back and offer you another SBC Fest for free.
It is so incredible to see that our founder Jill's passion and small dream has turned into this massive reality. Jill has always been a huge proponent of free education, and we're so happy that we can offer another SBC Fest at no cost to you.
We truly care about you and your crafting experience, and we want to share with you about Scrapbook.com's happiness guarantee.
We provide attention to detail in every aspect of your experience. We hand pack your order with care, and we get your orders out the door quickly.
And we promise you can speak with a caring human who understands you and your love of crafting.
Plus, you know, at Scrapbook.com, you are getting the best selection of card making and scrapbooking supplies.
We are so excited to get things started. We have an amazing lineup of instructors who are here to teach you some great techniques.
All right, so we're gonna head on back to the warehouse, grab our supplies, and we will meet you in the studio. Are you ready to get it started?
I am.
Okay, let's go, friends. Let's give you a refresher on how SBC Fest works. Each day we will be joined by a group of instructors who have pre-filmed their classes. If you are watching the event live, you can join the live chat with the instructors.
To make sure you're current in the stream, you may need to refresh the video throughout the day's stream.
After the day's stream, we'll have timestamps so that you can go back to the beginning of specific classes, which is so great.
Yes. And when creating your projects, upload them to social media and be sure to tag Scrapbook.com and use the hashtag SBCFest. Also, upload your photos to the gallery and use the hashtag SBCFest in the categories section.
At Scrapbook.com, we are all about empowering and inspiring the community, and we're so grateful for all of the instructors for joining us. We are asking that you keep the comments positive. Any negative comments will be removed, and if multiple offenses occur, you will be removed from SBC Fest.
We can't thank you enough for how positive everyone has been during our previous SBC Fest, and we'd love to keep that going for this one.
Yeah, it was so nice to see the positive responses that we got last time. It's so great, such a great community.
Totally.
All right, on our SBC Fest page, you can find commonly asked questions under our FAQ.
And you can find supplies used throughout the event on the supplies page.
Okay, we know you all want to know about how the giveaways will work. After certain classes, we will be announcing giveaways. You'll want to be here and watching live so that you can enter.
All you have to do is comment in the live chat. A lucky winner will be tagged and their comment will be pinned. You can also find a full list of winners in the YouTube description.
Also, when you're checking out, what is the code that they should use so they get a discount on their products that they're ordering during SBC Fest?
You can use the promo code SBCFest3 to save at checkout today.
So SBC Fest 3, because This is our number 3 SBC Fest. All right, let's do a giveaway right now. So for our first giveaway, what do we have?
We have a bundle of a ton of goodies.
Let's show it all right here.
Before we do that, you should be putting in your comments right now. So let's ask a question.
Okay, so what are you looking forward to the most about SBC Fest this year? Put it in the comments. And also, we forgot to say this, but we'll talk about it in a minute, about the freebie die. We're gonna make sure you grab one of those. But let's show them. Put your comments in. We're gonna show you what's in this giveaway. It's huge.
Oh yeah. So we have the Enchanting Flora bundle from Pink Fresh Studios.
Look at how pretty. You get the die, the stencil, and the stamp.
And that's
huge.
Part of it, yeah.
All right, some Pink Fresh washi tape that's nice and thick. What else? Oops,
the stuff is pouring out. We have rub-ons.
Oh, these are the best. So you get 2 sheets with the gold foiling, which is gorgeous. Nested hexagon die from Scrapbook.com. Sunshine. This is the new Sunshine paper. These papers are gorgeous. Lots of great solids.
Of course, you need new tools.
Oh my goodness, look at all of this. You need some new tweezers, some new stencil brushes. Look at all these stencil brushes you're getting. So much. Okay, what else?
More dies.
More dies. These are the Sunny Lane florals. Lots of florals. This is great. Circle nested die. You can always use these.
Totally. And you need, these
Magic
for all
Mat.
die cutting.
Okay, this is the Magic Mat standard size plus mint tape. You never have enough mint tape, right? You need mint tape, okay?
Yes, and then a project grip mat.
Ooh, project grip mat. This is great. This is a great tool to have, especially if you do a lot of ink blending and messy stuff. This is so great. Easy cleanup. It's silicone.
Yes, and then adhesives too.
The new Artiste glue. I love it. You're getting the Artiste glue with the precision tips inside this box as well, plus adhesive roller. A lot of good basic stuff that you need to be successful during SBC Fest.
Yes, and then we have some Altenew hot foil plates and a stencil.
Ooh, wow, look at these butterflies. Okay, hot foil plates and stencils, like Cody said, from Altenew. There's stuff piled in here. We can't even see it all. There's more stuff back here, guys. Lots of fun stuff.
Yes, and then of course we have solar paste because Simon will be teaching in just a minute.
Yay, I love it. 2 colors too.
And then some of our new storage pouches to hold all of these goodies.
Yeah, this is awesome, especially for your ink blending brushes. 3 storage pouches from Scrapbook.com, white with a fabulous zipper. This is great. You're getting all of this, friends. So make sure your answers are in. We'll choose a winner right now. They will be pinned to the top. And then we wanted to mention this as well, right?
Yes.
So this is the freebie die. I'm gonna go to the overhead here so you can see it. This is the freebie die that we are giving away during SBC Fest. It is huge and it is fabulous and it creates the cutest wreaths. I've even been clipping these off and using them as little sprigs for cards and stuff. So many uses for this one die, but it is free, friends. Make sure you add that to your cart. Here's one just to show you with our holographic paper. This is the gold paper and it cuts it so nicely with some vellum. And then we've got some other colors here. When you cut a wreath and you cut more and you layer them on top, it just gives a really thick, nice, almost real looking wreath, doesn't it? It's so thick and nice. Okay, fabulous freebie, fabulous. Sorry, trying to hold it there to show you. Free, grab that. So excited about this die. All right, are we ready to start the first day?
We are. So let's get into the first class of the day with Simon Hurley, and following Simon's class, we'll be joined by another dude crafter, Justin Adkins.
All right, let's go to Simon's space.
Let's go.
Hey friends, it's Simon Hurley and welcome to SBC Fest. I'm so excited to be joining you guys and thank you so much to Scrapbook.com for having me back for another event. I love when they put these on because they really bring some incredible designers together. I love sitting in the chat with all of you, so as this is premiering, I'll be in the chat with all of you, talking away and answering all of your questions. But the amazing part about this is that we get to come together and you guys get all of this amazing inspiration for free. So hopefully you walk away from this event having tons of fun, but also learning a bunch of new knowledge that you can bring into your crafting projects. So I would love to hear in the chat right now if you guys are crafting along with us, or if you're just sitting down with a snack and watching along. Either way is perfectly fine and so much fun. I wanted to first start off by introducing myself. My name is Simon Hurley, and I've been card making ever since I was 12 years old. I'm 21 now, which is kind of crazy, and I've been in this industry for a long time, but I truly just absolutely love the craft and love the amazing community behind this craft. All of you guys and the amazing friendships that we formed is so amazing in this industry. It's so wonderfully supportive. So when I was 12 and I first started, I was a really crafty kid. I loved like crocheting my own stuffed animals. I did origami crafts, and then I stumbled upon like different inks and things like that and was wondering what to necessarily do with them. And so that's when I stumbled upon the world of card making on YouTube and really fell down this whole rabbit hole. And then I found out that there was an amazing community behind it, and that's what really kept me along in this craft because of the amazing support system we have online here, which is so awesome. I was kind of struggling in school a little bit at that time too. People aren't necessarily the kindest when you're that age. And so when I might have been getting bullied at school, I would sort of come online and come into this amazing community and really feel supported and really feel like I had an amazing group of people and sort of friends to lean on and join in this wonderful craft that we had together. So it was kind of my escape from reality. And then when I was about 14, Scrapbook.com actually invited me out to their studio in Arizona, and we filmed my first card making class. This was really my big step into the industry. And you can still find all the amazing classes on their website right now. I think right now we have 5 classes together, and they're all free, which is another thing that I really respect about Scrapbook.com. They really give you lots of amazing education for free. And so after that first class happened, I kept going back several more times and filming more and more classes as I grew up, and I sort of grew up in this industry, which is so fun. Then when I turned 16, I came up with a product line with Ranger ink. I love them. They make such amazing quality products. And at first we started with a line of ink pads and stamps and paper, which has since expanded to a much larger line of lunar pastes and stamping foam and different mediums. And we've had tons of fun making products together. So we're going to be working with some of my products from Ranger as well today. So you guys can kind of see them and get a look for them. But it's a ton of fun. So I really am so happy with my line with Ranger. And then I also recently partnered with Spellbinders to create a line of dies. And these dies have standalone dies, so you can create them on your card making projects. And we also have dies that coordinate with some of the stamps that we create with Ranger. So I love working with different companies that specialize in different things. So Ranger really specializes in inks and pastes and stuff, and Spellbinders really does an amazing job at their dies. And so when you work with people that are amazing at what they do, you really get some great quality products. So without further ado, now that you know a little bit more about me, let's jump in. I'm gonna show you first what the sort of kit for my class looks like. But keep in mind that if you don't have the supplies from the kit, you can use what you might have in your craft room. And you can also still purchase this kit. So if you decide that after this class you want to create the exact same cards that I made, you can definitely purchase this kit after the fact as well. This kit has a layering stencil from my line with Ranger. This one is called Geo Circles, and it's a really amazing stencil. It's got a lot of versatility to it. It has 2 separate layers to the stencil like this, and you can really create a lot of amazing patterns that are totally different, whether you use both of the stencils or just one of them. So this stencil is a ton of fun. You guys are gonna get tons of use out of it. Then we have this amazing die set from Scrapbook.com. This one is called Merry Christmas 2, and it has Merry and Christmas in sort of a scripty looking font, and then it also has the shadow dies for both of these words, and it's a great size for your A2 card making projects. You could probably even use it in your scrapbooking pages because it's nice and large. Then we have some mint tape. This is their 4-inch mint tape. It's quite a big roll, so you get a lot on here. I absolutely love mint tape. It's been my favorite type of tape to mask off different things and not have to worry about it ripping your cardstock. So you guys are gonna get tons of use out of this. And I love the 4-inch one because you can do a lot of different techniques with it that you might not be able to do with a smaller roll of tape. And then we have some really awesome products. I'm so excited that these were able to be included in the kit. These are the Solar Paste in the colors Cross My Heart and Golden Hour. These are fairly new, and I'm going to be teaching you guys lots of different techniques using the Solar Paste. They are tons of fun. If you guys know and love my product line already, you might know that in the past we've had Lunar Paste come out. These are totally different. You can see that Solar Paste is more of a white base, whereas Lunar Paste we have in a bunch of different solid colors. So they're completely different, but you can find lots of different inspiration and education on both Solar Paste and Lunar Paste on my YouTube channel after this amazing event. And then we have this stamp set. Now this one is amazing. Scrapbook.com had asked me to create an exclusive stamp set for this event for them. So of course I agreed to it because I love them. And we created this stamp set called Perfect Poinsettias. This is a clear photopolymer stamp set, so super high quality. It is 6 by 9 inches, so you get lots of different images on here. And they've got some really beautiful poinsettias. These are a wonderful large size to create with card making projects. And then lots of these images, you get the outline poinsettias, which are super detailed and have lots of amazing depth into them. And then you also get the solid images as well. And I'll show you all throughout today's live why I created the solid and the outline images, but I find that it makes the stamp set a lot more versatile when you're using it. And then we've got other little things you can use to kind of embellish the cards, like little branches, little berry and mistletoe, and then that little pine branches as well. And then we also have some really great sentiments: happy holidays, season's greetings, deck the halls, joy to the world, meet me under the mistletoe, and then a small one that says wishing you peace, love, and happiness this holiday season, and Merry Christmas. So a really great stamp set. You can actually purchase this individually or along with the kit, and like I said, this is exclusive to Scrapbook.com, so you can only buy it on their website, which is really amazing. I'm so excited about the beautiful images that come inside of this one. So before we really get too far into the class, I wanted to step you guys through what Solar Paste looks like on your card making projects and how it differs from Lunar Paste. I really find that when we're using a medium like this, it's helpful to know all about the medium. That way, as we're working today throughout the class, you'll know exactly why we did certain things and how the medium is going to react. But more than that, after we're done creating today's cards, you're going to walk away with the knowledge on how to use solar paste so you can know how to use it in your other card making projects and craft projects in your workspace. So I think that's super important to know how medium works. Okay, so to do this comparison and really show you how solar paste works, I wanted to bring in lunar paste as well. Now this didn't come in the craft kit. We're actually not going to use it in our projects today, but some of you might already have in your craft room, or you might want to look into purchasing it. So then you can kind of see how they compare and see which one might be right for you, or see how it works on different card making projects, because both are great for different applications in your projects. All right, so let's start off with lunar paste. Now lunar paste is a 2-ounce paste, same with solar paste, and it's this really great creamy, buttery consistency of paste, and it's actually pigmented using mica powders. So inside here we used pretty much no dyes. This is all mica powder to create this beautiful color. So I'm going to just spread this onto my white cardstock using my paste tool set. This is the palette knife, and I'm just going to spread it on gently, and you can see that really great solid color that you get, right? But then the awesome part is when you apply it to black cardstock, you get that same solid color. It's not see-through, super opaque, and you get that beautifully buttery consistency throughout both of them. Now I want to also show that if you use your finger to apply it and you apply it a little bit thinner, this is where lunar paste really shines. When you apply it thinner like this, you're still not going to see through it. I hope I've been saying lunar paste this whole time. Sometimes I mess up and say solar paste when I'm using the lunar paste, so hopefully I haven't been doing that. I'm going to rub this onto the black cardstock too, and you'll see that on both of these colored cardstocks, no matter whether you do it on white and you can see it perfectly, or whether you do it on black, you can still see it perfectly. It's not translucent, it's completely opaque, and it's got tons of shine to it too. That mica powder in there that we used to color this is super strong and intense, which is what I really love about lunar paste. So you're gonna get bright and bold, vibrant colors using lunar paste. Now I'll put this right back into the jar. Then let's walk through how it differs with solar paste. So this is golden hour, and solar paste actually has the same exact buttery and creamy consistency that lunar paste has. So if you used lunar paste and you love the consistency of it, you're going to love solar paste as well. But you can already tell that this is a completely different paste because it's white. But you can see a little bit of the tint color that's in it. And this is also tinted with a mica powder, but the mica powder in these are super special in the fact that you can't really see them until you tilt them on the surface of your cardstock. So I'll again apply a nice layer with my palette knife on both white and black cardstock. You can see on the black, you'll actually be able to see a little bit more of that yellow tint right away, but it's still got a white base to it. And then again, let's go in with my finger and just apply this down onto the surface, nice and thin, just to show the different application methods and how they look like that. And you can see when you apply it thin to black cardstock, you actually see a lot more of that yellow right away on the surface because there's not the white paste that you're seeing, you're just seeing more of that mica powder. And then I'll just put this right back into the jar, don't want to waste any of it. These are going to look completely different when they're dry, so you don't want to base too much of your judgment off of it right now. You can't see a lot of the shine that's in both of these pastes until they're completely dry on the surface. And I know you guys are going to ask, how long does it take to dry? It's a great question. It really depends on your climate and how thick you applied it. If you apply it really thick like I just showed you, I would say about 40 minutes to an hour, depending on your climate and how warm it is there. Here, about that time frame. And then if you apply it really thin, it literally would take about a minute to dry. It's super awesome. So I like to apply it thin on a lot of my projects if I'm impatient or if I want it to dry sooner, because it still gives you all that amazing shine and color, but it takes a lot less time to dry. So that's really awesome. Now I also wanted to share that if you want to help these dry a little bit faster, you can always go in with your heat tool. They are heat stable. You do want to keep your heat tool moving across the cardstock though as you heat it up so that it doesn't bubble or anything like that, but you definitely can heat this up. And that's one of my favorite parts about it because it really helps to speed through the process, and I am a little bit impatient, so this is really helpful. I like this heat tool from Ranger because it's a little bit quieter and it also disperses the heat a little bit more. So this is really helpful, but you can use any heat tool to help speed along the process here. And now I'm actually just going to bring in some finished examples so you don't have to sit and wait for these too long. So by the magic of television, we've already got some samples. And you can see these look completely different than what they look like wet. So that's why I was saying don't really judge it too much, because when both of these dry, they look completely different. The lunar paste, you can see once it's dry, gains a ton of shine to it. Once that water sort of evaporates out of it and you get rid of that moisture shine, then you have the amazing metallic shine of the paste. It's absolutely gorgeous. And like I said, it's super opaque, so you're not really seeing through this at all. You're seeing that really beautiful, vibrant, and bold color, and still when you apply it super thin like this, you really can't see through to the cardstock. You can just see that amazing shine and color that you get. So that's what I love about lunar paste. It's really for intense effects and beautiful shine. And now if you want a more subtle effect, that's where the solar paste really comes into play, because you can see that when you have it tilted like normal, when you're just looking at it straight on, you can pretty much just see the white paste, and it pretty much blends in with your white cardstock here. And same thing with the black, you can just see the white paste on the surface, but then as you tilt it in the light, you're then able to see that beautiful gold shine, and it really kind of gives you a surprise to your card making project. So it gives a more subtle effect, which I really enjoy, but you can also do so many different techniques with it, which I'll show you throughout today's live, so you can do lots of different effects with it. So it's more of an effects paste or kind of a subtle look, and then the lunar paste, of course, is more for really bright and bold, vibrant effects in your card making projects. And now I just want to walk you guys through some examples of using solar paste as well, just in case if we don't get to everything in today's live, I want you to at least know a little bit more about the medium. So there are tons of different colors of solar paste, 6 to be exact, and when you look at them straight on, you can really barely see them on the card making project, and then when you tilt it in the light, you really get to see that rainbow assortment of colors. Again, for a more subtle effect, but that shine is so beautiful once you see it in the light and you see all of that color. And then on black cardstock, they're a little bit more bold. You can see all of that color, and it really shines nice and bright on that surface. Now I also wanted to show that if you go in using re-inkers, you can really tint the paste to whatever color you want. So here I went in with the orange, which is called Overheated, and I tinted it using 1 drop of the No Diving re-inker. This is my Simon Hurley Create dye-based re-inkers, so it turned that paste completely blue. And when you look at it straight on, you can only see that blue color, but when you tilt it in the light, you can see that orange paste that we used really comes to life, and you can see all that amazing shine when you tilt it. So super cool for sort of color shifting effects like this. I really love it. And then when you use that on black cardstock, this is the exact same color. When you use it on black, you see a lot more of that orange right away and just a little subtle tint of the blue. So it looks completely different on white and black when you tint it with different colors. And then I also wanted to share that when you apply it over top of water-based dye inks, like my Simon Hurley Create inks, the paste will actually react with the ink, and it will lift the ink up into the paste and turn the paste to that color. So if you use this over top of a project, you'll still be able to see through it. You just want to let it air dry in that time so that it has time to sort of react. So here it turned my purple paste, which is Royal Flush, into that blue color. So when you look at it straight on, you can just pretty much see that blue paste with a little bit, or that blue ink with a little bit of the textured paste on top. And then when you tilt it in the light, you get to see that beautiful purple shine, which I think is just absolutely incredible and so beautiful, especially in real life. You really get to see a lot more of that color tone as it shifts. And then because of that technique with the water-based inks, here I stenciled down a lemon branch, and I was able to add a little bit of that solar paste over top on top of those lemons, which is gorgeous, but you can still see all the ink that's underneath it, which is so amazing. And then same thing with this background, I blended out my Simon Hurley Create inks in kind of a rainbow assortment. And then I used a little bit of that golden hour paste, which we've included inside of the kit here, and I spread it over top. So you can see all those beautiful colors, but then when you tilt it in the light, you really see that yellow shine sort of taking over on that background. So super cool and beautiful. And then you can also rub it on with your finger onto sort of like an embossed background like this. And I actually used lunar paste for this whole thing. You can see all these different colors in lunar paste, but on the top, I just added several different little colors. So here I added a little bit of pink, a little bit of yellow, and then you can see some light green throughout. And when you tilt it in the light, those extra colors that we've added on top using the solar paste really shines to give it some extra depth and dimension. But when you look at it straight on, you can pretty much just see the lunar paste until you tilt it, and then it really brings it to life with those extra different little colors that we added throughout there. So super cool. So I'm glad I was able to walk you guys through a couple different examples of how to use the solar paste and how they compare to lunar paste, just so you can know a little bit more about the medium and see how they work. That way, when we're using them in today's class, you know how to use them and why we're using them that way, And like I said, after the class, you'll be able to go off on your own and use them totally by yourself and know exactly how they work. All right, so let's start off by creating a couple different backgrounds using the stencil that was included inside of the kit. So I'm gonna start off using a little bit of stock white cardstock, and I'm actually going to use a littler piece of mint tape first to just tape this down. I like the little mint tape for die cutting and taping down backgrounds and things like that, and I like the bigger mint tape for techniques, but of course you could just rip down a piece from the bigger mint tape to do this same thing, and then we'll tape it right down to the surface of our cardstock. And then I'll go in using that Geo Circle stencil. I absolutely love this stencil so much because it has those 2 different layers inside of it, so you get lots of different use out of the stencil set. So for starters, I think I'm just going to use this part of the stencil here, but I'm actually going to mask off this background using the large 4-inch roll of mint tape. So I'm going to go in here and just grab about this size of a piece and rip it off. There's lots of tape in here, so don't feel kind of worried about using too much of it. And then I'll tape down my background. I want to do it about halfway up at an angle like this. And I like to do it at an angle because it creates lots of visual interest. So this bottom piece is where we're going to do our stenciling for the background. And I like that angle that it's at, because like I said, it really will help us build something along this angle, but give us lots of visual interest here. And then we'll go in with my stencil, going to line this up on the surface. You could line it up sort of along with that stencil on an angle like that, but I think I'm just going to do it straight up and down like this. And then I'm going to use, again, a little bit of this mint tape, but if you want to, you can use the larger roll to tape it off. All right, and then I'll tape, let's see, I'm going to tape up here as well. Perfect. All right, and then to blend out this background, I'm going to use one of these large alternate blending brushes, but you can use any blending tool that you have. The reason why I'm using a blending brush here and not a foam is because these have a bunch of tiny little corners in it, and in order to get into those details, I find that the blending brush bristles do a really great job. So I'm going to go in using a little bit of my Simon Hurley Create Ink and Bee Sting, and I'm just going to go on top of this background and start blending it out. All right. So we're easily able to just go onto this background and blend it out. I like this blending brush because it covers a large surface area at once. So we're really easily able to just go in and quickly blend it out and get all of our beautiful color down onto the surface. And like I said, this does a great job at getting into those tiny little details. And then if you want to, this is kind of an optional thing, but if you want to, you can kind of add some shading and depth and dimension to this. So I'm going in using a little bit of Game Over, which is just a little bit darker, using the same blending brush because I kind of use one blending brush for all my reds, one for all of the pinks, one for oranges. So this is the same color family. So we're able to just go into here, add our ink down, and then I'm going to go in and just add this ink coming up from the bottom. And this is just going to give it some depth and shading. I love to do this to just bring a little bit of depth to the cards. It really helps, especially to make the edges darker so that it draws your eye up into the center where everything is a little bit lighter. So that's a great technique. So like a lot of times I'll like darken the edges to make the center lighter, or like here in this case, the bottom is dark. So you'll kind of draw your eye to the center where it's a little bit lighter there. And these blend together so seamlessly. You'll see when I pull off this stencil. This is one thing I love about my Simon Hurley Create inks. When we lift this off, you're going to see that amazing detail we were able to capture, but also how smooth and seamlessly that fades from the darker red up into the lighter red. It's just beautiful. And then we'll lift this off. So such a beautiful stencil background. Now I forgot to mention that with these stencils, it actually does have little numbers in the corner kind of etched into that stencil, so that way you know you're kind of at the right side using it correctly. So when we put this down, it had the etching up in that corner. So when I go in using the second layer, I just want to make sure the etching is still in the same corner, and then I can read it to make sure that it's in the same place. And then we'll be able to go in and really easily line it up with that design. So you can just know that it lines up right in the center of those areas. It lines up pretty easily. And then we'll go back in using some more mint tape to hold this into place. Now here I'm using a little bit of paste. So I like to tape all around the edges as well. Just something that I like to do to kind of make it nice and smooth and seamless and get less of that paste on my work surface. All right, and we'll tape it down here just to hold it down and make sure it doesn't move. Perfect. All right, so here we're going to use a little bit of the solar paste and the golden hour color that came inside of the kit. I love to add down solar paste to a background like this because if we added down lunar paste, it would really kind of distract. We want this to be in the background, right? So if we added down lunar paste, of course we would get tons of shine, but also color that might take away from the focal point. So here the white is going to sort of blend in with the background of our cardstock, and then the gold of the solar paste, when you tilt it, you're gonna then be able to see it, but it keeps it nice and subtle, at least when you're looking at it straight on. So I'm going in using a palette knife from my Simon Hurley paste tool set, but you can use any tool to sort of apply this down to the surface. And I just like to go in and apply down quite a bit of the paste at first. So just add kind of globs down at the bottom here. And then we'll go in using the scraper tool from the same Simon Hurley paste tool set, and we're going to just scrape this down on the surface and scrape it all the way across our project. Now we can keep going. There's still lots of paste on here. It didn't fill out this completely. So just tilt it down a little bit more to get that paste to sort of transfer down onto the surface as we glide it across our card. All right, so once we have all of our paste down, you can see all those holes are nicely covered up. Then we can go at more of an upward angle like this because we want to even it out and scrape off any of the excess. So we'll just go in at an upward angle and scrape off any of the excess from our project. Super easy. I love this scraper because it makes everything super smooth on your card. And I also like, because I've seen some people use smaller scrapers, which kind of is a little bit difficult to get it nice and smooth. And with solar paste or lunar paste, I find that when you smooth it out the most, it actually looks a little bit better. You can see that it's a lot shinier. So I like this larger surface area because it takes just one swipe to be able to cover up the whole thing and not have to worry about going back and forth and making streaks accidentally. So then I'll take my palette knife, which again comes in that tool set. I love that both are in the same set so that you can use them together like this. And then we'll take any of the excess and put it right back in our project. So that's why at the beginning, don't worry about adding too much before you scrape it because it'll all go right back into the jar. And then we'll lift off our mint tape. And when we lift off our stencil, check out how smooth and beautiful that is. And I also love that you can see all those amazing points and none of the paste seeped underneath the stencil. That's what I love about lunar and solar paste is it's thick enough that it's not going to seep underneath and your design is going to stay super crisp and clear. All right, so I'll lift this tape up too. We'll go in and just peel this off our project. And you can see the mint tape didn't rip the cardstock at all. And it also keeps a nice and crisp line across this edge, which I really love. So you have a 1-layer card that was masked off and the edge is super clean and smooth. So I love this 4-inch mint tape because we were able to cover all that surface area at once. We'll throw that away because it's got some paste on it. And then we'll lift this off the surface and we'll set this off to the side to let it dry while we do a little bit of cleaning. Whew. Now to do our cleaning, you just want to go in and spray this down with some water all over the surface. And if you spray it down with water before it dries, it's going to break down that paste really easily. Whereas if the paste is already dry, it's pretty permanent on the surface. You can still be able to get it off, but you'll have to scratch it a little bit harder and really scrub to get that paste off. So you do want to clean it before it's dry, and then it'll be super easy to just be able to wipe everything off and get a nice clean stencil and work surface. Perfect. So with this next background, I'm using another piece of my Struck White cardstock, and let's do kind of a tried and true background. So I like to do masking with this tape a lot. So you saw with the first one, I did it at kind of an angle. So here I'm going to mask off the card about 1/3 of it on the right side here with that mint tape. We'll tape that down nicely, make sure it's nice and straight down onto there. And then we'll make sure that it's adhered down onto our card. So this is another great way kind of to create a card design. We're gonna have our background on this half, leave this part white, and then we can kind of place our images around here. So I'm going to go in using this stencil right here. This is the first layer of the stencil. You can tell by the etching in the corner. And I'm just going to place this onto the surface of our card, lining it up in the center how we want it. And then we'll go in using a little bit of mint tape to secure this down to the surface. All right, and same thing. I'll use a little piece of mint tape at the bottom here, and we'll tape it down. All right, and for this background, I just want to use inks to blend it out. So I'm going in using my Simon Hurley Create Viper ink. I love this one. It's kind of a dark and rich olive color. It's a beautiful ink color. And then again, I'm going in using a blending brush from Altenew because I want to get into all those details, and these little bristles are great for that. So for this first layer, I'm gonna go in using Viper at full intensity. I'm going to really ink up this blending brush, and then we'll go in and give a nice strong and dark color. And you can see Viper is a really saturated and rich and intense color of ink, which I love. I love this green color. It's just beautiful. All right. And we'll just keep blending until we get a nice solid and intense color across the whole background that we have masked off here. All right, that looks beautiful. All right. And you can see that blending is absolutely perfect. Again, super crisp and solid lines that we were able to get, and it looks just beautiful. Now we'll go back in using the stencil. This is how we had it lined up, right, to create that beautiful blend and that solid color. Now, instead of going in using our second layer and layering it up like we did last time, I want to show you how versatile this stencil is. So instead of doing that, we're going to actually lift the stencil and we're going to shift it one to the right. Not a full shift because that will just line up the stencil again. You want to go halfway and line it up, which is going to kind of line it up in between all of those other areas and create a completely new shape and design to it. All right, we'll reuse these pieces of mint tape again, because you can always reuse your mint tape, which is really nice. Place down this bottom piece as well. Perfect. And like I said, we use the same blending brush for each color family. So if I want to get a lighter color, I'll just go off to the side before I change my green and just wipe it off on a paper towel. You don't need to use any water or anything like that to make the brush wet. Just go in and kind of get off lots of that ink. Because this time, we're going to go in using Viper again, because I want to show you guys the versatility of your ink pads. But instead of really loading this up and getting a completely solid color, I'm going to ink it up a little bit, but then I'm going to blend it off on the side before we go onto our project. And this is going to give us a much more light and subtle version of that color. So you can see it's much lighter. We're not going heavy-handed for an intense color. We're really just lightly blending down that color. You can see we haven't added much more ink to the brush and just blending out that background. This is the wonderful thing about dye-based inks, is that you're able to sort of tap off onto the side to get a much lighter version of the color, use a little bit of a lighter hand, and you'll see we can apply down a much lighter shade of that color. Whereas earlier we were really applying down lots of that color, and the more you layer it up, the darker that color is going to turn out. So that's the awesome part about translucent dye-based inks. You can keep them super light, or you can really build them up to the max and create a super intense color. So it gives you lots of versatility just using one ink. We'll lift this off the surface, and you can see it looks like two completely different colors, but yet they still share that same tone of the color, where it's that olive look. One is just a lot lighter, and one is a lot darker. All right, so we'll lift these off of the surface there, and then we'll go right in on the surface, lift our 4-inch mint tape off. You want to kind of peel at an angle like this. You still want to be gentle, even though it doesn't usually rip my cardstock. You still want to be gentle because it still is an adhesive. So just gently peel this off the surface, and you'll get a really great crisp line where all that was to mask off that area. But then again, the part that I love about it is that it was a 1-layer card. So of course you could create a similar looking card by just chopping down a background and adding it down. But with this, it's 1 layer. If someone gets your card, they might wonder how you did that, because it looks super cool in person to not be able to see any difference in the cardstock, but the design is completely different. So there is a background using that Viper ink and just 1 layer of the stencil to create a completely unique look. I think it looks absolutely stunning on the card there. So gorgeous. Okay, we'll set this up to the side and we'll work on our third background now. All right, for this last background, I'm going in using a piece of black cardstock. Again, for this one, I'm going to go in using a piece of mint tape to hold down my cardstock. And then we'll go right onto the surface and tape this down. All right, and we want to use black because it's going to give us a really great contrast against our paste that we used. And this time I'm going to go in with layer 2 of the Geo Circle stencil. So this one has those kind of diamond and sparkle patterns in them. We'll lay this down on the surface, kind of line it up how we want, and then go right back in using a little bit of the mint tape to hold it down. All right, And then same thing at the bottom here. Use some of our mint tape to hold it into place. Now with this card, we want to go in using our blending tools, and I'm just going to add a little bit of foam down into the surface. Now you could use the domed blending foam, you could use the flat one. Today I'm using the flat one, but both of them work with the technique that we're doing today. And then I'm going to go in using a little piece of acetate. I'm just going to use this as my palette, but you can also do this straight onto your craft sheet as well if you would like to. And I'm going to go in using my solar paste. So this is how we're going to sort of create and blend our background on today. So I'm going in using first our golden hour paste. Going to grab this with a palette knife and just lay it down onto our palette here. All right, that's probably good. You want to lay it down on pretty thin. You don't want too much of this paste or any globs of the paste. The thinner, the better really when you apply it onto the surface. And then we'll go in using our foam dauber and start pouncing it into the paste. Now you don't want too much on there, just a little bit. You're not seeing any raised off the surface. It pretty much sunk into that foam, which is perfect. We only want a little bit here. We don't want it to seep underneath the stencil. And then with that little bit of paste, we're just going to start applying it down onto our black cardstock, right? And I'm just going to do it in kind of a circular shape in the center of our card here. So we'll kind of lay out the shape in a circle. So that's perfect. And we'll just kind of feather out the edge using our blending tool. And it creates this beautifully stenciled effect. All right, so we kind of laid out our shape of the circle. Now we can go back in using a little bit more paste if we want to, and really start layering this up to create a beautiful effect. If you want to, you can go back in using the 4-inch mint tape and cut a circle mask if you want to be a perfect circle. But here I wanted this to kind of feather out at the edge and not be super perfect. Now this dries pretty quickly, so if you give it a couple of seconds to dry and you want it to be a little bit more opaque, you can always go back in using a little bit more solar paste and just blend it over top of the surface. And that's really perfect. I think this is gonna look great. All right, we can take any of the excess. You can put it right back into the jar if you want to. Let's just scrape any of the excess with our palette knife and put it right back in there. Perfect, we don't wanna waste any of this. Here I'm using a little bit of Cross My Heart. This is that beautiful pinkish red color. And I'm just going to create another palette right onto here. It doesn't really matter if the colors kind of collide a little bit. Then we'll go in, you can use the same blending tool, honestly, before we clean it. It doesn't need to be super clean. And then before we do our blending, we want to lift up our stencil. You can see that beautiful pattern that we've already created onto there. We do want to make sure it's completely dry on the surface. Again, it doesn't take too long. It should only take a matter of minutes. But this heat tool is going to really help speed along the process. So it's already dry on that surface there. That's perfect. So we're going to take our stencil. This is how it was lined up. Now we want to line up in between. So we'll just shift it one to the right. Again, not too far to the right to line it up again. Halfway in between. And it should line up in between all those other diamond shapes to create another diamond looking pattern. So you see that it lines up right in between, it sort of covers up those other diamonds. You can see that those little points of the diamonds actually line up in between there. So that's how you'll know it's perfectly lined up. And then we'll go back in using our solar paste. Here we're using the Cross My Heart color. And we'll blend this onto the surface. And again, following that same circular pattern, you can sort of see underneath the stencil where those last diamond shapes were. All right, and blend this out beautifully onto the surface. I love how that's looking so far. And then again, we'll pick up any of the excess paste and just put it right back into the jar. When we lift it off, you get that beautiful sort of checkerboard design. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. And again, it's just using one layer of the stencil. But I love how versatile this stencil is, that you can use it in many different ways like this and get a different look every time. But what I love about the solar and lunar paste as well, because lunar paste is the same with its dry time, is how quickly this dries, right? We'll go in with our heat tool, dry it for just a couple of seconds here. And then once that's completely dry, you can see, once we touch it, none of this paste comes off on our finger. That's one thing that I love about the lunar and solar paste, is that none of that shine is gonna come off on your finger. But when you tilt it in the light, it's absolutely gorgeous. I love that about this. It's kind of got a little bit more of a dull effect when you look at it straight on when it's not tilting in the light. but then when you tilt it, that solar paste really shines and is so beautiful. And I love how it kind of fades out along the edge. That's why I didn't do a harder circle mask with a die there, but if you want to, you totally can, to create this gorgeous background. All right, now let's talk quickly about cleanup, because cleanup is pretty important when you're using pastes in different mediums like this. Again, the solar paste cleans off really easily with just a little bit of water. Now again, it dries pretty quickly when it's thinner like this, so you're gonna have to do a little bit more scrubbing on the surface, because some of that might already be dry because we applied it so thin. But again, a little bit of elbow work and it'll come off your stencil pretty easily. And then the other thing that's super important to clean is the sponge. If you want to keep reusing this sponge, you're going to want to un-Velcro it and clean it off at the sink. But here I'm just gonna use a little bit of water and wipe it off onto a paper towel. And you just want to clean it out until it becomes pretty clean again, like pretty much back to white. That way once this dries on the surface, it will still be squishy and usable. If the paste is still in there by the time that it dries, it's not going to be usable. It's going to be rock hard the next time you try to use it. So just make sure to clean this out before the paste is dried into the sponge. All right, so once these backgrounds are all dry, we can bring them in here. And I just wanted to show you how much I love this stencil and the backgrounds that we created, because like I said, you get so many different looks from it. So this one, you can mainly see the red when you look at it, but then when you tilt it in the light, you get that beautiful golden hour solar paste color. I love that gorgeous shine that you get to it. And I also love that we matched this section off. You'll see that it's really helpful when you build down the card to have kind of one half like this and then a different half kind of white or a contrasting color, just because it adds more interest to the card as you build it up. It gives it kind of a grounding place for the focal point. With this one, same thing. I love that grounding place that we added to it by not doing the full background. And then here, by just using one of those stencils, you get a completely different kind of look to the card. And I love that we used just one green ink, that Viper color, and then made it a little bit lighter to create a two-toned effect. And then same thing with this one, creating that grounding place by just doing a circle in the center and not the full background, and then using both of those gorgeous solar paste colors, really make that checkerboard design come to life. And we just used one of the stencils from the set. So 2 different stencils and you're able to get 3 totally different looking backgrounds from it. And actually you'll probably be able to get 5, because if you use these alone and don't shift them, they'll give an even different effect. So this stencil set is incredibly versatile. I'm glad we were able to include it in this kit, because you get some really beautiful looks on your cards from it. My voice is slowly kind of fading as we do this class today. So I got some water here. Let me know in the comment section if you're drinking a drink along with, whether you have a soda or a Starbucks, like what's your favorite go-to drink as you're crafting or watching? I'd love to hear it in the comments. All right, you guys, now let's create some focal points for our cards. For this, I'm going to be using the Perfect Poinsettias stamp set, and we're going to do lots of stamping and coloring for our images. I'm going to show you lots of different ways to use both the outline images and the solid images in the set for different techniques. So that's why I included both of them in here, because it makes the stamp set a lot more versatile when I'm using it. All right, so let's dive right in, especially when you do like mixed media techniques like I'm going to show you today. It's really helpful to have both the solid and the outline image. So I'm just going to peel out lots of these images that I want to use out of our stamp set, and then we'll be able to stamp them all down. So I'm going in for lots of the poinsettias, but I'll also grab some of these leaves out of here as well. I'm just gonna grab like pretty much every image out of the set that we're going to be using today. So starting off, I'm going to grab my MISTI stamping tool. You can use whatever stamp platform, whether it's the Altenew stamp wheel or anything that you have at home. I'm going to grab a piece of my stark white cardstock, place it into the corner of my stamping tool, and then we can do our stamping. So I'm gonna go in with 2 of the solid poinsettias. I'm using the sort of medium poinsettia and the smaller one. We'll lay these right down onto the surface of our stark white cardstock, and then we'll pick it up with our MISTI door. Now I like my stark white cardstock because you can do lots of inky techniques. So throughout today's video, as you see my cardstock, this is what I'm using. I find that it's really great for inks, blending, it really takes the inks nicely, but also even watercolor, which I'll be showing you later on throughout today's video. Now for my stamping, I'm gonna start off using a little bit of bee sting. We're going to do the same red colors that we used for blending earlier. Going to ink up my poinsettia here. And the thing I love about the MISTI is that even though these are really solid images, if they're not perfect the first time, we're able to keep stamping over in the same spot. So these look pretty good, but I want to make it a little bit darker and more intense. So again, I'll ink this up and be able to stamp it up in the exact same spot on our card, which is amazing. Okay, that's starting to look really good. Let's do it one more time just to get a really solid and intense image. And also this is another great way, like I showed you with Viper earlier, as you layer up the inks, it gets a little bit darker. So if you're wanting that darker color, layering it up like this is the perfect technique to get the color a lot darker. All right, we'll move on into the next color now. And for this, I'm actually going to just place a little piece of white cardstock underneath here so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing as I ink things up. I'm gonna go in using a little bit of Game Over, which is kind of a darker maroon type color. And I'm going to go in using a detailed blending brush. This is a little blending brush from Altenew, and it's able to get into lots of smaller little details, and it's great for blending and shading as well. So for this, I'm gonna go right into the center of these poinsettias to add a little bit of depth and dimension. So just tap on that color as we shade it in. And again, I'll add some ink onto my blending brush and just tap it right into the center of both of these poinsettias. All right. And by using a blending brush, we're able to kind of feather out the edge and not make it too intense. And this is where the MISTI really comes in handy because you can see it's already starting to layer up, but we need several different layers to really make it stand out on our card. So we'll just tap on a little bit more ink, around in a circle like that, and then stamp it down. All right, it's starting to build up a little bit more. I'm gonna do it probably 1 or 2 more times. Same thing, just go right in the circle. And these are really handy for a technique like this to just step it up and give tons of depth and dimension. All right, let me know in the comments, have you guys ever tried this technique? Have you ever done this before? Do you like to use 2 different colors as you stamp? I love, like even when it's just a solid image, not like a 2-step stamped image, this is where these type of blending tools really come in handy because you can give this depth and dimension even though it's just one flat solid image. And it's really easy to do so to give it tons and tons of depth. I love how that's looking so far. All right, then we can lift these right off of our surface and then we'll go in with our leaves. I'm gonna use the solid leaves from the same set. Place these right down. And I'm also going to go in using some other greenery from this set and just lay it right down so we can stamp it out. Perfect. We'll lift this up. And then we can stamp it onto our card using a little bit of Viper. So just ink this up and then stamp it down. Again, I love that sort of olive green tone color. If you want to, you can stamp it again to make it a little bit darker. That's perfect. And then we're going to go in using a darker green. So I'm going to use Fake Plant. It's kind of a different tone of green. This one has a little bit more of a blue color to it. It's a little bit of a cooler green. And I'm gonna go in again using an Altenew blending brush. This is one that I have for all of my green tones. And I'm just going to go in and instead of shading the whole thing this time, I'm going to go in kind of at the bottom half and just sort of tap my color on going upward to blend it out. And same thing with these little leaves, just tap on a little bit of color. And I love these blending brushes for tapping on color because it doesn't give you a harsh edge, it kind of blends it out into the rest of the image. You can see that gives it a completely different look. And there we have our greens. So those are really beautifully shaded and inked. I love the effect that we get. And that, my friends, is why we include sort of the solid images. So if you don't want to use it with the outline, you don't have to, and it still gives such a beautiful effect on your card making project. And I actually want a couple more of these leaves, so I'm going to move them up a little bit, and we'll lift this off, and we'll just ink these up again. Because I use quite a bit of the leaves to sort of build this scene. You can see it's pretty easy to stamp. Once you've done it once, you know sort of what you're doing. Then again, I'll go in using Fake Plant and ink out just the bottom sections to darken it up. Looks beautiful. Okay, so let's move on. We can lift these images off of our MISTI door, clean them off with just a little bit of water. It's one thing I love about the Simon Hurley Create inks. They clean off with water and they don't stain, which is amazing. Now for this next focal point, I'm using the third really large poinsettia from the set, and here I'm going to use the outline image. I'll place this down onto a piece of my stark white cardstock. And for this one, I'm going to do a little bit of heat embossing, so I'll use my anti-static powder tool to make sure that no powder sticks where we don't want it to. And then I'll go in using my VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink. This is a really great ink to get a super crisp and jet black image on your stamp. All right, and I love this outline image. It just has lots of little details for your stamping to create such a beautiful look. And then we'll also go in using the detail images for the leaves as well. Place those down And we'll stamp those down as well. Didn't want to forget about those. And if we need to, we can ink them up twice to make sure they get a nice, solid impression. Perfect. All right, and I'll do the same thing with these leaves. I do want to stamp several of them, so I'm just going to place them down in a different spot and stamp them down again so that we can have a couple leaves. Now for this, if you guys know me, you know I love using clear heat embossing powder. And so for this, I'm going to heat emboss these images, throw a little bit of clear powder over top. And this is just going to set that ink into place. It's a pigment ink, so it takes a little bit longer to dry. So this is going to set it all into place, and it'll give it a nice shine as well. All right, now once those lines are heat embossed, they've got a nice shine to them, and that ink is fully set into place. Then we can magnet this right back down onto our surface. And I'm going to use a little bit of mint tape as well, just to hold this down since it's a little bit warped after we used our heat tool on it. So you can just make sure that everything is nice and held down. And then we'll go in using our solid stamp again, place that down, and just line it up with the outline of that stamped image. This is where the MISTI comes in handy because we can perfectly align it on the image without it moving or shifting. And then we'll lift it up and we can do our stamping now. All right, so I'll go back in using a little bit more bee sting to ink up this image. Super easy to do, and then we'll stamp it right down. You can see it lines up really beautifully with that outline image. And the outline just gives it a little bit more detail in the flower. And then we can go back in using Game Over and our little blending tool. And this time, if we want to, we can shade it kind of coming from the outside. So here we can shade those outermost petals with the darkest color. It really just depends on what you want to do. Last time we shaded the center, but this can be another fun way to add shading to the floral. So we'll stamp those down, and it gives the outside a darker effect, right? And we'll just repeat that same thing another time. Perfect. And we'll stamp it right down onto our cardstock. So that just gives the outside of the flower a little bit of a darker look. And then same thing, we'll go in with our leaves. We'll just line those right up with the outline images. Place them right down onto our card, and then we can stamp it right down. And again, I'll use those same colors, starting off with Viper to ink it up, and then I'll use a little bit of Fake Plant to shade the images in. So we're just kind of doing the same stamping, but you can see it gives it a completely different look by having the outline there. And that's what I wanted to show you, whether you use the outline or not, it gives a completely different effect to your stamping. And then same thing, we'll move those leaves, and then we can do our stamping again. So we'll stamp those down using Viper, and then we'll use Fake Plant to add in our depth and shading to the leaves. Right. Stamp that down, and there we go. Completely beautiful looking stamping, and I want to just show you the difference. Comment down below what your favorite is, whether you like when you use the outlines and get that kind of black look on the outlines, so it almost looks like you colored these in using the stamps, or whether you use just the solid images. But the cool thing about the solid ones is they still have all the detail in there. It's just in a white lined image rather than having that black outline. So it looks completely different. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. How are you going to use them? Do you like both of them for different looks on cards? I think it gives a completely different look, and both of them are great for different occasions and how you want to use them. Before we move on completely with the stamping, I want to embellish it a little bit. So I'm going to go back in using my blending tool and a blending foam, and we'll also grab our little acetate sheet to create sort of a palette of color. I'm going to go in using Solar Paste Golden Hour, and I'm going to go in with a palette knife and just make another little palette of this color. So again, a pretty thin palette of the color. You don't want too much of it on the surface at all there. And then we'll go in and just tap on some of this color. Now, we've embossed the black lines, so those are going to stay nice and crisp and clear. And then all I'm going to do is just go onto the surface and start blending a little bit of the Solar Paste on. Now, if you don't want to do this, you could totally skip it if you want to. But I think it's kind of fun. Now, it might make the color bleed just a little tiny bit because those are water-based dye inks. So don't try to go outside of the lines too much. And we're just going to kind of blend it over top of the image. I think that looks gorgeous. then again, we'll add a little bit more gold to those greens. Trying not too hard to just continuously go over and over it. You just want to go over like once. Otherwise, that color is going to kind of blend outside of the lines, and you don't really want that. And then again, we'll go in that last leaf with it. Now, if you want to keep this cleaner and not have any of that color bleed outside the lines, again, just kind of do it in sort of one swipe. But if you want to keep it nice and clean, you could also try doing it with a paintbrush and sort of water down the paste a little bit and paint it on. And that could give you the same beautiful effect, but just stay inside the lines. But this is a really quick and easy way to do it. And it doesn't matter if it goes outside the lines because we're going to end up cutting it out anyways. I want to just make sure this is nice and dry before we move on to the next step. But again, because we applied it so thin, it's going to dry super quickly. And I want to show you didn't ruin it at all because you can still see all that amazing color underneath. All right. Check out how cool that is. You can still see all of the amazing red color and green that you have underneath. You actually pretty much can't even tell that you really did anything to it until you tilt it in the light. And then check out that gorgeous gold shine. It's a little bit difficult to see on camera, but it looks absolutely stunning. So beautiful. Again, it's a little bit messy, but if you want to keep it cleaner, there's other ways to apply it with like a brush or things like that. But I like this because it was just so quick and simple to run it over top of the whole surface of the background. All right, we'll place any of the excess right back into the jar, and that's a super cool way to embellish your stamped images. Now, last but not least, I want to show one of my favorite ways to use images like this by just using one of the outline images and not the solid image. So here I'm using the mistletoe stamp from this set. I absolutely love this one. The detail in it is gorgeous. I'm going to go on my piece of stark white cardstock again and use my anti-static powder tool because we are going to do some heat embossing. So we'll just place that on the surface, and then we can go in using our VersaFine Clear Nocturne ink again to ink this up. And we'll stamp down our mistletoe right onto the card. All right, that's gorgeous. And then before we move on, I actually want to stamp down some of the sentiments as well that are going to go along with these cards. So I'm going to use the Season's Greetings sentiment. I think I'll also use Joy to the World. I think that's a fun one. And I also love Meet Me Under the Mistletoe for the card using the mistletoe. Okay, so I'll just line these up here. Lift them up using my Simon Hurley Create Acrylic Block. I love this one because it's got grid lines and it's the perfect thickness to be able to hold on to, but not too heavy that you would drop it. And we'll just ink these up and stamp them down onto the card. I like doing these both at once because we're going to heat emboss all of this. So why not do it all at the same time? So just grab whatever sentiments you want to use from this set because that's going to come in handy right now. And then we'll go in. You guys know I love to clear emboss anything. Anything and everything that I can, I'll clear heat emboss it. Especially using this pigment ink because it helps to set it in place. And then I'll go in using my heat tool and heat this up until it's nice and clear and shiny. All right, perfect. Now those images are nice and jet black, and they're also really nice and shiny and set into place. All right, now when I'm doing my watercoloring, I'm gonna use my Simon Hurley Create inks, and I'm going to smoosh them down onto my craft sheet or protected work surface to create a palette of colors that I'm going to use. And I'm gonna use those same kind of reds and green colors that I've been using throughout the whole class today. So a little bit of fake plant, viper, and bee sting. Then I'm gonna use just a little bit of water. I like to spray mine off to the side because if I put it into a cup, it's probably gonna spill. So that's why I like to kind of spray it onto the surface here. And then to do my watercoloring, I go in with a paintbrush. I don't use a water brush just because I find a paintbrush is going to give me a lot more control. And then I'll start off by just adding water down to the image first. This sort of prepares the image and gets the cardstock ready to take whatever color that we're going to add to it. It also helps with blending because if you don't kind of prep the cardstock like this, any color that you add is just gonna sink right into the surface and not be able to blend whatsoever. It's a pretty small image though, so you don't have to worry too much about this. Then I'll go in using a little bit of Viper first, and we're just going to add down some watercolor onto the surface. I like this for some images, instead of using those really solid stamps, because this creates more of a painterly kind of watercolor look. Now, of course, if you want to get a similar kind of watercolor look with the solid stamps, you could spray them down with water before you stamp them, and that'll give you a cool effect as well. But again, this just gives kind of that painterly look which is just beautiful. And I love that you can use the same inks you've been stamping with for watercoloring. The Simon Hurley Create inks do a great job at doing this watercoloring. And then if I want to add a different color or like a darker color or add some shading to it, like here I'm going to go in using a little bit of that fake plant and just add a little bit of that different shade of green kind of all throughout the image. I like to kind of mix up my greens, even though they might be different shades or different tones, like this one's a cooler tone, because in nature there's all different colors of green, not just necessarily one tone. And so that's where this really comes into play, because it makes it look a little bit more realistic to add several colors like that. And then last but not least, I'll add in a little bit of bee sting. And like I said, this is a smaller image, so all the techniques don't really need to come in handy. But doing the technique like adding water down first or using a regular paintbrush so you can really control the color comes into play, especially when you have a larger image or a more open image where you have lots of different area to color and shade. Those different tips, I hope they're helpful, because they really have been helpful for me when I do my watercoloring. All right, we'll blend in these berries. Beautiful. And there we have colored and shaded our image. So super easy to do. Of course, you could color and paint in the poinsettias, like I said, for a more painterly and loose kind of look as well. But I thought it was super fun for this last image to do something like this. All right, now if you want to, you can go in and sort of dip a piece of cardstock into this. Let me just do it for you guys just to kind of show you what it would look like. We're using reds and greens, so you want to be careful where you put it, because reds and greens, when they mix, kind of create a brown color. So just be careful not to mix them too much when you're doing this. But I find that my inks don't usually make brown too much. They look really beautiful when you mix them like this and create a background. So this can kind of be a fun watercolor looking background that you use. You can dry it and keep layering up the colors more and more. I'm not going to use this in today's video, but this could be a lot of fun for a unique background, or if you want to use some of those red areas and stamp the poinsettia outline images into it, and then you'll have them already colored for you. That can be another fun way to use them. So like, let's say you stamp this right on top of there, and you get that really cool color underneath that looks like you painted it in. It could be a fun way to use the leaves as well. So these backgrounds are really a great idea as well, to use any of the excess ink that's on the surface. All right, friends, now this set doesn't have dies along with it, so there's lots of different fussy cutting you're going to have to do. But thankfully, the images in this set aren't super detailed. Like, poinsettias are pretty easy to cut out. There's not too many little areas in them. But I'll walk you through my favorite tips for fussy cutting, just to make it hopefully a little bit easy for all of you guys as you're cutting these images out for your card making projects, if you're following along and crafting with me. So my first tip for fussy cutting is to leave a nice white border all the way around the image. Now this is going to be super helpful because, first off, I like the white border because if you made a colorful background or there's lots of details in your background, that little bit of white is going to help it stand out from the colored background that you created, right? So that white background or that white outline that you create on here is actually super helpful to make it less distracting and to make it stand out from the rest of your card. It also makes it so that you don't have to necessarily follow right along. It makes it a little bit quicker and easier for you to cut out as well. So it's kind of double time. I like this for the card design, but also because it makes it easier for you. Secondly, make sure you get a little scissors that you love. I love these Fiskars Spring Assist scissors. Scrapbook.com sells them, but the thing I love about them is that they spring back out at you, so your hands don't get tired as you're cutting, but also because as you're cutting, if you have to like open your scissors like this, you're gonna kind of get more of a jagged line. Whereas if it's doing it for you, you don't have to really break in your cutting. It'll just kind of open back up for you and you can continue. So I find that it gives me a little bit smoother lines. Once I switched to these scissors, I've been having a lot easier of a time when fussy cutting to get all of those little details cut. So we got that first poinsettia cut out already. Super easy, and again, that white border, really helpful. And then my last tip for you is to just not be too precise, or don't worry about it too much. Nobody's going to be as nitpicky as you are with your cards when they receive them, right? I've never sent a card and have someone been like, oh, that border that you cut there is a little bit uneven. So just remember that it is a handmade card, right? You don't need to be too perfect or too precise with anything, because anyone that you send it to, well, I would hope that anyone you send it to isn't going to complain about any of the little things that they might not even notice, that you might notice because you created it, right? So just be aware of that like if some area is a little bit thicker than the other, don't get too stressed out about it. Leaving that white border is especially helpful to just make it so that, it doesn't have to be, perfect and right up to the edge. And if there's a super detailed area, like if there's like little ripples in the leaves or things like that, you can kind of skip over those and just leave that as an outline and not necessarily get into all of those tiny little details. Right, so just keep fussy cutting these out. I'll probably come back, I'll probably speed through some of this and come back once they're all nice and cut out, and then we can put all of our cards together. All right, so when I create my cards, I really like these little stackable bins from Scrapbook.com. These are a lot of fun because I'm able to sort of sort out things on how I want them. So I can kind of sort out what project I want each sentiment to go with, which I think is really super helpful. And so then, you know, this one, I got all those gold images that we created, so we can put those inside here. I'm gonna use the Joy to the World sentiment there. Then I need to get some more of those bins to put other images in, but I like to kind of make cards like this where I do all the backgrounds and then I do all the focal points at once, because if I'm doing all the stamping, why not do it all at once? So these bins are super helpful to sort of separate everything out as to which project to go with. All right, so I'm going to add this right down onto my card base. I'm just going to use a little bit of tape runner to hold it down because it's super quick and it's nice and strong. I'll take this top folding card base that I made out of my Stark White cardstock. I always like to start at the top corner. I'll follow along to the top edge, and then it should line up really nicely with your card. And then the reason why I do it on the top corner is because that's where the fold is, so we can't cut anything off there. But if it doesn't line up perfectly on the rest of it, if something's a little bit too big, you can always chop it off. So I'll use my little guillotine trimmer here, but you could use a little scissors as well. And just make it super nice and even. All right, so to take advantage of this layout that we created, I'm gonna add a little bit of foam tape for some dimension on top of this. And then I'm going to line up my poinsettias right along this line. So where that background meets kind of the top part there that's white, I'm gonna go in with some foam tape and line my poinsettias right along this line. So that's where I really love a design like this, because that line really gives us a great grounding points for all of the florals to sit. And then we can go in with our leaves and extra things like that. I love all these little pieces in the stamp set, like these leaves, because they really help to build out a scene beautifully. And I can just kind of layer these in there, tuck them in, and it helps to cover along that line and also fill the rest of this image in really beautifully. So I'll add this in, we can rip this off. And we can tuck this right underneath, right there. And then lastly, we'll tuck some leaves in all along the image to finish them off really nicely. And I like to do little clusters, so I'll add little clusters of leaves around the other ones that we've already added in to kind of fill out that scene a little bit more. And then I'll fill in one more right down here. So we got little groupings here, like 1, 2, 3. It sort of creates a visual triangle as well all around the image, but I'm no master at this. I just kind of place them to where I think they're gonna look good to the eye, and then I kind of finish it off, but I love that little cluster of florals along the card. And then I'll go in with my Spring Assist scissors again and just cut anything off that's hanging over the edge of the card. That looks perfect. All right, then to finish this off, I'm gonna use that Season's Greetings sentiment, and I'm just going to place it at this bottom area here, lining it up right in the center, and we'll place it down on some foam tape. And that finishes this first card off really nicely. I love how this turned out, starting off with our background that we did at an angle like that to create a great grounding place for those florals. And I love that the background is kind of subtle with just that red pattern, and then you can sort of see the gold only when you tilt it in the light. It creates such a gorgeous design, and I love that solar paste shows up once you tilt it. And then of course, those flowers are absolutely beautiful on this card making project. To put together our next card with this beautiful solar paste background, I'm again going in using a little bit more of our tape runner to add down onto this background. And then I cut this one down just a little bit so that there would be a little bit of a white border all the way around on our A2 size card. Place this right down. and then adhere it into place. And then with our focal point, I want to use the mistletoe on this one. I think it gives it kind of a fun retro look. And I love that the grounding place is right in the center. So it really highlights that mistletoe beautifully. And we'll add down our sentiment beneath it. I think this is a cute card. It's really quite simple, which I like. But the mistletoe really stands out with that beautiful solar paste background highlighting it behind it. And then I'll add down some of this little pieces of foam tape that we cut. I'll add this right into the center there. I love how that looks. And then we'll add down our sentiment right below it. That is perfect. A really simple card comes together, but I think that solar paste really steals the show in the background. It really is so shiny and beautiful once we tilt it in the light with all of that gorgeous color. And then it kind of gives this a retro look with that checkerboard design. And it finishes it off with that gorgeous mistletoe that we have watercolored right in front there. I think this card is so fun, playful, and just beautiful. All right, then lastly for this card, I've added it down to a top folding card base again. And then for this one, I'm gonna use these golden images that we stamped and colored in. I'm just going to add down some foam tape onto our image to pop this up and give it a little bit of dimension. Perfect. And then we'll add this kind of right in the center here. I think that's perfect. And then we'll also do the sentiment the same exact way, using a little bit of foam tape to pop it up off the surface. And then I'm going to add this kind of right down on the line that splits the card in half. And again, I think this design is really fun to kind of have half and half, and then that sort of follows the design there. And then I'm going to add the leaves in, and for this I'm going to use some of the Barely Arts glue. I like this glue with the fine tip, it's absolutely amazing. And I'm just going to place this right underneath, add some glue, and then place these right underneath our poinsettia and have them sort of coming out of the edge. And if you need to kind of rip it a little bit so you can tuck it under further. Don't be afraid to like cut it or rip it like I just did. I kind of demolished this leaf, but it's going to go underneath. And because of that foam tape, sometimes it doesn't fit until you rip it like that. And nobody will ever know that we had to do that in order to get it underneath there. All right, I'm probably gonna rip this one as well. A little bit. And then we'll go in and place this right down underneath our floral. And then last one. And here we'll sort of place it down. Rip it again if it needs to help fit. And then we'll place it down right here at the bottom. And then again, this sort of creates a visual triangle with 3 different areas, and that finishes off our card absolutely beautifully. Once again, I love this card design, using that 4-inch mint tape to mask off sections of your card. I like that we did one at an angle. You can do lots of different ways to mask off your card, and it creates such a gorgeous and stunning effect with the contrast of the white and the design on one side. I love how this turned out, especially with that poinsettia as well. Using a little bit of that solar paste over top to really make the poinsettia shine absolutely beautifully, but you can still see the color when it's just looking straight on. It's a great way to add shine to your Christmas cards to get a gorgeous effect. All right, now I want to create one last final card using these word dies from the Merry Christmas 2 set from Scrapbook.com. I love the scriptiness of this font, and I also love that there's shadow dies included in this set as well. So I'll peel these off of the packaging. And we're going to use both of the words in today's card. So for this, I'm going to bring in my Platinum 6 die cutting machine, and I'm going to use a little bit of the 4-inch mint tape. I love this mint tape for die cutting out masks because it's 4 inches, pretty wide, so you're able to fit lots of coordinating dies and things like that on here in case if you want to create your own masks. And that's what we're going to do today. So I'm going to rip off a piece that's large enough for these dies. That should be good. And then we can tape this right down to our die cutting plate, flatten it out, and then we'll go in using the shadow dies from this set. So I'll use the shadow for both the words Christmas and the words Merry. Lay them down, and then we'll run this through our die cutting machine to cut out the masks. Super easy to do. And once that's complete, we can peel this off. It definitely gets a little bit dirty because of the cutting plate, so you might want to use a new cutting plate if you don't want your tape to get super dirty throughout. But then it gives us these masks, and I'm going to use just a little tweezers to pick them up that we can use on our card making projects. And I like that it gives you the mask for the shadows, because then we can do our stamping around this and still cut out our word dies. All right, so I'm going to grab my top folding card base, and I'm just going to start with this word die and place it down right in the center of my card. So place down that word Christmas, and we'll kind of buff it into place to make sure it's held down really nicely. And like I said, it's definitely a little bit less sticky after it kind of went through the die cutting machine. That's why you'll probably want to use a cleaner plate. And then I'll go in with the word Merry right above it. That looks great. And then again, sort of buff it into place to adhere it down flat onto the cardstock. And then for this part of our stamping, I'm going to use the MISTI stamping tool just to make sure that I can repeat things if I need to. And then I'll go in using the Perfect Poinsettias stamp set, and I'm just going to place these images kind of right on that word, but also hanging off the edge. And we're going to create a little scene of these poinsettias all around the words on our card. So I'm just going to place all three down right over top of that word, and it's kind of focused in the center there. And then we can lift these up with our MISTI door. And then we can do our solid stamping again. So I'm going to use a little bit of my bee sting ink to ink all these up at once first. All right. Then I'll give it some good pressure. You do want to make sure to give it more pressure than you usually would because the tape is creating kind of a raised area. It's not super thick, but you do want to make sure to give a little more pressure in those areas. So see, I'm going to go back in and just press down a little bit more all around that tape to just make sure that we get really close to that edge. You can see that if you give it more pressure and focus in those areas, it'll really stamp nicely. I'm going to do it again just to make sure we get a nice solid and dark image. Stamp it down. All right, that's starting to look really great. Do it one more time. And again, focus it in those areas on that tape to get a good pressure. That looks great. Okay, so now let's do a little bit of shading. For this, I'm going to, again, go in using a little bit of Game Over. I really think that this step brings it to life, so you might be sick of me adding some shading, but I really want to drive home the point that like you can make these images, if you think that they don't look super 3D, you can really bring them to life with just a little bit of shading. I'm only really doing it in areas where you'll see it because some of those areas are going to be kind of masked off. And then give some good pressure to stamp it all down. Okay, that is looking great. There's some shading going on in those poinsettias now, and I love how this is coming together. All right, then I'm going to place down these leaves, sort of coming out at certain areas, right around these sentiments as well. Place them down. Then we can go in using a little bit of Viper ink like we were doing earlier. So I'm using the same colors. You could switch it up if you want to, but I like how the first one turned out. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And then I'll go in using these leaves and start stamping them out. So doing 2 colors of that Viper. And then same thing, you don't need to add shading to these, but I'm gonna go in just using a little bit of fake plant just to add a little bit of dimension onto these leaves. And then we can stamp it down. That's turned out beautiful. And then we can go back in, kind of moving these leaves around and fitting them into other areas. All right, I think that's gonna stamp right there. Now I wanna mask this other poinsettia off. And to do it really quickly and easily, I'm just gonna use a little bit more of that mint tape and mask it off. It doesn't need to be perfect. We're just sort of covering it up so that the leaf doesn't hit that red area. And then we can go back in with that leaf, pick it up, and then let's move this one as well to right over here so that it sticks out from that sentiment. I think these are our last 2, and we'll just go in with Viper again to stamp them down. And then again, bring in a little bit of fake plant to finish these off and add some shading. All right, that looks gorgeous with all those leaves and greenery sticking out from those areas. And then I'll peel this mask off to reveal that leaf coming out from the poinsettia. So that's a super simple way to mask. Of course, if you want to, you can go around the floral to make it more detailed, But for quick masking, that's really easy. All right, friends, I'm loving how this is turning out already with all that beautiful stamping, and it's gonna be super cool when we pull off these masks. So I'm just going to go in using a little bit of a tweezers, and it's definitely stuck down to that cardstock because we kind of burnished it into place. So you'll just wanna be careful as you lift it off, because it is still adhesive. And then we'll peel this right back onto itself. And then we'll sort of peel it back to reveal that really great white space that we've masked off on our card front. All right, and like I said, just be careful and take your time as you do this, just to ensure that nothing on your card rips, but it's looking beautiful. I'm loving that masked off area that we got from just using those shadow dies cut out using the mint tape. So of course you could cut the shadow dies out and place it on top, but again, sticking with that sort of one layer theme that we've been doing throughout today's cards, this is a really fun way to mask that off. And it doesn't look like a ton right now, but let's do our sentiment die cutting. For our sentiment, I want to use a dark colored cardstock, so here I'm using black, but you could use red or something like that as well. But I'm going to use solar paste in golden hour once again, create sort of a palette of color on my piece of acetate to the side. And then we'll use the same method we've been using throughout today's video. Just go in using one of the sponge dauber tools, and then we'll go on top of the black cardstock and just swipe this back and forth to create kind of a gold effect on top of the surface. This is looking stunning. I love this gold color on top of the black, and it's almost like we're creating our own mirrored cardstock, except this one has kind of a deep, a darker undertone because of that black cardstock underneath it, which is super cool. I think that's good for our gold cardstock. Now, if you want to, you could let this dry a little bit, heat set it, to make sure it's nice and dry. Like I said though, it only takes a matter of seconds because it's so thin. So that's already dry, it's not gonna come off on my fingers. Then if I want to, I can layer this up even more with more of this color. So it just depends on what kind of look you want. If you want to be able to see some of that black, or if you want to go in and fill it out a little bit more. And on black cardstock, solar paste really stands out and shines. All right, if you want even more color and shine, definitely use lunar paste for this layer, but I sort of like how it looks a little bit duller until you tilt it in the light, and then it's absolutely gorgeous and it really reflects on that black cardstock. Okay, so now let's cut out our word die from this cardstock. So I'm going in with the actual Merry and Christmas sentiment from that die set. We'll place these right on top. And then we'll run this right through our Platinum 6 die cutting machine to cut it out super easily. All right, so those cut out perfectly. And before we move on, I'm actually going to go in with just some regular black cardstock as well and cut these words out several more times. So probably 2 more layers of the black cardstock and just run it through our die cutting machine. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I find that layering your dies gives a lot more depth and dimension to them, and it really makes them stand out on the card. So I'm going to layer these guys up so they have a little bit of depth and dimension. All right, and one more time, we'll run it right through to cut out that die cut. One more time. All right, so now let's talk about putting these die cuts together. Grab your liquid glue of choice. I like this Barely Arts liquid glue because it's got a super fine point tip to it, so it'll be really easy to apply a little bit of glue on the back of these die cuts and not really overdo it. So let's go in first with our Christmas die. I'm gonna give you a couple little tips as we do this. So I'm just going to go on the back of my die cut and add just a little bit of glue all around it at every part of the letter. And again, this little fine point nib really helps because it just dispenses a tiny bit of glue, not too much, but we're able to get a little bit on the whole die cut. Then we'll just kind of set this down on the die kind of haphazardly, because with liquid glue you get a little bit of time to move it around. So once it's kind of adhered down and stuck to it, then we can go in and individually with each letter we're just going to lightly, really gently pinch on it, and that's going to get the letter together and really line it up for us. So that's my biggest tip with these die cuts. I know that some people sort of had said that they struggled with this. This is my favorite tip for it. Just go all around the letter and sort of lightly, not pinch, but like gently kind of press together like this because it holds the letter together and it'll line everything up perfectly for you. And then we can go back in on the top here because we still have that gold die cut to add. Go all the way around. I honestly used to struggle with liquid glue until I found this Barely Arts glue bottle. So I really can't recommend it enough. The fine point tip is game-changing, and the glue seems to dry quite fast as well. All right, so then we'll go in with this beautiful gold solar pasted die cut. Super easily stick it down, and then we'll go in and pinch these together. And just make sure that it lines up all the way across our image then. And then look at that. Die cutting a couple of them really gives it quite a bit of dimension. And you'll see when we adhere that down, it really pops it up off the card nicely. So let's do this one more time. The Mary die cut's even smaller, so it should be easier. Go in using a little bit of liquid glue. And yeah, like I said, I would love to hear in the comments, are you like a tape runner person? Do you have other ways that you like to adhere these together? I know that the Xyron is kind of helpful to make sort of a little sticker, or if you put double-sided adhesive before you cut it. There's lots of different methods to do this, but this has sort of become my favorite. It seems to be the less messy for me. And if you apply a little bit too much liquid glue on here, you can always dab it off onto a paper towel. Kind of place the die cut into a paper towel before you put it together. There's a couple ways to remedy it. That's what I used to do, to just get rid of some of the excess liquid glue. And then lastly, place this down one more time and pinch it together. And it just lines up perfectly then. And like I said with this, when you look at it straight on, you can definitely still see the black underneath because it's got a little bit more of a dark and dull undertone to it, which I really like. It kind of gives this a darker, more rich looking gold look until you tilt it and then it becomes more yellow. But like I said, if you wanted to use red underneath here to see red, you totally could. All right, so then let's adhere this right onto our card to finish everything off. And this is where it's gonna really come to life. We'll add some liquid glue down to here because right now those areas that we've masked off just kind of look like blobs. They don't look like much. So once we get our words in there, then it will really sort of come together. And that's so awesome that we were able to mask it like that, because leaving those areas is just the perfect way to highlight these words and really make this the focal point and stand out. On our other cards, the poinsettias and the images were really the focal point. But this die cut is so large and it's such a great big scripty sentiment. And so it works really well as a focal point on your Christmas cards. All right, add a little bit of liquid glue all the way around. And then again, this fits perfectly in the center there, where we left room for that shadow. All right, and there's also a little tiny room for the eye, and I didn't layer it up, but I still do have one of the eyes. So I'm gonna just go in using my little tweezers and place that little tiny dot down onto the surface. We don't wanna forget it. So there we have it, our little bonus card with stamping, doing some masking using the 4-inch Mint masking tape, and that masks off the sentiment really beautifully, and then of course finishing it off with some solar paste on our cardstock to create this outstanding word die that really stands out nicely off of our card and creates such a beautiful looking focal point. This was a really nice and easy card, but I wanted to show how to use that 4-inch Mint masking tape for kind of using die cuts and masking those out that are a little bit larger. It's really great for, like I said, words or images to mask them off, and there's so much on that roll, so you really have a lot to use. Thank you so much for joining me today to create these cards together. It was absolutely so much fun sitting down and crafting with you, and I'm sure I was having fun in the Premiere comment section as well, answering all of your questions and chatting with you guys. I love how Scrapbook.com puts together this event and gives you all of this amazing inspiration. I hope you found my class helpful and that you hopefully walked away with a couple techniques and tips that you learned throughout today's video. Also, if you did purchase the kit, I hope you learned enough to have tons of fun with solar paste after the fact, and I'll also be using that exclusive Christmas set in lots of my videos on my YouTube channel as well. So be sure after this to check those out, because there'll be more inspiration using that stamp set all over social media from me as well. Thanks for visiting me, and now let's move on to the next talented designer. Bye guys!
Hey guys, Justin Adkins here from Just a Note by Justin, and I am so excited to be sharing my ink blending session with you all for this month's SBC Fest. I love ink blending so much. I incorporate it into almost every single project that I make, and I've got some little tips and tricks along the way to help bring your ink blending to the next level and really amp up the level of your projects. A little bit about me and my paper crafting journey. I like to say that it started in 2016. I decided that I was going to make my grandmother a birthday card. So I went to the store, I bought 2 wood-mounted stamps, 1 ink pad, 1 set of card bases, and I was like, you know what? As long as I just keep buying these card bases, I have enough supplies to make birthday cards for the rest of my life. And I was really wrong. But what I found is how much I loved creating cards and how much I loved sharing them with my loved ones. And then I found that I could share them with the world too. So I hope you guys really enjoy today's class, and don't forget you can always find me on social media at Just a Note by Justin or on my blog at www.justanotebyjustin.com. So let's get into some crafting. All right, everyone, let's get into today's ink blending class. So what I want to start with is actually what you're looking at. You may think it's just a white surface, but this is actually the Scrapbook.com silicone mat, and this is just perfect for your ink blending. I always recommend that when you are ink blending to start with using something that is going to be very easy to clean up. So a silicone mat is going to work very nicely, and also in addition to that, a glass mat works very well. So as long as you've got one of those, you should be good to go. All right, let's start by talking about what papers to use for ink blending. I'm going to be using the Neenah Classic Crest Solar White 110 pound cardstock because it's a very nice and smooth cardstock that's going to work super well with our ink blending. I always recommend that when you're going to do some ink blending that you do use a nice smooth cardstock because that helps promote blending evenly. So we're going to get in with some of that ink blending that we've been talking about, and I'm going to start with some Wilted Violet Distress Oxide ink. I always like to tap off some excess, and then I'm just going to layer it right on this top edge. Now, as I'm blending, you might be thinking, Justin, why did you make this bigger than A2 size? It's about 1/4 of an inch larger in each direction. And that's because when I go ahead and die cut it with an A2 cover die, it's going to allow me to get a more precise cut. By leaving it a little bigger, I can make sure that my panel is going to be exactly the size I need it to be. So we're going to go with some Candied Apple Distress Oxide, tap off the excess, and then layer this on the bottom. And I'm going to alternate between cool and warm tones. That way I can make sure each of my colors is getting an equal amount of representation on my panel. It just helps me visually space everything. All right, next we're going with some Salty Ocean. And I'm going to go ahead and layer that Salty Ocean right next to that Wilted Violet, just like this. And then I'm going to go in with that Wilted Violet and blend that seam between the 2 colors. And as you can see by blending it, it starts to take away that harsh line because I'm blending the colors into each other. These ink blending tools with the dome foam applicators work so well with Distress Oxide ink blending. Let's go in with some Carved Pumpkin. And I do want to grab a clean acrylic block from my stash, and I'm going to go ahead and use this just to kind of make sure that my colors don't get any smudge prints from my fingers on them. So we're using some Carved Pumpkin Distress Oxide ink right next to that Candied Apple. But of course, we're going to go in with that Candied Apple ink blending tool with the dome foam applicator. And we're going to blend that seam. And sometimes you got to go back and forth a couple times to make it as seamless as possible. And that's okay. All right, and then I am going to wipe this off just in case any of that color is traveling. So I'm going to go ahead, put that down here, and get some mowed lawn ready to go. Tap off the excess. apply that right next to that salty ocean. Go in with my salty ocean tool. And blend that seam. Just like that. And then finally, we're gonna go in with some mustard seed. And we're gonna pick up the color, tap off the excess, and blend it right between the mowed lawn and the carved pumpkin sections. Just like that. Go in with the mowed lawn. Just help blend that seam, give that seamless feel. And then I'm also going to grab the carved pumpkin and blending that into the mustard seed as well. And there you have it. We've got a rainbow ombre panel from ink blending, and oh my goodness, it took less than 4 minutes to do. But I always like to jazz it up just a little bit too. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I do have my distress spray bottle, and I'm just gonna flick some color or some water onto my colored panel. And because the distress oxides are water reactive, this is gonna create some bleach spots, which I think add a lot of interest to your projects. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use just a microfiber towel from my stash, press it down, and make sure it absorbs all that water. And then once I feel like we're good, just pull it up. And I've got some really fun bleach spots for our project. And that's just one extra step, and we've all got access to water, so this is like an easy, free way to make sure that your project just has that extra little bit of interest. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna just move our blending tools off to the side, and I'm gonna do a quick cleanup of our silicone mat because I'm gonna move into some other colors. And this will take just a second to do. And you'll probably see some residue color on my panel, and that's okay. As long as you get it mostly cleaned up, it's not too much of a problem. We got a jumper, that's okay. All right, perfect. So next what I wanna go ahead and do is I have another panel of cardstock of that Neenah Classic Crest Solar White in 110 pounds. And we're gonna do some stencil ink blending. And we're gonna do it with the Starburst layered stencil set. We're gonna use 2 different oxide colors. So I'm gonna start, let's see. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna use some of our mint tape to tack it down. And I just kind of do a rough tear. I don't need it to be exact. And this is gonna help keep my stencil in place, which is really important when you're ink blending. Perfect. Let's go ahead, and I am gonna reach for some Hickory Smoke Distress Oxide ink. Push that a little off to the side. All right, pick that up and then just go over my stencil. Just like that. All right. Make sure everything's getting nice and blended up. Perfect. And then what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm going to remove this stencil carefully. And then I'm gonna grab the layered portion. I just wanna make sure I have lined up the way it needs to go. Just lay this on top. And that's pretty good. And then I'm gonna go in with some Lost Shadow Distress Oxide. just because it's a lighter gray, and I think the gray will work nice with these colors. So we're gonna just ink blend over that as well. So if you're gonna ink blend over a stencil, I always recommend finding a way to tack down your stencil, because you don't want it shifting, because then you end up getting this blurry effect with your stencil. And if that's not what you're going for, you're not gonna love it. But if it is what you're going for, by all means, because sometimes there are some really cool effects with that. All right, finishing up with this last shadow color. Perfect. Just peel the stencil off, do what I call the peel reveal. And there you have it. A really fun background using the Starburst layered stencil. So now what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna remove the tape. Just like that. And we'll come back to that shortly. All right. So now I wanted to do just a wee little bit of cleanup. We'll do some die cutting and work on getting this first card all situated. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to grab my rainbow panel, and I'm also going to grab the Hello A2 card die. And this is going to cut down my panel so that it's perfectly A2 sized. So I'm going to put this into place, maybe shift a little much up because I feel like there's a little bit more red than there is purple. All right, grab some mint tape, just like this. Sometimes I'll fold it over the edge just so it anchors it a little bit better. And then I'm gonna grab my Platinum 6 Spellbinders die cutting machine. This is the Platinum 6, and this is in that exclusive black color that you will only find on Scrapbook.com. So I think that's super fun. And of course, I like to add that black chic color into my craft space. We're just gonna go ahead, we're gonna die cut this. And we'll do it twice just to make sure we get a nice cut through. And what I love is also when you use those magic mats, that helps cut down on marking up any sort of cutting plates. It's definitely a good thing to pick up for your die cutting needs. So we're gonna go in, we're gonna peel off some of that mint tape. Just gonna kind of carefully separate the die. It's actually really pretty as it is. I don't think I'll have a need for it, but it's a pretty portion for a card. And then I'm gonna gently work on popping the die cut bits out. Trying to be as careful as I can be. And let's see. Move that separated. And then sometimes it just needs a little finagling, and that's okay. It's a-okay. Sometimes you just gotta work with it. And we've got this really pretty panel all ready to go. And then we just gotta go ahead and use some of the other bits and separate those because we're gonna save the recycled bits for a second card. So I'm gonna pop that out. I'm gonna try my best to keep everything in place. Putting this all off to the side. All right, and then I'm gonna need a little bit more of a fine tip tool for the rest of it. So I'm gonna grab my Scrapbook.com tweezers. like that. And then this little bit is going to be my probably most strugglesome piece, but that's okay. I might need to grab something a little smaller for that. Let's see. Got a pin from my glue. That should work. I do want to save this. You don't have to save the little bits like that if you don't want to. I'm just going to. All right, so now what we can do is work on putting our first card together. So I'm going to do a stacking method just to give a little bit of dimension. And let's see, we're going to do it. It's going to look like this when it's done. So let's go ahead, put some adhesive. This is some Ultra Bond adhesive by iCraft. And we're just going to use that. The fine tip really comes in handy. Just like that. All right, we're gonna go ahead, move this into place. Just kind of move it around. I can also pull in that acrylic block that I was using just to make sure that everything is being anchored really nicely. Just like that. And then I'm gonna go ahead put the glue on the back. Grab my Starburst background. They line up perfectly. That's when that die cutting really comes in handy. Just like this. Add pressure, and then because I stack my die cuts, I've got a nice little bit of dimension. And let's go we'll put this on a card base, and then we will use a little bit of pops of colors to add some, of course, pops of colors to our project. So let's pick this up, put this down. Just like that. All right. All right, and we are all good to go before we can add some of our embellishments. So let's start. I've got our soft lilac pearl pops of colors. These will pop really nicely on that white and gray background. And let's just go in like reverse rainbow order. So we'll do some blue next. And this is the Ocean Wave Pearls pops of color. Trying to make sure the sizing of them is all different. Next, we're gonna use some green apple pearl pops of colors. I'm trying to do my best to make sure that my fingers aren't gonna smudge anything. Perfect. Let's do some lemon chiffon in the pearl pops of colors. Moving on, we'll do some orange sherbet. I'm just gonna kind of tilt this a little bit. And then we'll do some of the cherry pie pops of color, and that'll finish it off. Just kind of trailing across the card. Just like that. Just like that. And I think that's a lot of fun. So let's move that a little closer so you guys have a better view of it. I just think that this is a really fun hello card. Who doesn't need to add a card like this to their stash with all of these colors? So I'm going to take this and put this off to the side so it can begin to dry. And then we can move on to making a second card. And this is really just going to be little scraps and bobs that we've already worked with. So I've got an A2 size card base, and I have an extra frame. Well, actually, I have 3 extra frames because we're going to stack. But I'm going to show you how we're going to turn those negatives from our Hello A2 cover panel we die cut and use them to create another card and not just throw them away. Because they're kind of odd, irregular shapes, and they only, in my opinion, kind of have one purpose. So why not use them for that one purpose for this card? So let's go ahead. And we're gonna put this frame onto the A2 card base, and this is gonna act sort of as a guide for us. We're gonna use that acrylic block just to help apply some nice pressure, make sure everything is nice and adhered. And then we can go in and we can start using that liquid adhesive to fill in these gaps. Let's grab our first negative piece, just drop it right in. You can use that acrylic block once again, just to kind of push everything in. A little bit of adhesive in that section, just because I can see that it's popping up. Press it down. And that's why those acrylic blocks really come in handy. And then we'll do the bottom section. And don't be afraid if you get some smudges on this white frame. We're going to cover it up. So you can get it as dirty as you need to. It's not going to peep through. All right. Just make sure my block is nice and clean. Perfect. And then I can begin all these littler pieces. So we'll drop this bit in, use my tweezers to kind of push it into position. Drop this E-loop in, tweezers to push it into position. Then I'm just gonna do my adhesive all at once. Just kind of drop each piece in. Oop, I should be careful with that. Forgot that I put all the glue in. That's okay. Just kind of drop that in. Get this little bit. Drop that in. Put our big inner loop in for the O. And then let's see. This bit is just going to be a little tiny. That's okay. I'll just kind of push it in. There we go. Perfect. Then let me wipe off my acrylic block, and I can just kind of push everything down, make sure we're good to go. But I'm going to go back to that stacking method, and we're going to stack some more dies on top of this. Kind of keeping it on all of the white the best that I can. Just like that. Layer a die cut frame directly on top, adding some of that dimension, a little bit of a hair that I got to move up. Kind of push everything down, just like that. Let's do it again. And this is just going to add some of that depth to your card without the need to use a foam adhesive. Because sometimes when you use it with a die cut, there's little itty bitty pieces that you've got to use, and sometimes that stresses me out. And I would much rather just stack the same shapes on top of each other and get the same effect. It might not be sticking up the same amount, but it gets the job done. All right. So here's a really fun way to use your scraps to make a second card. And oh, I love this. I love these bright, vibrant colors. They just make me so happy. So happy. All right, so let's go in. We'll add some more pops of colors. We're gonna use the same sort of pattern as before. So we're gonna go in with that soft lilac. A nice big one down there. Like that. All right. We'll move in with some ocean waves next. Let's see. We'll do some ocean waves up here. And let's tilt it. Right there. Do some green apple. Another color that in theory would look really nice would be as if I used white, but I don't love using white on colored inks because the white has a tendency to pull that ink color and to kind of turn into the color underneath it. I don't really want that for this card. I'm going in with that lemon chiffon. So I just thought we will just stick with the actual colors. They won't pull those other colors up and it'll still give that really fun embellished effect. I'm trying to alternate the sizes again, just so we make sure that we're adding some interest. I've got some orange sherbet. And I try to keep the nozzle to my pops of color a little on an angle and pretty close to the paper because this helps me control the shape and size the best that I can. Do some right there. Perfect. And then we'll finish off with that cherry pie. Just like this. We'll do right here. Tilt it again. We'll do one right here. All right. We are all good to go. I've got to push this down just a little bit, very carefully. And see, now we've used our ink blending to get two really fun, colorful hello cards that, of course, are going to be a welcome addition to your stash. So let's grab that first one that we did and show it off with the second one. I just think that these are so dang cute, and I love all those colors that are going on as well. So just to kind of recap what we went ahead and did, we used some fun new ink blending techniques in order to blend up a hello frame in rainbow colors. But then of course we saved the negatives and kind of pieced them together to make a second card as well. We also used the Starburst stencil for the background of this card, and it turned out really fun. I love all those bursts and stars. They add a lot of fun elements to this card, and this one we kept it a little bit more clean. So there you have it. We've got our 2 cards that we went ahead and created today for my SBC class, and I hope you guys had some fun. So stick around. I'm gonna go ahead and switch this back over to my face, and then we'll go ahead and finish this class out. There you guys have it, a really fun way to incorporate different ink blending techniques into your next paper crafting project. So no matter if you're making a card, a scrapbook layout, maybe you're even making some gift tags as well, whatever your heart desires, I know that these tips are going to help bring your projects to the next level that you want them to be. If you want to see more paper crafting inspiration by me, you can find me on Instagram. You can find me at Just a Note by Justin. I'm also on YouTube as well at Just a Note by Justin. And I do have a blog as well. And if you haven't guessed, it's www.justanotebyjustin.com. It's been an absolute pleasure to create with you all today and show you some fun tips. I hope that you're loving this SBC Fest just as much as I am, maybe even more. So stay tuned. I know that we've got some fun inspiration coming your way. And thanks again for tuning into my session. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Goodbye.
Okay, Cody and Laura here for another giveaway. Let's do a fabulous giveaway. What are they getting?
They're getting the Black Platinum 6. This is only available at Scrapbook.com, but you could win one today. And it comes with 2 magic mats.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
2 magic mats too. You're getting this machine and 2 magic mats.
Yes.
All right.
So let us know what your favorite part of Simon or Justin's class was in the comments, and then we'll choose a winner in just a minute.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a fabulous 2 classes that we just got to see.
Yeah, that was definitely a really strong start to SBC Fest.
Yeah.
And I loved each one of their classes for different reasons. So let's get into it.
Okay, let's start with Simon. I love that his intro was all about his story, and we are so honored at Scrapbook.com to even be a part of his story. We just love Simon, and he is the best. So to hear his whole story and his intro was fabulous, and all the education on his solar and lunar pace, which I needed. I was grateful that he took the time to explain all of it. It was so helpful.
Yes, definitely. I really liked the stamp that he designed for Scrapbook.com and for SBC Fest. And I really liked how he did the stamped image, and then he went over it with the outline, and so it looked like it was like colored in.
Yeah, and he added depth to the dimension with it. It was so wonderful. And just learning about the solar paste and the lunar paste and how it works with stencils and everything and just shifting and then doing like this checkered look was so awesome. Oh, by the way, we have his cards in-house. Yes. Look at these gorgeous cards we have right here. So many great techniques. I will be using these techniques forever.
Yeah,
forever.
And it really is like so cool just to see all of the like shimmer and shine that these have.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's so cool to just see it in person. And we'd love to hear if you guys have tried solar paste yet. Let us know in the comments.
Yeah, it even feels nice. I'm feeling it right here, and the texture and the depth of it is really nice. Well, I attempted to do, this is my first run at it after we watched the class, and I used one of Scrapbook.com stencils and stamps because I did not have his new stamp and I need it.
Yes.
Especially now, I'm going to buy the kit, so I'm so excited to try it out.
Make sure you use SBC Fest 3 at checkout.
Yeah. Yes, I will, to get a discount on that. I'm so excited. But what's great is I loved how he used the 4-inch mint tape to create the diagonal. And so I did that here on my card and then stenciled with solar paste underneath. You can see the dimension there. And then just a little stamp sentiment at the bottom like he did. But you know what else I used? Look at this, Cody. I used the freebie die. Make sure you pick up this freebie die for SBC Fest at scrapbook.com. But I cut out some of these sprigs, so you can use these sprigs to kind of tuck in your florals to make them look Christmassy, because they have little poinsettia leaves and little berry leaves and some pine cone sprigs. Just really cute stuff to make your florals look a little more Christmassy. Just great. Great techniques. Great idea. I'm super excited to have learned all of that. So thank you so much, Simon.
Yeah, and now for Justin's class.
Yes.
It was so cool that we have his cards here too. But I love that he took one panel and then was able to make 2 cards out of it.
Yeah, I loved making the cards. I loved his story too. I loved how he started making cards. He was making it for his grandmother, and that just got the ball rolling, and then he started making it for more loved ones. Such a great story, and so grateful that he shared that with us, because that's a lot of how we start. I mean, that's how I started scrapbooking, is I had babies and I wanted to start documenting their lives, and so it's great to hear their stories. I loved that he was able to make 2 cards from one panel, like you said, which is great. So here's his. I made mine a little more Halloweenish. So I did the orange and yellow blending, and I was able to create 2 cards from that. Yeah. So you can see here, and I did our stencil in the background, the jack-o'-lanterns. So awesome. Did a little spritzing like he did with the water to create that speckled look.
Totally, and they look great, and that's what I love about SBC Fest, is that you can just take all of the concepts and techniques that you learn and then apply them in different ways.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love that there's no part of this like gorgeous inky background that goes to waste.
Yeah, and he made it look so easy.
Oh yeah.
He did. He's
especially
a pro.
Yeah, how he alternated between like the cools and the warms and kept going back. That was awesome.
Yeah, I love that ombre rainbow effect. Great techniques.
And then of course the little dots of
pops
of color everywhere.
Yes, I love it. I love pops of color. Okay, we have more classes in store for you all, so get ready. Who is next? Cody, tell them.
Next, we're gonna head to Kristie Marcotte's house, and then following Kristie's class, we're going to Nathalie DeSousa's.
All right, let's do it. We'll see you all back here soon.
See ya.
Hello, friends. I'm Kristie Marcotte. Thanks for joining us at SBC Fest. I started making cards over 25 years ago, but I really didn't get into it until I was pregnant with my son. I thought it would be fun to make the birth announcements. He's almost 21, so I've been making cards for a very long time. In my class today, we'll be playing with some beautiful fall pattern paper and an adorable die set. And we'll be using the dies 3 different ways to make several different cards. Let's go ahead and get crafty. I'll jump right in and show all of the supplies I'll be using for my cards. The main die set I'm using is Scrapbook.com's Fox Shape dies, and I will be using almost every die on this set. I love that it has the cute little fox image, there's the sentiment hello with the outline, and there are also a couple accessory pieces. There's the pumpkin, 2 flowers, and the inside of the flower. The pattern paper is the Harvest collection, and this is a 6x8 size. For solid cardstock, I'm using the Coordinating Harvest Smooth Cardstock Collection. I have this 6x8 size, but it's also available in A2 and slimline size. I personally prefer the larger paper pad, and I love having the coordinating colors to go with the pattern paper. For adhesive, I'll be using the Deluxe Adhesive Roller. For liquid adhesive, I'm using Honeybee Stamp's Precision Tip Glue. I also have a pack of double-sided foam adhesive, the small squares. It's a nice small size, and they are easy to cut in half if you need an even smaller piece. I'm always a fan of adding a little bit of sparkle to my cards. I'm using the glitter brush marker in a pretty pink color. I love their clear glitter brush marker and use it all the time, and I was so excited when they released a pink version. For tools, I have a pair of reverse tweezers, some 5-inch scissors. I'll also be using a Tonic Studios guillotine trimmer and Spellbinder's Platinum 6 die cutting machine. I will be using a little bit of vellum, and my card bases are made out of Neenah Solar White cardstock. This is 110 pounds. I love having a nice sturdy cardstock for my card bases. For card design number 1, I'll be using 2 sheets of pattern paper. I have the dark brown tone-on-tone design that has foliage all over it. I also have the light green background with colorful fall leaves. I'll be using 5 sheets of the smooth cardstock, 2 in teal, 1 in orange, 1 in yellow, and 1 in this peachy pink color. Using the Neenah cardstock, I've already created a card base. This will be a vertical card, and I prefer to have the fold on the short side. You may be wondering, why do I have so much paper for one card? I'm a huge fan of adding lots of layers to my cards. And that's one of the reasons I like to use nice heavyweight cardstock for my card bases. Anything less than 100-pound cover weight won't hold up to all the layers I add to my cards. Let's start cutting the pattern paper and cardstock layers. I've printed out the measurements if you want to follow along. Hopefully you'll be able to read those. You can always do a screenshot. For the very background of the card, this is the brown layer. I'm cutting it in A2 size, so 4 1/4 inches by 5.5 inches. Next, I'll add a teal layer, making it just 1/4 of an inch shorter, so 4 inches by 5 1/4 inches. Now I'll cut the featured pattern paper, which is this lovely leaf paper, 3 3/4 inches by 5 inches. I'm using Tonic Studios guillotine trimmer. I've had this one for probably over 15 years. This version has been discontinued, but there is a newer version available. They look exactly the same other than the color. I love that you don't ever have to replace the blade. Plus it has an extender bar, so if you need to cut 12 by 12 paper, you're still able to do that. Next, I'll cut the teal image pieces. The teal image background piece is 2.5 inches by 3 1/4 inches. Then the teal image layer is 2 5/8 of an inch by 3 3/8 of an inch. So that layer is just 1/8 of an inch larger than the background piece. And I know it may seem odd to layer the same color cardstock pieces together, but it'll add just that little bit of detailed frame around the image. And I didn't want to bring in another cardstock color since I want the little fox image to really stand out on my card. I have one final pattern paper piece to cut. This is the brown border. It's 4 1/4 inches by 1 1/4 inches. And I used more of the tone-on-tone brown pattern paper. Other than the die cuts, I have all of the main pieces cut out for my card. I'll set those aside so I can start die cutting. I'm using Spellbinder's Platinum 6 in the black color, which is exclusive to Scrapbook.com. It comes with the universal plate system, which is so nice. Makes it super easy to do die cutting and embossing. For my cards, I'll only be die cutting, no embossing. I have the platform base A, the platform base top B, and a cutting plate C. For die cutting, you'll need another cutting plate. Instead of the acrylic plate, I'm using a magic mat from Scrapbook.com. I'll start with the orange cardstock. I'll pull out all of the dies I want from orange. For the fox image, there is an outline piece, and you could cut this out from any color since you'll be covering it up. It's basically there as a guide for adding all of the other pieces to create your fox. Although you could also use it as a little fox silhouette. I think that would be cute. I decided to use orange cardstock for that outline. I'll also be cutting out the head, the main body, and the tail. I'll lay all of my dies on the sheet of orange cardstock, and to make sure they don't move, I'm using some of Scrapbook.com's mint tape. If you haven't tried this tape before, it's so nice. It's tacky, not permanent, so it works great for holding dies in place and it doesn't tear your paper. You can also reuse the pieces several times. I usually stick them on the top of the die cut machine. That way they're ready to go the next time I'm doing some die cutting. Okay, so here's the part that I know throws people off. I like to cut up. So I'm cutting into the magic mat. I'm not cutting down into that acrylic plate. And I know a lot of people do it the other way around, but I've just always done it that way. The plate that you cut into tends to curl or warp, so I like to have that bottom plate stay nice and flat. Whenever I have local craft friends come over, it always throws them off, but they usually remember now that I cut the opposite way that they do, and probably most people. So I'd love to know if I'm alone in this. Do you cut up into the mat or cut down into the mat? I really don't think it makes a difference. I've been doing it for years and years, and my die cuts come out just fine. Right now I'm removing the mint tape off of the dies and die cut pieces, and I'll lay all of those on top of my die cutting machine for now. I like the nice clean look of the die cuts when using the magic mat. If you haven't tried it before, you simply substitute one of the acrylic plates with a magic mat. And the magic mat lasts way longer than acrylic plates. Next, I'll cut out the pieces I need from some yellow cardstock. I'll do the fluff on the end of the fox's tail, the chest of the fox, the sides of the fox's face, and also the center of 3 flowers. There's only one small circle die that's for the center of the flowers, so I will need to cut that out 3 times. I'll place all of the dies in the corner of the yellow cardstock, trying to use as little paper as possible. Then I'll reuse the pieces of mint tape since they're still very sticky. I love stamp sets, but I really enjoy using dies because I'm able to use up some of my scrap pieces of cardstock and pattern paper, especially with fun images like the fox. The leftover cardstock from this set of cards I'll tuck into the paper pad and use another time. I also have a large set of drawers where I store all of my cardstock scraps. It's the first place I go when I'm doing die cutting. My daughter loves to craft with me, and she knows she's welcome to any paper that's in the set of drawers. And most of the time, I'll share all of my crafty goodies with her. I also have her trained to cut up instead of down when she's die cutting. She's been my crafty buddy since she was able to hold a pair of scissors. And I did start her fairly young. I think she was about 2 or 2.5 when I gave her a pair of safety scissors. And before that, she used to dig around in my scrap bin and mix and match the pattern paper pieces. She's a teenager now and prefers digital art, but once in a while she'll still sit down and make a card with me. I cherish those moments together since I know one day she'll be off on her own. I've popped out all of the die cuts except the tiny circle for the center of the flower. That piece is fairly small, so I did grab Spellbinder's tool-in-one. I'm using the piercing side to pop out that small yellow circle. And this tool is included in Scrapbook.com's Black Platinum 6 bundle. The opposite side is a brush, and it works great for intricate dies to remove all those tiny little bits. Now I'll cut out 2 more of those tiny little yellow circles, since my card will feature 3 flowers. I'm still reusing the mint tape. Probably could have ripped it in half for this tiny little die since I completely covered it up with that large piece of tape. I'll use the tool-in-one to pop out that tiny piece. Then I'll run it through the machine one more time to get the final center for my 3 flowers. I will admit in this video I used a brand new magic mat. The other one I'm currently using definitely has a lot of wear, but it's still going, no cracks, and I do a lot of die cutting. And it's nice that you can use a heat tool to re-flatten your mat since they do get warped when you use them. I've cut out the final flower center and I'll just pop that out using the tool-in-one. Now I can set aside all the yellow die cut pieces. The next cardstock color I'll be using is this lovely peachy pink color. Even though I'm using a fall paper collection, I love that they've included teal and pink colors. It's fun using some non-traditional seasonal colors. I'll be cutting out 3 flowers, 2 of the larger flower, 1 of the smaller flowers, and I'm also using this color for the inside of the fox's ears. I'll put all of those dies in the upper corner, hold them in place with some mint tape, then I'll run it through my die cut machine. Since I will need 2 of the larger flowers, I'll need to run that die through again to get the second flower. The die piece that has the inside of the ears also has the eyes and the nose for the fox. And I like that they've made it one die, because if you had individual dies for the eyes and the nose, they'd be super tiny. Having that larger die makes it much easier. Even though I won't need that pink color, you're less likely to lose it since it is a larger piece. I've had dies before that are so tiny, they've just gone missing. I'm using the piercing side of the tool-in-one. I've already popped out the inside of the ears. I'll also pop out the eyes and the nose, although I won't be using them. Now I'll cut out that last larger flower. Once I get that cut out, I'll be finished with this peachy pink color. Next, I'll move on to the eyes, the nose, and the legs of the fox. Instead of bringing in another cardstock color, I'll be using some of the brown tone-on-tone pattern paper. It's a really dark brown, and cutting out these tiny pieces, you won't see a lot of that tone-on-tone pattern. For something like this with teeny tiny pieces, this is a great time to dig through your scrap bin. After cutting out the main parts of the card, I have this small square piece of the brown tone-on-tone paper, and that's what I'll be using. And I'm laying the die on the scrap, so I'll just get the eyes and the nose, since I don't need the inside of the ears. The 3 pieces for the legs are also all on one die, so it makes it super easy to cut them out. I'll run those through my die machine. With such dark brown paper, I wasn't sure if the pieces were stuck on the mat. I was rubbing my finger over the magic mat just to see if those pieces were there. Although I could have just looked at the piece in my hand and realized it was still in the die. I'll use the piercing side of the tool-in-one to pop out the eyes and the nose. And the eyes are super tiny, so be careful not to lose them. I now have all of the pieces for my fox and the flowers, so I'll start working on the sentiment. The sentiment is hello. There's 1 die for the word and 1 die for the outline. I'll cut out the outline from some of the orange cardstock. I'll use a pair of scissors to trim off just a small piece of the orange cardstock. For the word hello, I'm using one of the scraps of the brown tone-on-tone pattern paper. I wanted to use a color that had good contrast against the orange cardstock. I'll use a pair of scissors to cut just a small piece. Then I'll adhere the die to the paper using some mint tape. By trimming down the paper, I'll be able to cut out both of the pieces at the same time. I love that the sentiment hello was included on the fox set. It's always nice to have good general sentiments like hello, since you can use those cards for pretty much any card theme. The fox die set does include a pumpkin, but otherwise, I think you could use this set any time of year, especially with a sentiment like hello. I love having lots of general sentiment cards on hand. hello, thank you, thinking of you, and happy birthday are probably my most used sentiments other than Christmas. What card theme do you make the most of? I know some people are strictly Christmas card makers, others make tons of birthday cards. I think it really depends on what you do with your cards. Do you send your cards to friends and family? Do you sell your cards? Or maybe you share your cards with others? I do send out quite a few cards to friends and family, but I also like to share my cards with others. Every month, I take cards to the residents at a local retirement home. I include a handwritten message on the inside. These cards go to the residents as happy mail. I also share some of my cards with a local charity, and several times a year, I'll pack a full box of cards to send to Scrapbook.com's Cards for Kindness. It's a great way to share your handmade cards. If you're interested in more details, visit creativekindness.org. Currently, I'm using the piercing side of the tool-in-one to remove the letters for the word hello. The letters are all cut out separately, and I love the fun design of the second L. It has a loopy tail. And since I did use a dark brown pattern paper, it's hard to see on the black magic mat. The die that has the letters hello is a 2-in-1. You get the letters and also the little outline that goes around the letters, so you could use either piece. My card will feature the individual letters. I'm cutting out one final piece. I'm using the outline of the word hello with a piece of vellum. It's fun to add that extra layer of vellum, especially behind a sentiment. I'll remove the die and pop out that vellum die cut piece. Now that I have all of the card layers and the die cuts, I can start assembling the first card. I'll put the measurements in the upper left-hand corner in case you want to see them again while I assemble the card. I'll start with the background layer. I have the brown tone-on-tone pattern paper, some teal cardstock, and the leaf pattern paper. I'm using the deluxe adhesive roller to attach all of these layers together. I'll add some tape to all of the outside edges and a little extra in the middle. No matter who the card recipient will be, I always make sure to use enough adhesive. I feel that if I'm spending all this time to make a card, I want to make sure it'll stay put together. After adding adhesive on the back of the leaf paper, I'll layer it on the teal cardstock, and each layer is 1/4 of an inch larger than the next piece, so it'll leave an 1/8 of an inch border. Next, I'll add adhesive on the back of the teal piece. Do the same thing, layer it on the brown tone-on-tone pattern paper. As you can see, I don't use any fancy tools to get my layers nice and even. I really do eyeball it. But I find the easiest way is to start on one end, line up those 3 edges. So I'm looking at the end closest to me at the bottom of the screen and the right and left side. And before laying the piece down, I glance at that 4th end and make sure it looks fairly even all the way around. If the border on the 4th end is just slightly too wide, that's okay, I can easily trim that off. After putting adhesive on the back of the brown pattern paper, I'll add my card front onto a card base, and I always do this upside down. And the only reason I do that, I find it easier to line up when that edge is closest to me. Otherwise, I'd need to lean over the card, and I don't want to get my head in the video. Now I'll add adhesive on the back of the brown border piece and adhere it toward the bottom of the card, about 1 inch up from the bottom. To help get the border nice and straight, you can always use the lines on a craft mat. I generally eyeball it, and I will lift up my card slightly since it gives me a better perspective. Now I'll layer the 2 teal rectangle pieces together, and this is where I'll add the adorable fox image. I'll put adhesive on the back of the smaller rectangle and layer it on top of the slightly larger rectangle. I'm creating a 1/16 inch border around that piece. Then I'll add adhesive on the back of the rectangle and adhere it toward the center of the card, about 3/4 of an inch down from the very top. On either side of the rectangle, it's about 7/8 of an inch. Since I will be eyeballing the placement for this rectangle, you'll see me lift my card just slightly. That just gives me a better angle without leaning over the card. So there is the main design of the card, just needs an image and a sentiment. And here you can see I have the fold of the card at the top. I'll remove the card measurement sheet and bring in all of the die cut pieces for the fox and also the 3 flowers. I have them just off screen so they're not very far. I'll separate out all of the pieces, making sure I didn't lose any along the way. This has happened to me before. When I prep cards for my videos, I love to make multiples. That means I'll have 2 sets of pattern paper all cut, 2 sets of die cuts, and any other pieces I'm adding to my card. So if my card has lots of little die cut pieces, sometimes one of those pieces tends to disappear. I'll have to pause the video, go cut out another piece, and generally by the time I'm done recording the video, I'll find that missing piece. Now that I've laid out all of the die cut pieces and verified everything's there, it's time to assemble this adorable fox. When all of the pieces are laid out, it does look a little intimidating, but the fox is very easy to assemble. I'll set aside the card for now so I have a little more space to assemble the fox. I recommend using a pair of reverse tweezers and some glue. I'll be using Honeybee Stamps Precision Tip Glue. It has a nice narrow tip, makes it much easier to get on those tiny little die cut pieces. I'm starting with the fox's tail. I'll put glue on the back of the yellow tip and adhere it to the very end of the fox's tail. And I'll hold that piece up, making sure everything is lined up evenly. Then I'll add glue on the back of the tail and add it to the outline piece of the fox. After adhering the tail piece down, I'll lift up the entire outline. If it's not perfectly lined up, I'll simply use my scissors and nudge that piece in place. That's the nice thing about using glue. You usually have a little bit of wiggle time before it completely adheres. Next, I'll work on the body of the fox. I'm adding the yellow chest piece. Just adhere that at the very top. I used fairly traditional colors for my fox, but just think of all the fun color possibilities. I usually choose colors that match with the pattern paper, so going with a very traditional orange fox worked nicely for this card. I think a gray, white, or maybe brown fox would be super cute, and of course a pink fox, which you may see later on in the video. After attaching the body of the fox, now I'll start working on the head. Put some glue on the back. Now this piece doesn't match exactly with that outline. You can see the nose of the fox does come down into the yellow chest area. I chose yellow cardstock for the sides of the fox's face. I'll put glue on the back and adhere the right side first. And this one's easy to line up if you go with that little notch at the very end of the piece. The side that has more of a curved area faces upward. I want to make sure to line up that tip nicely since the nose will sit right on top. I'll hold up the fox and use my scissors to gently nudge that die cut piece in place. Then I'll add glue on the back of the left side, match up that little notch on the very end. I'll also line up the very tip at the bottom where I'll be adding the fox's nose. It's always fun to watch an image come together. Sometimes all those little individual die cut pieces don't look like much, but while you start gluing them together, you can see the adorable critter coming to life. Now I'll attach the inside of the fox's ears, and I cut this out from the peachy pink cardstock color. The pieces are getting a little bit smaller, so I only need just a tiny drop of glue. I'll first attach the piece on the left, then I'll add the inside piece on the right ear. I'm not sure how I ever survived without a pair of reverse tweezers. Makes it so much easier when you're assembling die cut pieces. I know when I first started crafting, I had a regular pair of tweezers, and then I discovered reverse tweezers really does make a big difference. The next pieces I'll add are the fox's legs. There's the two longer front legs, and you'll see just a tiny bit of the back leg since the fox is sitting down. I'll add the leg on the left first. You may not be able to see it in the video. At the very bottom of the fox's body are some small bumps, and that helps you line up the fox's legs. After making sure the left leg is nice and straight, I'll put glue on the back of the right front leg and adhere it down. Got a little extra glue and I just wiped that away with my finger. It's much easier to clean off the glue on my finger than extra glue on my fox die cut. Now I'll attach the very back leg. It's really more of its paw sticking out. With such a small piece, I need just the tiniest drop of glue. Then I'll adhere it in place. Now I'll start working on the fox's face. I'll start with the nose. I'll add glue directly onto the fox die cut, just putting that small drop between the two yellow pieces. Using my reverse tweezers, I'll add the nose. This is where the fox image really starts to come to life by adding the nose and the eyes. Trying to make sure to get that nose straight. Don't want it more on one side than the other. Then I'll gently press it down with my finger. Now I'll add the eyes. Wanted to make sure to have a nice clean glue tip. So off screen, I did clean the tip with a baby wipe. Sometimes when you have your glue laying out for a bit, it starts to sort of gum up on the end. And I wanted a nice clean tip to add the tiniest drop of glue to adhere the eyes. To pick up the eye die cut pieces, I'm using the reverse tweezers. I'm not opening the tweezers to pick up the piece. I'm just lightly pressing the very tip of the tweezers onto the eye die cut, and it's holding it just enough so I can place the eye onto the fox. I noticed they weren't very straight, so I am using my fingers to nudge them in place. Once I'm happy with the placement of both of the eyes, I'll lightly put my finger on top and wipe away some of the extra glue. It will dry clear, but it's always nice to remove any excess. Now I'll assemble the 3 flowers. I have 2 larger flowers and 1 smaller, but they all have the same centerpiece. I'll put some glue on the back of the yellow circle and adhere it to the center of each of the flowers. For a little more variety, I think it would be fun to layer the 2 flowers together. But for my card, I will be using the individual flower sizes. I have 1 final piece to adhere to the center of the smaller flower. For a spring or summer card, I think adding the small flower to the top of the fox's head would be super cute. Now that I have my fox and flowers all assembled, I'll start working on the hello sentiment. I'll start by adding the individual letters onto the orange background. I'll be using glue to adhere the letters in place, but another option would be to use double-sided adhesive sheets. By adding a piece on the back of the cardstock and then die cutting out the word, it would create a sticker, so there would be adhesive on the back of the hello letters. I personally don't mind using glue. I like to have that tiny bit of wiggle room to get everything adjusted. I'll start with the letter H and work my way to the right. It's nice that they included the outline of the word. Really helps that sentiment pop. You could also use the letters individually if you don't want that outline. The letters are pretty skinny, so you'd want to make sure there's enough contrast between the color of the letters and the background so they don't get lost on your card or project. After attaching the E, I'll start working on the middle letter L. I really like how the second L has a longer tail at the bottom, and the O is fairly small since it sits right above the tail of the L. I think it gives the sentiment a little extra flair. When adhering the letters onto the outline piece, I'm trying to place them in the center so there's even spacing all around each of the letters. I'm working on the fancier L. Put glue on the back and I'll adhere it in place. Then I'll be on to the final letter O. I'm being very careful not to add too much glue on the back side. I don't want it oozing out on the front. If I notice any areas with extra glue, I'll just wipe it away with my finger. I really like the size of the hello sentiment. Works nicely with the fox image, but it's still large enough you could have it featured on your card with some pretty pattern paper. Once I have all of the letters adhered in place, I'll flip over the outline, put glue on the back, and I'll adhere it onto the vellum outline die cut piece. I'm creating a drop shadow with the vellum, so you'll only see a tiny bit of it. When adhering the two pieces together, I'm offsetting them just slightly. Now you can see the vellum on the left and bottom sides of the sentiment. I think it adds just that little extra detail. The main portion of the card is ready and all of the die cut images and sentiments are assembled. So now it's time to add them to the card. I will be popping up the fox and also the sentiment. For foam dimension, I'm using Scrapbook.com's double-sided foam adhesive shapes. These are the mini squares. They sell a variety of options with their foam dimension. There's thin strips, there's larger squares, they have circles, and also rolls of dimension. I like to keep a variety of different foam dimension on hand. When adding the squares to the back of the fox and hello, I'll make sure to get good coverage. I don't want one area to sag down. I'll add 3 foam squares behind the fox's head, putting 2 of them up toward the ears. I have 4 on the back of the body and 4 on the tail. Made sure to put 1 toward the bottom of the tail. As I'm adding the foam on the back of the sentiment, I'm making sure not to put any pieces where it will be visible through the vellum. So I'm really focusing to add them behind the orange cardstock piece. I'll make sure to get good coverage. There are some areas behind the sentiment that are a little narrower than the squares. So I will use a pair of scissors to trim one of the foam squares in half. I know the foam squares are already really small, but sometimes you need an even smaller piece of foam. I'll add 1 piece behind the letter O and the other piece toward the top of the letter H. There are times where I don't want to add foam dimension, but I do want to pop up the image or sentiment just slightly. So instead, I'll use scrap pieces of cardstock. As paper crafters, I think we all have scraps of cardstock lying around, so it's a great way to use those up and add that little bit of dimension to your card or project. If I'm using scrap cardstock, I'll either cut them out using the same dies, or I'll just cut smaller pieces, making sure they won't be visible from the front of the card. After I remove the release paper, I'll add the fox and then the sentiment. And bear with me here for a moment. Before recording this video, I had just cut and painted my nails, and I feel like every time I paint my nails, I lose that edge. So I'm struggling just a bit to remove that release paper. I do find the easiest way is to press it down first, then you can catch the edge and remove it. So while I'm working on that, let me ask you a question. If you had the choice between pattern paper or dies, what would you choose? And you can only have one. As much as I love using dies, I would probably still lean toward the pattern paper. Pattern paper was my first love when I started making cards. Of course, at that time, there really weren't very many dies available. And the first dies I ever owned were just simple shapes. They didn't have all the fun options that they do now. Dies are nice since you can reuse them again and again. And yes, a paper pad really is a one-time thing, although you can make lots of cards or projects from a single paper pad. For me personally, there's just something about finishing off a paper pad. I feel like I've accomplished something big in the craft world. Now that I've removed the release paper from the fox, I'll adhere him or her onto the teal rectangle box. Then I'll start working on removing the release paper on the sentiment. I'll do the same thing. I'll press down on the foam square first, then peel off the little backer piece. it does make it a little easier to remove. At the beginning of the class, I talked briefly about when I started making cards. I think it's funny that I thought it would be cheaper to make the cards versus buy the birth announcements. Did anyone else have the same line of thought when they started making cards? Of course, we now realize it would have been cheaper to just purchase those cards, but I have no regrets since I really do enjoy the entire paper crafting process. It's fun to look back at some of my original cards and see how much I've changed, but there are still some areas that I've stayed the same. I've always enjoyed adding lots of layers to my cards. The one thing that I changed that's made the biggest difference in my cards now is switching to a heavier weight cardstock for my card bases. For my earlier cards, I used maybe a 65-pound weight cardstock, and now I won't use anything less than 100 pounds. Now that I've removed all of the release paper, I can add my sentiment underneath the fox. I'm trying to make sure to get it centered and also straight on the card. Then I'll press it down firmly. Now I'll add the 3 flowers. I'll add 2 in the upper left-hand corner, 1 larger flower and also the smaller flower. To adhere them in place, I'm using glue. Put just a little bit in the center of each of the flowers. The larger flower will be above the smaller flower. Then the final large flower, I'll put glue on the back and adhere it on the right side of the card above the sentiment and kind of below the fox. I'm using the die-cut flower images as embellishments on the card. Even though it is more of a fall-themed card with the leaves in the background, I think the flowers add a lovely detail. For that last flower, I was rotating it, trying to figure out what direction I like the best. For a final finishing touch, I'll add a little bit of sparkle to the inside of the fox's ears using the pink glitter brush marker. Scrapbook.com has a variety of different colors for their glitter markers, including clear, but I think the pink works really well for this card. I'll make sure to cover that entire area of the inside of the ear, and now it has this beautiful sparkle. And the nice thing about the glitter brush, it's not loose glitter, so it won't make a mess. There is my finished card, and I did make 2 using this design. This fox is absolutely adorable. I know I'll get a lot of use out of this die set. Now moving on to card design number 2. The paper needed for this card is a sheet of the red gingham, the floral paper with the yellow background, just a tiny scrap of the brown tone-on-tone foliage piece. For solid colors, I'll be using light brown, yellow, some of the peachy pink, orange, and also a little bit of white cardstock. I already have my card base creased and folded. I'm making another vertical card, and I have that fold on the short side. Let's start by cutting out the pattern paper and smooth cardstock pieces. I've printed out the measurements. For the very background of the card, I'll have some of the brown cardstock. I'm cutting this at 4 1/8 of an inch by 5 3/8 of an inch. Next, I'll trim down the floral paper, 4 inches by 5 1/4 inches. So my brown cardstock layer is just 1/8 of an inch larger than the pattern paper. The floral pattern paper is just beautiful. The colors are perfect for fall, but I think it would also work well for a summer card. I'm not a plant person, but isn't it usually late summer when the dahlias and mums are all blooming? I think this pattern paper would be perfect for an August birthday card. Next, I'll cut the gingham pattern paper, 2 3/4 of an inch by 3 1/4 of an inch. For the brown image layer, I'll cut it at 2 1/4 of an inch by 2 3/4 of an inch. And the white image background piece will be 2 by 2 1/2 inches. The white cardstock is the same cardstock I'm using for the card base. This is the Nina Solar White, 110 pounds. Next, I'll cut the red banner, and this is where I'll be adding the sentiment. I'm cutting it at 3 3/8 of an inch by 1 1/8 of an inch. I know I've said red and orange for this color. It's a reddish orange. Now that I've cut out all of the pieces for the main portion of the card, we'll start assembling. I'll be using the deluxe adhesive roller again. I'll start by adding adhesive on the back side of the white cardstock, but then I remembered I'm not ready for that yet, so I will set that aside. Instead, I'll layer the brown cardstock piece on the gingham pattern paper. So I'll put adhesive on the back side along those edges and layer those two pieces together. The two pieces are 1/2 inch difference in size since I wanted to leave a nice wide border of the gingham pattern paper. With the background floral paper being so busy, I'm adding extra layers so my image will really pop on the card. If you have too many busy designs, your image or sentiment can really get lost. Bringing in layers of solid cardstock is a great way to tone down those busy designs. I'll set aside the image box for now and start working on the background. Put adhesive on the back of the floral paper, adding a strip along the outside edge and also one diagonally. Then I'll layer it on the light brown cardstock. The brown cardstock piece is 1/8 of an inch larger than the floral paper. So when I layer them together, it's creating 1/16 inch of a border. I only wanted that very narrow border around the floral paper. If you prefer a wider border, I would suggest cutting the brown cardstock layer to the full A2 size, 4¼ inches by 5½ inches. After putting adhesive on the back of the brown cardstock, I'll add my card front onto a card base. And for this card, I'm leaving 1/8 of an inch of the white card base showing. So without adding any additional cardstock layers, I've still created another border around my card. And I really like the look of the white frame. Next, I'll cut a fishtail on both ends of the red banner piece. I find the easiest way to do this is to cut a short slit on one end. Take your scissors and go from the corner to the end of the slit. Then I flip over that piece and do the same thing, simply because I'm not very good at doing it on the opposite side. Then I'll flip it around and do the same thing on the other end. And if you don't get your banner perfectly cut, that's okay. I don't get mine cut perfectly all the time. You can always go back and trim off a little bit more. Next, I'll put adhesive on the back of the banner and adhere it toward the bottom of the card, about 3/8 of an inch from the bottom. Here's something I've noticed I do all of the time. This banner doesn't really have a front or back side. It's the same color on either side, yet I still flipped it over to put adhesive on the back side. And I also do that with the other solid cardstock pieces. Even though there's not a front or back, I don't know if it's just become a habit from using pattern paper, but I always do it with solid cardstock. And it really seems like an unnecessary step, but I'm sure I'll keep doing it as long as I'm crafting. Off screen, I've done all of the die cutting. It's the same images I used on the previous card. I'll have the fox, the sentiment hello, and 2 flowers, this time just 2 of the smallest size flower. This card will feature a pink fox. It's that peachy pink cardstock color. I've spread out all of the die cut pieces, just verifying I still have everything. Then I'll grab my reverse tweezers, precision tip glue, and start by assembling the sentiment. I cut out the background sentiment piece from the light brown cardstock, and using the main sentiment die, I cut it out from Nina white cardstock. Now instead of using the individual letters, this time I'm using that outline piece. I'll hold the die cut with my tweezers, put glue on the back side, and layer the 2 pieces together. If you don't like gluing all those individual letters, this is a great alternative. I like that they have both options on the die set. And I did save the individual letters from the white cardstock, and I'll use it on another card. I'm putting a very light coat of glue all along that outline. Want to make sure to get good coverage. When I layer the 2 pieces together, they match up perfectly. After placing the outline on top, I will use my fingers to shift them just slightly to make sure they're perfectly lined up together. To finish the sentiment, I'll still need to attach the inside portion of the O. You can see the small circle sitting up there by the flower. Without that piece, the sentiment does look a little odd. After I put glue on the back, I'll adhere it in place. With the busier papers on this card, having the white outline for the sentiment will really help it stand out. Once I have my sentiment all assembled, I'll set that aside and start working on the fox. I cut out the outline of the fox from the peachy pink cardstock, and this time I didn't cut out a body. You may also notice I don't have the legs or the tail. Now don't be alarmed, but I will be cutting off the fox's tail. Even though the die image does include the entire fox's body, you don't have to use all of it on your card. Sometimes it's fun to change things up a bit. And since I'm not using the entire fox's body, I'll have less pieces to glue together. The main colors of the fox are the peachy pink for the main body. I'm using the light brown cardstock for the chest and the sides of the face of the fox. The inside of the ears, I'm using the reddish orange cardstock. And for the eyes and the nose, I cut those out from the brown tone-on-tone pattern paper. I'll start by adding the chest area of the fox. Then I'll put glue on the back and adhere the head on top. I'll use my fingers to gently nudge that piece so I make sure to get everything lined up nicely. Now I'll add the two brown pieces for the side of the fox's head. Start with the piece on the right. For my cards today, I decided to just use solid cardstock for the fox image, but you could also use pattern paper, or you could add a little extra detail with ink, do a little bit of ink blending on the edges, maybe add extra detail with a pen. There are so many different options where you could dress up your adorable fox image. But even if you choose to just use solid cardstock, it'll still be absolutely adorable. After I've attached the sides of the fox's face, just pushing those pieces to make sure they're lined up evenly, I'll add the inside of the ears. Put just that small drop of glue, and I did have a little too much glue and I just wiped it off with the tip. With Christmas just around the corner, I was just thinking the fox would look super cute with a Santa hat. Scrapbook.com has their build and layer bear die set, and it includes a Santa hat, and I think it's the perfect size for the fox. It's always fun to have different die sets that you can mix and match and use together. I just have one more inside piece of the ear to attach. After attaching that piece, I will use my finger to lightly nudge it. I didn't get it as straight as I wanted at first. So now all I have left is the nose and the eyes. I'll add a drop of glue where the nose will go, since this is a fairly small piece, but I am still able to pick it up with the tweezers. After adding a small drop of glue, I'll attach the nose. Then I'll press down on it lightly with my finger. Then the final step on the fox is to add the eyes. When I'm squeezing the glue, I'm trying to do it super gentle so I don't get a big blob of glue out, since I only need a tiny little drop. The fox isn't sitting up perfectly straight. She's leaning slightly to the right. When adding the eyes, you'll want the eye on the left just slightly higher than the eye on the right. It'll give the fox a more balanced look. Although when I place the eyes, I noticed quickly that mine were not very even, so I am using my finger to nudge up that left eye just a bit. Once I'm happy with the placement, I'll lightly press my finger on top, and that will remove some of the excess glue. I usually have a wet baby wipe on hand while I'm crafting, so I can remove any glue off my fingers. Final images to assemble are the two small yellow flowers. I cut out the inside from the peachy pink cardstock. Put a drop of glue on the back and adhere those two pieces together. Once I have both of the yellow flowers assembled, it's time to add my fox image onto the white cardstock panel. For this card, I'll be gluing down the fox directly onto the cardstock. I'll add glue on the back side of the fox, not worrying about the very bottom area. but I'll make sure to get glue all the way behind the ears and the very sides of the fox. Then I'll adhere my fox onto the white cardstock panel. So you can see the very bottom of the fox is going off the edge. Once I'm happy with the placement, I'll flip over the panel, wipe away some of that extra glue with my finger, since I had a little bit on the bottom of the fox there. I'll use a pair of scissors to trim off the overhang, and I find this easier to do with the panel flipped upside down. So now the very bottom of the fox will be flush with that white cardstock panel. Next, I'll add the fox image onto the gingham and brown cardstock frame. And I'm just using glue since it was right there. Since I did use glue instead of a tape runner, it's easy to push that piece around to get a nice even border around the fox. Even without her fluffy tail, the fox still looks super sweet, and she really pops against the white cardstock background. I will be adding some foam dimension on the back of the fox frame piece. This time I'm using Scrapbook.com's foam adhesive tape roll. This is the 1/4 of an inch size. I'll put one piece all around the outside edge and also 2 small pieces in the center just to make sure there's even coverage. All of their foam dimension cuts easily with a pair of scissors, but they do offer a wide variety of different sizes. After adding 2 final pieces, I'll remove the release paper. Popping up the image panel is another way to help it stand out from the busy floral background. Then I'll attach the fox image slightly above the reddish-orange banner. I want to make sure to leave enough space to add the sentiment. You can see just the bottom of the gingham frame sitting on top of that banner. I'm attaching the fox frame about 1/2 inch down from the top. And on either side of the fox, it's about 5/8 of an inch. Next, I'll add the sentiment hello underneath the fox frame. I'll put glue on the back and try to center the sentiment on the banner. I'll use my reverse tweezers to hold the die cut in place while I add glue on the back side. Since I want the fox to be the main feature on the card, I decided not to pop up the sentiment. But the sentiment still stands out on the card, having that nice white outline. I'll gently place the sentiment onto the card, and I want to make sure to get it nice and straight before I really push it down. I'll tilt my card up slightly for a different angle just to make sure the sentiment is straight. For embellishments, I'll add the 2 small yellow flowers, and I will be popping these up with the mini square foam dimension. Since they are fairly small, I only need 1 small square piece on the back of each of the flowers. Press down on that foam dimension so it's easier to remove the release paper. Then I'll adhere the 2 flowers on either side of the sentiment. I'll use my reverse tweezers to hold the flowers. Add the flower on the right side first, then the flower on the left, trying to get them evenly placed. Using yellow for the flowers adds just that subtle little touch without distracting from the feature fox image. For a final finishing touch on the card, I'll add that little bit of sparkle using the pink glitter brush marker. I'm using it on the inside of the fox's ears and also the very center of the flowers. And it will darken those pieces just slightly since it is a pink glitter marker. I really like this sparkly look, so I am going over the center of the flowers a couple times with the marker. And there is my finished card. I love how this one turned out. The fox is sitting there so sweetly in the little frame. Since I love making multiples of the same card, I did make 2. Even though they are the same card design, they're not exactly the same. There's always those slight differences whenever you have a handmade craft. For card design number 3, we'll be using the leaf pattern paper, some of the light brown, teal, reddish orange, yellow smooth cardstock, and also some Neenah cardstock for the card base. And I've already creased mine. This card will be horizontal, unlike the other 2 that were vertical. I've printed out all of the measurements. We'll go ahead and cut down the pattern paper and smooth cardstock. I'll start with the brown background layer. cutting this one down to 5 3/8 of an inch by 4 1/8 of an inch. And using that same sheet, I'll be able to cut all 3 of the brown pieces. The brown image layer is 4.5 inches by 2 1/4 inches. And I'll use that last bit to cut the brown sentiment layer. This piece is 3 inches by 1 1/8 of an inch. Now I'll cut the leaf pattern paper. This one will be 5 1/4 of an inch by 4 inches. I love this leaf pattern paper. It's so pretty with the dark brown color in the background and lots of pretty autumn leaves. The final piece will be the yellow image layer. This will be 4 1/4 of an inch by 2 inches. So now I have all my pattern paper and solid cardstock pieces. We'll start assembling using an adhesive roller. I'll set the sentiment layer aside for now. I'll start with the yellow paper, put adhesive on the back. I'll make sure to get adhesive all along all of the edges. Then I'll layer it on the brown cardstock layer. And that piece is 1/4 of an inch larger, so the matted border is 1/8 of an inch. To get a nice even border, I'll first line up 3 sides, and before completely laying down that piece, I'm checking the right side to make sure I have a nice even border all around. Now I'll add adhesive on the back of the leaf pattern paper, again putting it all along the edges, and also an extra strip diagonally. Then I'll layer it on the last brown cardstock piece. Now this time the cardstock layer is 1/8 of an inch larger, so that matted border is 1/16 of an inch. I'll flip over this piece, add adhesive all along the edge of the brown cardstock, also putting that diagonal strip in the center. Then I'll add my card front onto a card base, leaving 1/8 of an inch of the white card base showing. To line it up, I'll start on the folded side. I'm looking at the pattern paper, trying to decide which direction I want it to go. Doesn't really matter since it isn't direction specific. As I'm adhering my card front, I'm looking at the 3 sides. That folded side, which is at the bottom of the screen, and the right and left. And if I'm not happy with the placement, I will lift it up to readjust, then try again. I want to make sure to get a nice even border with the card base. Now I'll put adhesive on the back of the image layer. Make sure to put a strip along the outside edge and one in the center. Then I'll adhere it to the card, and I'm putting it about 3/4 of an inch down from the top, and that leaves about 3/8 of an inch on either side of that image box. I'm leaving a wider area of the pattern paper toward the bottom of the card, since that's where I'll add the sentiment. I won't attach the brown sentiment layer yet, just laying it on top. Then I'll set aside my card. Now I'm bringing in this scrap of the leaf pattern paper. I'll be using the same fox die set, but this card won't have a fox. Instead, I'll be using one of the accessory images, the pumpkin. There's a solid piece for the pumpkin and also a separate die for the stem. I'm using the leaf pattern paper for the stem. I'll be cutting the stems out of the dark brown color on the background of the pattern paper. I'll place the die in an area where it's not touching any of the images, and I'll hold the die in place using a piece of mint tape. The stem is pretty small, so it was easy to find an area on the pattern paper without touching any of the images. I'll grab my Spellbinders Platinum 6 die machine. I'll set aside the other items so I can cut this out. Now if you want an even darker brown color for the pumpkin stems, you can use the back side of the leaf pattern paper. I'll place the pattern paper on my pink acrylic plate. I have the cutting side facing up. I'll put my magic mat on top and run it through my die cutting machine. Now I'll pull off the piece of mint tape and pop out that tiny little pumpkin stem. The tiny die cut piece popped right out, so I didn't need to bring in the tool-in-one to poke it through. Now I'll cut out 2 more, doing the same thing, just finding different areas on the pattern paper, going for that very solid brown color. So here are all 3 of the pumpkin stems. Of course, I'll need some pumpkins as well. Off screen, I did cut out 3 pumpkins from the reddish orange smooth cardstock. Now I'll attach the pumpkin stem onto the pumpkin. Pulled out the precision tip glue and also a pair of reverse tweezers. Since that pumpkin stem is fairly small, I'm adding just a small drop of glue on the background of the pumpkin. Then I'll pick up this stem, line it up, and adhere it in place. The pumpkin image is perfect for fall or Thanksgiving cards, and it would also work for Halloween cards. You could create a fun little jack-o'-lantern face on each of them. I'm hoping you can see it in the video. The dies add a fun etch detail to the pumpkins. I've always enjoyed using different dies for my cards. When I first started crafting, the only die sets I owned were shapes: circles, ovals, rectangles. I believe the very first die set I ever purchased was a circle set, and I thought that was a game changer since I didn't have to use all the other tools that were available to cut out that perfect circle. Now there are so many die sets available, image, sentiments, tons of different shapes, and I especially love when they add the fun etch detail. When my daughter was in elementary school, I volunteered in her class. It was probably kindergarten, maybe first grade. The teacher was having me prep items for an upcoming project. The kids were going to create a paper snowman. She gave me a bunch of construction paper and a pair of scissors and asked me to cut out tons of circles. And I'm looking at her thinking, there's no way I can actually cut out a circle just freehand. So instead, I took home the paper, used my circle dies, came back the next day with lots of different sizes of perfect circles. And I cut out enough for that year's class and probably the next one. She was very happy. I'm gluing all 3 of the pumpkins onto the yellow border. I'm using the grid lines on my craft mat. Started with the pumpkin in the middle to try to get it nice and centered. Then I adhered the pumpkin on the right and finally the pumpkin on the left. After attaching that last pumpkin, I realized that center one wasn't as straight as I wanted it. The glue hadn't dried completely, so I was able to lift up that pumpkin, put more glue on the back side, and add my pumpkin to the center. It's always nice when you can save your little oopses on your card, and I do make them all the time. I'll lightly press down on the pumpkin, making sure all of the edges are adhered. Now I'll start working on the sentiment, doing another hello card. I cut out the background from some vellum and also the teal smooth cardstock. And for the letters, I used some of the Nina cardstock. I'll adhere all of the letters onto the teal outline piece, using my reverse tweezers to pick up those small pieces, adding just a little bit of glue on the back side and centering them on the outline. With the leaf pattern paper and the pumpkins, this card definitely has that fall-autumn feel. With the general sentiment hello, this card will be perfect for a fall card, maybe a fall birthday card. You could also use it for a Thanksgiving card. There are lots of options when you go with that basic hello sentiment. This set of cards I'm making today, I will probably stamp Happy Thanksgiving on the inside. Then I'll add a handwritten message, and the cards will be going to the residents at a nearby retirement home. I have 2 more letters to adhere. That last L with the fun little tail. And finally, the small O. Making sure not to get too much glue on the back side. I know this is the 3rd card and I've already said it, but this is such a fun sentiment for hello. I love how the O just sits on top of the tail of the 2nd L. Once I've glued down all of the letters, I'll flip over this piece, put more glue on the back side, and adhere it onto the vellum outline. And I'm offsetting it slightly so you'll see the drop shadow of vellum on the left and bottom of the sentiment. I'll press down gently to adhere those 2 pieces together, then I'll set it aside. After lifting up the sentiment, I see all of the glue I'm getting on my craft mat. For now, I'll just wipe it away with my finger. I've never claimed to be a neat crafter. I get glue on my fingers and craft mat all the time. Next, I'll be attaching the brown sentiment layer. Half of it will sit on the image box, that yellow background, and the other half will hang off. For the area of the sentiment background piece that goes off of the image box, I will be adding some scrap pieces of the smooth cardstock. I grabbed some of the brown, but any color will work since it won't be visible. I cut out 2 narrow strips, and they don't need to be perfectly straight. I didn't even bother with my trimmer, I just used a pair of scissors. I'll add some adhesive on the bottom portion of that sentiment layer, add one of the cardstock strips, put some more adhesive on the back, and add that second layer. Then I'll put glue on the back and attach my sentiment box onto the card. By adding those 2 cardstock layers, now that sentiment piece will be nice and level. Without it, the very bottom would sort of hang down and add a noticeable dent. I don't know about you, but I always have scraps of cardstock lying around. This is a great way to use some of those up, plus it gives your card a more finished look. If you try this design without those cardstock scraps and one with, you'll probably notice the difference. I've looked at older cards where I didn't add those extra layers, and there really is a difference. Next, I'll attach the sentiment. I put glue on the back side, making sure not to put any in the areas where it's just vellum. I don't want the glue to show through on the front of the card. Then I'll adhere it centered onto the brown sentiment layer. I will be using one die from a different set, and this is completely optional. I just thought it would add a fun touch to the card. I'm using Scrapbook.com's Autumn Leaves set. This is another fun set that includes a sentiment and lots of images. For my card today, I'm using the smaller maple leaf. Off screen, I cut out 2 leaves from the reddish orange smooth cardstock color, and also 2 leaves from the Mixed Metals glitter paper pack. The glitter paper is so pretty, super sparkly, but it doesn't shed glitter at all. It's fairly smooth. I'll be adhering the reddish orange leaf on top of the gold glitter leaf. And when I'm adhering them together, I'm shifting them just slightly so you can see that peak of the gold leaf underneath. Then I'll add glue on the back and adhere the first set of leaves on the left side of the sentiment. And I'll do the same thing for the other set. The gold leaf on the left side of the sentiment is shifted left, and the gold leaf on the right side of the sentiment is shifted right. I'm using glue to adhere the 2 leaf die cut pieces together. Since I am adhering the 1 leaf on top of a specialty cardstock, I do recommend letting it sit just a little bit longer. Once the glue dries, those pieces aren't going anywhere. Once I've attached the second set of leaves, I'll press down gently on both sets to make sure they stay in place. I already have that little bit of sparkle with the gold leaves, but I thought I would add some extra sparkle on the reddish orange leaves using the pink glitter brush. I'll lightly coat each of those leaves with lots of the beautiful glitter. Using the pink glitter brush instead of the clear glitter brush on the reddish orange cardstock will change the color just slightly, but I think that helps it pop. Once I finish the right leaf, I'll add all that beautiful sparkle to the left, and I'll go back and touch up any areas that I missed. And it helps to hold it at an angle to see if you missed any areas. So there is my finished card, and again, I did make 2 using this design. The fox image is adorable, but sometimes it's fun to use the accessory die image for your card. So for this card, I focused on the little pumpkin. Here's another look at the 3 card designs, all using the fox die set. We have the first card that features the full body of the fox. The second card features just part of the fox, almost like it's a portrait in a frame. And the third card, I used one of the accessory images, the little pumpkin, and all 3 cards have the same hello sentiment. This was a really fun set of cards to make. I love the new Fox die set. Fox is just adorable, and I'm always a fan of making fall cards. Thank you so much for joining me today. I had a lot of fun and hopefully provided you with some inspiration. Have a wonderful and crafty day.
Hi there, this is Nathalie DeSousa and I'm very excited to be with you today. I hope that you're enjoying SBC Fest. I am one of you teachers today. Actually, you're gonna go into my class today and I'm very excited that you're here because I want to share a little bit of what I create. I was born and raised in Ecuador, South America, hence I speak Spanish as my first language, but I live right now in Toronto, Canada with my family. I've always been passionate in my family. My mother was passionate about taking pictures of us and writing our stories. So that just came down to tradition. So I've kept diaries and taken pictures since I was a little girl. When I became a mother, it became more of a passion of just documenting my everyday. But I was a stay-at-home mom with 2 small children. So I took a lot of pictures, wrote a lot of stories. I love traveler's notebooks, by the way, and the small format. So once my kids got older and they became teenagers, I decided to bring all those stories and all those pictures and put them to a format that we could start going back and see our past trips, see what we did before. So that's how I got started into scrapbooking, and that's what I do every day now, document our everyday, and I love it. Today I want to share a little bit of what I create and what I do with you guys. So I am going to hope that you enjoy what I create and that you can work along with me. As always, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. But with much further ado, let me just flip the camera and we can get started. See you in a bit. So welcome back. So right now we are gonna go into building this layout. So one thing I'm gonna keep suggest is if you have not done the homework for today, please go back to the supply list or the description of this video and you're gonna find everything that you need to be ready. There's a video that tells you exactly what we're gonna need, but I'm gonna do a quick recount of what we're gonna need. I have a picture. This is a 3x4. I printed in black and white so that everything else pops. We'll talk about it more as we go along. You're gonna need your arches, and I use the A2 nested arches. This is from Scrapbook.com, to cut 3 out of the boho cardstock, the smooth cardstock. I cut 3 of them, 3 little arch frames, and then 6 out of heavy white cardstock. Then I used my butterflies 1 die to cut 6 butterflies out of vellum, the outline, and then I cut 6 out of vellum, the detail ones, and then 1 of each of the designs from the same color of the arches here from the boho cardstock. So let's just move the stuff aside so you see what else you're gonna need. You are going to need your die cuts from the Pink Fresh Studio Garden Bouquet washi tape. So I have quite a few, but you're gonna need around 4 of them, like 4 entire panels die cut. Welcome to today's class. So let's just talk about what you're gonna need for this class. And like I mentioned before, if you are just joining us today, please go back to the description of this video. There's a supply list that also has a homework because you need to have some of these pre-made before we get started. So what we're going to be using today is the Garden Bouquet collection from Pink Fresh Studio. I have the ephemera. Let me just pull the pieces. The cardstock stickers, the alphabet, the chipboard frames, and also the matte gold enamel dots. And what we did for homework is use the washi tape and the die to pre-cut all our pieces. So I have quite a few. You're gonna need around 4 panels already pre-cut into the small little pieces, so you have all your embellishments. Remember how we use the butterfly 1 die set from Scrapbook.com. This is exclusive die set to cut our butterflies. So I have 6 of these, 2 of each of these designs from vellum, and also from the detail ones, and also ones cut out cardstock. And I use the boho cardstock, the 6x8. Let me just pull it to the side. This is something that is also mentioned in the homework you need to have created. So I use the same color cardstock to create these arch frames using the nested 2 arches. So I need 3 of them out of color cardstock and 6 of them, these are all of white heavy cardstock. And I use the boho smooth cardstock. I save the negative pieces here. So let me just set everything aside. You are also gonna need some foam adhesive. I have different sizes. You're gonna need your tape. You're gonna need a ruler for this, a pencil, and the base of this layout is gonna sit in a 12 by 12 white cardstock. I am choosing Basil's Avalanche for this. So now that we have everything ready, let me just clean up the table and we get started on assembling this. I have chosen a 3 by 4 picture of my mom, my nephew, and I for this. You can see I put it into black and white. I like using black and white photography in my layouts, and especially in this because it's gonna pop from all the color we're gonna add. What we're gonna do, we're gonna work on all the pieces first before we put it all together. So we have our cardstock ready. Let's work on our arches. So please, bring your arches. I have the 3 colors, and then I cut 6 out of heavy white cardstock. So I'm gonna use 2 for each one of them, and look at them, I've chained them up. So let's see, I have 2 for this, 2 for this, and 2 for this one here. And what literally I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stack them. Think of it as creating a sturdier element. So my choice here is to use glue. I am gonna use, especially because I have the thin tip to do this. So I'm just going to glue them, stack them and glue them together. So I'm gonna take my time, and since you worked all the homework with me, we're gonna work it together. You're gonna see how easy this comes together if you put the work ahead of time. And like I said before, make sure you check the homework if you haven't checked it yet, to be sure that you can assemble this at this rate. So I have my 2 together. You're gonna see that's just gonna create a little bit of heft. That's the way that I want to say it, but it just make it sturdier. So now I'm gonna go ahead and add some more glue and add my panel. And I mean by my panel, what I mean is the arch that is the color cardstock is gonna be on the top of your arch. So just a little bit of press, make sure that it all lines up. Okay, here's moved a little bit, so we're just gonna make sure that everything lines up. So you have a clean, nice frame that has a little bit of dimension. So here you go. We're gonna continue working the same idea for the navy frame and also for that greenish, kind of tealish tone. So here we go. And I'll suggest, like I said, if you have, you can also back your cardstock with double-sided adhesive paper if you have, the big sheets, and it just becomes like a sticker, peel and stick. But I like, controlling the flow of the glue with my little fine tip bottle of glue. So, and this just comes together very easily. Again, like I mentioned before, this is an optional step. I enjoy dimension in my layouts. I think that a little bit of dimension brings life and creates the soft shadow that you see on projects that makes them, it just makes things pop in time. That's what I suggest that you do this. If you don't want to die cut that much, you can add some foam adhesive behind the frames, but it just makes it a little bit tougher to be finding the small pieces to hide, especially in the curvature of the arches. So I find that stacking them works perfect. If you don't have smooth cardstock, but you have and I'm sure we all do, those pieces of cardstock that sometimes we destroyed, or it was a layout that you were working a background and you didn't like it that much and you put it aside, but you had some pieces of glue or maybe a paper attached to it. So use that. Just use what we'll say is kind of scrap paper to create this part here. Try to make sure that they're all the same color, so that it looks uniform. I'm choosing white cardstock so that it creates it's not gonna create a white shadow, but it just reads nicer on the paper, kind of a cleaner look on my layout. Let's just find the lid of my glue bottle here and set it aside. And here we go, we have our frames ready. And literally, this is what you can call them: doors, you can call them windows, I'm gonna call them frames for the sake of this layout. Like I said, you can change the name to anything that suits you, but I have them ready here. So you see more or less where I'm going with this. I want to use this to frame my picture. So let's give you an idea of what we're gonna build with this. So my 12 by 12 goes in place. I have my frames. I know that this navy one is gonna be the one the picture is gonna sit on. There's two things that you can do right now. You can back your frame with the photo if that's your choice. My choice is actually to superimpose the picture. I want literally the frames are gonna be the ones that are gonna, like, you know, it sounds redundant, but they're gonna frame my picture. So this is pretty much the idea that I have in mind for my layout. Think of it as working on layers. So I want to make sure that these ones go on the back, then the navy, which is the frame where the photo is going to sit on top, goes on top of that, and then the photo is going to sit on top of it. Think of it as working in levels. So what do you want it to be? The thing that pops the most on your layer, which is my photo has to be the first layer, so the top layer, and then I'm going to work in levels, kind of layers. So I need to bring some color to the background. Here's where you have two options. You can use the boho pattern paper collection, which I have here, or you can use the pattern paper that you created with the washi tape if you don't have this. I think I want to go with a color blocking. So what I mean by that is I want to find a pattern paper that matches the color of the frame so that it doesn't take away from that. You know, I don't want to add more pattern because I have the florals to pop. I like this pattern here, so I'm going to choose this. And I can go with that. You're gonna see that I'm gonna stay like I said, true to the color. This plaid for this, so you're gonna see that I'm bringing a little bit of pattern. So you're gonna see that I'm choosing things that have quite a bit of white. I am choosing the one that has the more sparse pattern to be the one that is gonna back the image right behind my picture, so that the attention is more on my picture. And then I'm gonna get these ones here a little bit more, like, you know, of a busier pattern. Once again, put your glue bottle. So let's start with this one. So I'm gonna go and add glue behind my frame here. And I'm gonna place it on my paper. To get to the edge, I'm gonna just press it. Let it dry until I add glue to the next one. So for the navy, remember the orientation is going to be important. You want to make sure that your hearts are facing the right way. This one, it doesn't really matter on this one because it's a plaid design. On the hearts, you do want to keep, like, you know, especially on this black, and it has like a navy color at the bottom. You want to keep attention to where you are placing, you know, the way you're placing your hearts, because you want to make sure that they're, you know, read as hearts. You're gonna see that I go to the edge of the paper, so I take advantage of that. That, you know, save me from doing the extra work. So let's put, again, this one. You can go different ways. You can go this way, just because the hearts in a different direction in the pattern paper. This would be too harsh, so I'm gonna go with something really soft. There we go. And again, I think I'm gonna go this way. So once again, a little bit of glue behind it. You can use, again, glue tape. You can use glue, like, you know, you glue tape if you want to. I find that, again, that having a, like, you know, a fine tip makes it, like, easier to just guide the glue to where you want it, not excess glue. And then we're just going to press down and press it. I'm gonna make sure that it dries there. And while that dries, I'm gonna get my pair of scissors and then just trim the excess. So literally what I'm doing is just backing the frames. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna cut into the cardstock so that you know, it hides any imperfection of the paper. You can use the die for this too if you want to, but like I said, let's just, you know, you really die cut quite a bit, so let's just, you know, give it a break. Even though the magic mat makes it so easy to die cut, I'm just gonna use my pair of scissors now. So there we go, we have one of our frames ready. go with the other one. And you see how the by stacking the heavy cardstock frames behind the color ones, you're creating a little bit of a shadow. It's not much of like, there's not tons of dimension. Like if that's something that scares you, or like you're like, I don't do dimension, because I know, you know, some of you prefer to have something that's a little bit flatter, so that it fits nicely in your page protectors. Let me tell you, the way that I've designed this page, it will fit in your page protector even though it has a little bit of dimension. But it's just those little 2 extra frames that I added behind the cardstock, just add a little soft shadow. It just creates like a little bit of depth on your page that reads really nice at the end. So let's go with the last one. Here we go. We're almost done. And like I said, now this layout, it takes a little bit of work to put together ahead of time, but once you have all the pieces together, it's gonna come together quite easily, quite fast. So make sure you check the homework page. Make sure you do it. If you have any questions, let me know. You know, I would love to help you. So here we go. We have our 3 frames. So bring your 12 by 12 white cardstock. You can go with color cardstock if you choose to do so. I would suggest white because just it's gonna make pop everything else out, but it's completely up to you. You're gonna need a ruler for this, just to make sure you have everything centered. And I know that I want this first one, I'm gonna sit around 6 inches from the top, so right at the center line, maybe a little bit lower, so around 7 inches from the top, and around, don't glue anything until you have, like, you know, everything set up. So you're gonna see it around 1.5 inch from the left. Same thing here, 1.5 inch from the right. So let's go ahead and glue this in place. So like I said, your pink one, I'm gonna make sure that everything is nice and straight so I can use the ruler. It's gonna sit at 1.5 from the left, right at 7 inches, 7-ish, a little bit. So I'm gonna say 6 3/4 or so from the top. Gonna use my glue tape. I love this tape to keep it in place. And I'm gonna add, make sure that when I add the tape, I only add it to the center, not to the edges. That's gonna allow me to tuck in pieces if I have to after. So remember, 1.5 from the left, and around, I'll tell you how much from the bottom. So let's, around 5 inches from the bottom, 5 1/8 or something like that. So remember, ish, just make sure like it's straight. So here we go, 5 1/8 and 1.5 from the left. So let's go with the other one. It's going to be a little bit higher. The same thing, if I give this side here 1.5, I have to give this one 1.5 too. I want to make sure my frames are center. So 1.5, and I'm gonna just, I'm eyeballing it for now, so a little bit higher. So here we go, 1.5. It's 1.5 from the left, sorry, from the right. I have it backwards from you, sorry guys. And around 5 3/4 from the bottom. Okay, so this is the location. I'm just gonna mark it with my ruler, and we're gonna add tape to the back. Remember, like I said, I add tape to the center. You're gonna see that I don't add tape to the edges. Okay, so now we're gonna go with this. This one is gonna sit a bit to the left, because remember, my picture, I want it to be almost at center, almost, not completely. So to balance this picture being like, you know, a little bit off, I need to move my blue or navy frame that would sit right at the center a little bit to the left. I got it right, did it? So I like this here. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind is that when I added the cardstock to these frames here, I added dimension. That means that this frame as it is going to be popped a little bit. So you're going to need a little bit of foam adhesive to keep it in place. So this one here is going to sit at, let me put it here so you see it better, 4 inches from the left. Let me just pull the foam adhesive in place. So I am using Scrapbook.com. This is the 3D foam squares, the large ones, to help me with this. So I am gonna take pieces here. Hi there. So what I've done for my picture is I've actually added a piece of chipboard behind it, and the chipboard is 3.5 inches by 2.5. This is a personal choice. I like adding a little bit of dimension to my picture. You don't have to, but I am going to frame it with a piece of pattern paper from the boho pattern paper. I chose this one, but I'm going to use the kind of the pinkish side. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to cut the paper ahead of time. So my picture is 3 by 4. I'm going to go with a 3.25. I want just a very tiny frame. 3.25 by 4.25. So I'm cutting this paper to 3.25 by 4.25. Let's get this out of the way. I am going to add some tape here to my paper. Make sure that the picture sits nice and straight. And I'm literally just backing my picture. And I want just a thin frame around it. I just want to frame it just a different color for what I have on the background, but this pink is in the flowers that I have. So here we go. Again, this photo is gonna sit at around 3.5 inches from the bottom and 3.5 inches from, 3.5 inches from the right side of your layout. So 3.5 from the bottom. Remember, ish, okay? Again, because we added foam adhesive before, we're gonna have to add foam adhesive again here to make sure that it, like, you know, is all in one level. Again, add it. I'm gonna add enough to keep my image in place, and then I'll come and secure more of it after. So now it's all about embellishing. We've already done most of the heavy part of it. We already have our layout. It's all about embellishing. So let's start with the flower die cuts. I'm going to say that you choose the largest die cluster. And you're going to make sure that you create, like, you know, clusters around your page. Remember how I said do not use glue like all the way around the edges? It's because you want to be able to do this. Lift up your die cut and tack pieces underneath. So I'm choosing the larger cluster from the washi tape, and it's gonna sit right at the bottom. Here's where foam adhesive is gonna come in handy. You wanna make sure that you place it kind of at the edge of your washi tape so that it lifts, creates a little bit of dimension while the rest stays flat. So here we go. Just a little bit of it peeking. And then I have all of this. I want to kind of color block my, you know, my design here. So let's just, you know, things have moved here. So this is kind of on the pinks and the peaches, which I have here. Let's find some of those colors just to build up more. And I don't mind if some of this is, you know, gonna come in here, because I can hide this edge. So don't get, like, you know, overstressed that you're gonna see that. This is what the butterfly is for. Okay, so we're gonna build up on this cluster. If, like, you know, you don't like that, it just, you know, the edges here are, like, you know, bothering you, this is when a pair of scissors comes in handy. So just cut that part and make it look as if it's coming from underneath the frame. So let's get a little bit of foam adhesive here. So I'm gonna go with the smaller, these are the small circles. So we're just gonna build on the cluster here. I'm gonna stay within that, you know, kind of peachy tone, bring some of the purple. So I'm just going to tuck this underneath, kind of bring it here. So think like you wanna bring your attention towards the page. So I'm just gonna make sure that I place my cluster accordingly. Bring a little bit of this orange here. And that's about it. That's what I say. You're gonna need 3 or 4 panels die cut at the most. That will do. So we have our first one. Let's work on the one up here already, since we know that. Remember, think of a zigzag. Okay? So the next one is gonna go up here. Again, choose the largest panel. I think I wanna go again. I'm gonna cut this edge here. Nothing wrong with you cutting edges. So I'm gonna cut it right at the edge here, see? And I'm gonna take away this leaf here. You also always have to think about that you want the die cuts to work for you, not to stress over them. So I do want this here to fit just like that. Don't stress over that. We can always camouflage that. That's the best word to use it, camouflage it. Now, put this here. Make sure we attach it with some foam adhesive. There we go. We have it ready. That's all we need there. We're gonna add a little bit of this kind of greenish purplish tone here. I'm gonna kind of pull the design all the way up, so I'm gonna tack it underneath the frame here. See a little bit of foam adhesive here just to keep it in place. And I don't want to do much more because I have already this big cluster showing there. So think about what you're gonna need your next one. You're gonna need a cluster that surrounds this, and I don't want to go with something big. Instead, I'm gonna build it up with smaller pieces. So I'm just gonna bring a few pieces here. So lift up your picture. Perfect spot there. And see that I'm kind of creating a U design, kind of a zigzag on the background. So and I want to make sure that I don't, I don't cover faces or anything while I'm adding my pieces of ephemera. So I'm just tucking it underneath the picture. Kind of think of it as if the picture is sitting on top of florals. That's the best way to describe it and explain it. And if some of it is moving, a little drop of glue, that's all you're gonna need, just to keep it in place. So let's keep working on this. We're gonna bring this one that has the little hook, just because it's gonna add some movement to this. So I'm going to kind of tack it underneath. Foam adhesive is gonna be your friend here to keep everything in place and moving. I like how that looks like there. My title will sit. We need to keep kind of create the movement as if the flowers are moving down this way. So we need to add some on this way. Let's go with a little bit of this. There we go. We have this floral here. This is the one that has the maroon, and everything is picking up on the colors that I have on the background. So I'm gonna put it again, tuck it underneath the picture, lift up the picture lightly. There we go. Foam adhesive is gonna be your friend for this. Just a little bit to keep it in place. Again, we're gonna kind of chunk this up, and by that I mean we're gonna add a few more pieces. So lift it up. You want to make sure that, like I said, you don't cover faces. It's a pet peeve of mine, probably, but I want the picture to show nicely and clean. So I'm just gonna carefully play with my ephemera here, my die cuts. And add a little bit of this. I call it like the one with the little hook, just because that's what it looks like. It looks like a little hook. So this is not an exact science of how I'm building the cluster. I'm just making it look so that it has movement, and it creates a little bit of that kind of that rotation look. So I'm gonna pick this one here. I think I want to add it again underneath here. So that's perfect. There we go. Let me just add a little bit of foam adhesive, and I'm pretty sure that that's all I'm gonna need. So you see, like I said, at the most you're gonna need 3 to 4 panels. That's all you're gonna need. So now from the chipboard stickers, let's get some embellishments for this. So I know that I want something here. So I want this today to go right there. So that's it. Don't stress that you cut the piece there. So down here I want something that is kind of on the purpley side. So it says enjoy today, and I like this. Again, this is from the cardstock stickers. I have this together, which I really enjoy. Let me just move it out of the way. I like this together, so I think I want to use it, but I don't want to, like, you know, waste the frame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the bottom of it. So I'm just going to use the bottom part of this. I'm going to kind of stick it down here underneath the frame. Beauty on the Ordinary. So I think I might actually switch this Living in the Moment for Beauty in the Ordinary. I like that better because it kind of goes with the tones that I have in that side of the page. So let me put this back again. So let's add a little bit of foam adhesive behind it. Just a little piece to make it pop a bit. I like the Today there, but I have the word Enjoy Today down here too, so I don't want to be repetitive, so I might switch this here. I'm just looking at what we have. Happy to be here. I kind of like this. Picks up on that purple. I like that. I'm going to put that. That's a piece of ephemera. So let's switch this again. Some foam adhesive just to keep it in place. There we go. And then I have this little love, so I'm going to add it right there. Just remember, I'm playing with the circles, so I can put it there. Actually, we're going to put it right there. And I need something like it's in a circle and a circular design down here to complete my trio. So I'm going to pull this little heart and put it here, so I have my little circle, circle, circle to complete the trio here. Now for my title, I am going to use the alphabet from the Garden Bouquet collection. And I know that I want my title, I want to add my landscape journal here, probably write them or print them. And I want my title down here, just because I want to balance the height. So it's going to sit around 1.5 inches or so here. And I know that I want it to be either family or together, like I said. Let's see, we're gonna go with together. It's one of my, you know, my go-to titles. And one of the things that I'm gonna make sure is that when I spell the word together, it kind of centers right underneath the picture. So usually what I do is I try to start between the first few letters and the last ones. So making sure that my picture, I'm going to move the R a little bit more here. And it's not right on the center, it's like center based on my picture. And to balance this, because it's gonna look a little bit off, that's where my landscape journal are gonna be here, and that's gonna make sure that everything is centered. Because I know that symmetry and, you know, centering things are something that we all struggle with. There we go. So I think I need something underneath it. So you can go back into the cardstock sticker and find something, a little sentiment. Together, so much love. I love this. I'm just gonna go ahead and glue it right underneath. Let's work on the butterflies. So you're gonna need the outlines of the butterflies. Find the ones that match, because remember, you cut 3 different ones, so make sure you find them and set them ready to glue. So the way I'm gonna work them is one of the full butterflies out of vellum. I'm gonna glue this one here that is just the vellum one of them. So I'm gonna fold it, making sure that when I fold it, I squeeze on the left and the right of the thorax, not in the middle. And I'm going to add a little bit of glue to the back of just the thorax, not the wings. Same thing with the blue one. So I'm gonna take away the pieces. I'm gonna fold it lightly to the right and the left of the thorax, so the thorax stays flat, gives you space to glue it onto, like, you know, the previous butterfly. So make sure that it lines up, so it's kind of hooked there. There we go. So this is gonna sit in So for now, I just build them up. So I'm going to just kind of quickly speed up this part of the video. So now that we're ready with the butterflies, we're ready to assemble. So make sure you set them up. So what you want to create, again, follow the flow of the page. So same butterfly there. So another navy. Let's set up the ones that we have colors. Remember, like I said, think of it as them flying out of the way. So you want them here. So you want the blue coming into the page. So I want to write probably over here, zigzagging them. So now I want to make sure that I mix them up a little bit. So I want this one over here, this one to accent the arch. I'm gonna put it here, and this one actually, yeah, right here. Add a little piece of foam adhesive behind it, just the little circles, because I want them to be a little bit on flight. And I'm not stressed the fact that they're gonna be sticking up a little bit. Once I put them in my page protector, they go flat. But there's to be a little bit of movement on them. So I do want one here. I'm going to add another one here. There we go. I do want, see that I'm color blocking? So I'm making sure that the color stays, you know, within the color frame. That was very important in this layout, the color block. This might be a little bit heavy on this side, so I'm just thinking that if I move this one over here, just to balance that part, so then it frames my, you know what, I think I just need one. Like I said, lines with journal will be down here. That's what I'm not adding a lot. And if you have the extra butterfly, after you add it, you can probably pop it right here, but I think it'll be too much. But I am gonna draw the lines with journal so you see them. My lines with journal are gonna go on. You're gonna mark them. Once you set them up and you write them, probably go with like a black marker. Then like maybe you can add the other one here. So I'm gonna add it there, and then just add a few enamel dots. So let's go with the matte enamel dots. They're gonna match the title, and I just want a few. I don't want to overtake the page. So I'm gonna make sure that I add one here, maybe two. Like think of it as kind of creating a little curvature behind the butterfly. I'm gonna add another one here in between the frames, and then a little one right next to it. I want to add some here, again a large one, kind of tuck it underneath the butterfly a bit, then one of the little ones right there. I don't want to add much more there. I don't want to add, actually I'm gonna add a medium one here, again tuck it kind of underneath your butterfly, lift it up a bit, and then another one down here. And that's about it. I'm not going to add anything down here because I'll have space to write. And here you go, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna pop some images right now after, you know, so you can see more close-ups. But thank you so much for joining me.
All right, friends, we are having a fabulous day so far, and it's even gonna get better. We have another giveaway. Check out what this next giveaway is. It's amazing. Cody, what are they getting?
They're getting the Rose Quartz MISTI that's only available at Scrapbook.com, plus the Rose Quartz Stampendable, and then Scrapbook.com exclusive stamps that go perfect with this MISTI.
Gorgeous. All of these stamps. So what do they need to do?
Let us know in the live chat right now if you use a MISTI or if you use acrylic blocks, and share any stamping techniques that you have.
Yes, I would love to hear what your favorite stamping technique is, wouldn't we? That's awesome. So tell us in the comments and we'll choose a winner. All right, that was so much fun. We got to see Kristie Marcotte and Nathalie DeSousa, and I loved the stuff that we learned in their classes.
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing. All right, so let's first talk about Kristie Marcotte.
Okay.
What was your favorite thing that you learned from her class?
I love that she didn't need to use the entire die. I love that she cut it up, made it her own, and I loved the whole like Polaroid technique. As I was watching the class, that's what I thought of, and then I was glad that she brought it up.
Yes. All right, I love that she has been crafting for 25 years. It really shows. And I love that she used our harvest collection and made it look so different on each card. So we are lucky enough to have her cards in-house here with us. So let's talk about each one. What did you think, Cody?
Well, I loved this one, and I took my own like spin on it, and I made my own tag with it.
Oh, that's so cute,
a little
Cody.
Polaroid of a fox, a hello.
I love it.
I was so inspired by Kristie's class. And then this one was so fun with the little touches of metallic.
She used the glitter paper to back some of her leaves, which is really a great idea, just to add that little bit of pop behind those leaves. I love that idea too.
Yes, and then of course, you can't have enough dimension, you know, so with her card, there's so much dimension on this fox and the hello sentiment. Really great cards.
I think it was really helpful that she had her measurements printed out on her table so that when you're doing the class, you have the measurements right there in front of you so you can cut along with her and do that too. I loved that she did that for us. So thank you so much, Kristie. That was a fabulous, fabulous class. I'm so excited to do lots of different things with this little fox. So many great ideas, and she is just a gem. We are so grateful to have her as part of SBC Fest.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, next we have Nathalie DeSousa. Oh my goodness, that was a treat. So much fun.
Yes, so much dimension, so many arches. That might be a theme that you'll see throughout SBC Fest is the arches, but I loved her layout.
Oh yeah, she did such an amazing, it was almost artistic the way she was arranging everything on her layout. I love that she was born in Ecuador and that she shared that with us and that she lives in Canada. That is so great to know. You just feel like you know someone a little better when they tell you a little bit about themselves, and I love that she shared that. So her talent was amazing. I almost felt like it was almost a scene from a different country too with the arches, like it looked like buildings.
Totally.
I loved it.
Yeah, and it's great that you mentioned that she was born in Ecuador and stuff, just that this crafting community is worldwide. Truly, and we're so glad that we can bring everyone together for SBC Fest.
So true, so very, very true. It's such a big community, and the fact that we can all be together, you know, online and do these classes together is such a great thing to be a part of. So We're having fun.
Oh yeah, big time. And then I was even inspired by Nathalie's class as well.
Yes.
And I made another tag, but this time it was a little more like scrapbooky. And then I documented a photo of me and my siblings.
Cute. Cody, that's amazing. I love it so much. And you even added a photo on there.
Yeah.
Yes. Was that at Disneyland?
Oh yeah.
Of course, right? And I
Yes.
love that you used the Disney papers.
Yes, our Scrapbook.com magical paper.
Oh, that's perfect right there. And then what did you use right here?
The winter floral rub-ons, actually. I know that Nathalie used a bunch of pink fresh ephemera and florals, and so I thought I would, add some of that too to my tag.
Yeah, I love that she did use floral everywhere, and I can see how you kind of did it as well and tucked them behind the arches like she did. She gave some really great techniques. She gave some magic mat techniques. I love her little quippy things that she would say too, like circle, circle, circle,
Yeah.
everywhere that she put on her layout, and I just loved how she arranged it. It all came together beautifully, even with the butterflies.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I love that she camouflaged things, and you can use your embellishments to hide things. And
Yeah.
one of the techniques that I also used or learned from her was that you don't adhere the edges, because
Yeah.
then you can tuck things behind. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but
I know. Such
brilliant.
a great tip. So many great tips. We're having an amazing time at SBC Fest, and this is just day one.
Oh yeah.
We have another day tomorrow that is going to be jam-packed full of so much inspiration and education, and we cannot wait for it. But we still have a little bit left.
Yes, we have one more class left. Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
It's Laura. She's going to be teaching us an amazing class with the Cozy collection.
Yes, I am so excited. We're using some new Scrapbook.com exclusive products in this class, and I cannot wait to show you all some fun stuff using this bundle.
All right. Well, are you ready to get set up?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Okay, friends, I am so excited to be the next educator here for our SBC Fest 2023 September. This is a really, really cute collection that was designed especially for this particular SBC Fest. So I'm excited to jump into it and show you exactly what you're getting. So you should have the A2 Cozy paper pad, lots of gorgeous fall papers. So excited to use this paper in particular. I love that floral leaf pattern. Okay, you're also getting the Grateful Sentiments. This is such a great set. You get so much in one set, 6 pieces. So you're getting the word, which actually is you get 2 dies out of this one word, and then you get the backer. So we have grateful, blessed, and thankful. I know they're backwards on camera, but we're gonna jump into these and use these today. And then you're also getting the Cozy Sentiments and Critters stamp set. This is a very large stamp set. It's 6 by 8. You're getting all of this, and we're gonna use some fun stamps from this collection. This set has so much, you can literally make tons and tons of different projects with this one set. And then of course, I had to add cozy foliage. You need these really cute leaves and pine cones and sprigs for fall, right? And I love that they have embossed inside them, so it gives just a little bit more texture and spice to your die cuts. All right, so first things first, let's show you the cards that we're gonna make today. Put all of my stuff up here at the top. We are going to make this thankful card. We're gonna do some ink blending and use some of the dies with this. Then we're also gonna make this pop-up card. This is a grateful pop-up card, and it is so cute. It's got 3 different areas to decorate, which we're gonna have fun doing together today. So we're gonna make that one. That just adds a little dimension to your card. And then we're gonna make this simple blessed card. This is a really fun technique. I've done it before in live streams, and it's one of my favorite. It's like playing operations, so we're gonna have fun doing this technique with these fall colors. All right, so let's jump into our first card. We're gonna make this thankful card. So what we're going to need is our die cutting machine, which I have the Crafters Companion up here that we're gonna use today. I love this machine. It's electric, it's large, and it swivels. So this is a fun thing to have on your desktop to use to swivel around and get it easily accessible when you're doing die cutting. Another thing that we're gonna grab is some white cardstock. I'm just gonna use an A2 white cardstock. We're gonna use some of these dies. So we're gonna get out our foliage dies, our cozy foliage, and we're gonna get out the 5 big leaves. I'm gonna use all of these right here. So we're gonna get off this one, and this one. I have been crafting in the industry a very long time. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, I've been in this industry for over 20 years. I had my own company for a long time designing and manufacturing products, and then after a while with that, I sold that company, and then I went to work with a competitor and did more designing of products and selling wholesale. And then I came to Scrapbook.com, and I just love my new home here at Scrapbook.com. I've been here now, I think, a little over 4 years, and just found the perfect place to be to do what I love. So I'm excited to be here, be part of SBC Fest, to be educating and teaching this craft that I love so much, and sharing some of the products that the team and I work on just for you. We hear everything you tell us that you would like or want different in your products, and we listen and we implement them into everything that we design and make here at Scrapbook.com. That is our brand. So once you have all, now I'm gonna jump right into the class. Once you have all of your leaves out, we're gonna cut those on some white cardstock. So I have some scraps of white cardstock, and the kind of cardstock that I'm using, let's see if I have my package over here, I do. I'm just using our Nina Solar White 8.5 by 11 cardstock. This comes with 25 pieces in it, so this will last you a while. I love getting these because they're heavy, heavy, heavy duty. I think they're ultra thick, 110 pound. So that is a good weight. Sometimes a little tricky with dyes. You wanna run the dye maybe through a couple times to get it all the way through this thick paper, but the results are gorgeous. So let me show you that. All right, so first, let's take our dies, and we're just gonna tape them with some mint tape to our paper here. And I'm gonna try and not waste any paper. Get them all on the edge here. Let's do that. Okay, let me grab some mint tape. I have some up here. I'm just gonna tape these down. Do these 3 together right here. They don't move, and then let's do these 2 right here on the edge. Okay, now we're gonna get out our sandwich. Let's see, I've got the platform for the Gemini 2. Got this magnetic mat. Then we've got our Magic Mat Plus. That is a great one for this machine. It's nice and large. And then we've just got our top plate. So I'm gonna put my dies to cut down into the Magic Mat side to give me that crisp, clean cut. And then I'm just gonna put all of my sandwich together, and we're gonna run this right through our machine. And it's nice and, oh, I gotta turn it on first. Power, that's important. Okay, so once you have that on, then you send this through. And like I said, I'm gonna send it through twice just to make sure it gets everything cut nicely. So there's our first time. Let's do it one more time. Here we go. Beautiful. This is where we can play some elevator music while we're waiting. All right. Let's check out this cut. See how it did. Oh, gorgeous. Look at that. They're already falling out onto my paper. They cut so nicely. Beautiful. And can you see the texture of the lines, of the embossing lines in here? Look at that. So pretty. I love that so much. Just gives it a little extra something special with those deep embossed lines. Now I see I have one that's not quite coming out, so I might have to use my scissors just a little bit, and that's okay. I did say this is really ultra thick paper, so it looks like it's just the edge of the corner. So I'm gonna use these to scrape them off right there. Put this over here. These are our Scrapbook.com small scissors, and I love them so much because they're really, really sharp. They are very dangerous. I have cut myself with these before, so be careful. They do have a cap that comes with them, but they're like almost like teeny tweezers on the very end. So you can get in there and get those really tiny spots, and they're so sharp, so it's literally just a quick snip, and it got it like that quick. Love these scissors. These are great to have on hand on your desktop. Okay. There's all of our leaves. Now what we're gonna do is we are going to arrange these. Let's take our white cardstock A2. I wanna trim this down just a little bit, so let me grab my paper trimmer. just gonna use this paper trimmer right here. We have lots of paper trimmers at Scrapbook.com. I'm using the Dress My Craft paper trimmer. I am using this one today because it has the score blade and the regular blade on here, so I've got them both easy and handy. Okay, so now we're just gonna cut 1 centimeter off of each, just 2 sides. So the long side and the short side, because this is gonna be our focal point of our card where we're gonna do some ink blending, and then we're gonna wanna mat this twice. So I wanna cut 1 centimeter off just 2 sides to get it the size that I need. All right, now what I wanna do, and I love that we have this workspace mat that's black so you can see everything that I'm doing, but I am gonna put white on white. Okay, so bear with me here. We're gonna do this one up at the top here. We're just gonna arrange the leaves so they look like they're falling, like fall leaves. So let's do that. Let's do this small one up here. Actually, let's do this one here. Looks like it's falling. Let's do that one there. There's no wrong way to do this. You're literally just arranging them so they look like they're falling. Let's do that one there and this little one in the corner. So arrange them how you want them. There's 5, which is great aesthetically for your work surface here. You're having 5, so they're all kind of falling. Now we're gonna wanna adhere these down. I'm gonna use some Artiste glue. This is the Precision stainless steel metal tip on our Artiste glue, and I'm just gonna use it to get all over this cute leaf and just adhere these all down. So there's our first leaf kind of hugging this corner and shaping like the shape of the corner. Then we're gonna do this one. You don't need a ton of glue, just a little bit of glue goes a long way. This glue is fast drying, this Artiste glue, but the great thing about it is it gives you just a few minutes to move things and maneuver them if you need to. Okay, so we got that one there. Let's do this pretty maple leaf right in the center, falling down our page, our card front, not page, our card front. Here we go, let's do that one there. Oops, stuck to my finger. There we go. Get that guy down. Then, let's do this one. Over here. And this last one down at the bottom. Now I see some edges sticking up, so I'm just gonna stick my precision tip underneath there just to make sure I get all the edges so that nothing's sticking up. And what I will even do sometimes, I wanna make sure these stems are down, is I will turn it over, and you can use an acrylic block, or let's use our rose gold MISTI just to put some pressure on top of that so that it adheres all the way down. All those little pieces of that leaf stick down. Okay. Put my glue aside. You do have the pin, but you don't want to store the pin in this tip, but just to keep it from clogging for a few minutes, I'm going to keep it right there. All right, let's wait. It literally dries so fast, so we'll give it just a second. Let's flip it over. There we go. All right, I have one little corner that's going to bother me. I want to get it down because we're going to do some ink blending. So right on this tip of this maple leaf, he needs to come down. Some glue there. There we go. All right, now we're going to get out some ink colors. I'm pretty sure they were included at the bottom of my kit so you could see what ink colors I'm using. I'm going to use some Distress Oxide Shabby Shutters. I'm going to use some Saltwater Taffy, and I'm going to use my go-to for brown and tan that I love is our Scrapbook.com Gingerbread. Such a great color. Okay, I am going to need a Project Grip mat. Let's see here. Thank you. All right, I've got a black Project Grip mat that I'm going to put down on my surface here because I'm going to do some ink blending. This Project Grip mat has been used and loved. Okay, we're going to stick it right down the middle. All right, let's get some of our Scrapbook.com ink blending brushes. All right, so I'm going to take one of my medium brushes. I do have a large and 2 mediums here, and I'm going to use the Shabby Shutters Distress Oxide. This is a pretty green. I just chose 3 colors that blend really well together, and they're fallish colors, so I love them. So we're just going to lightly fog the edge. Okay, and we're just going to lightly fog this corner with this pretty green. Looks so pretty. All right, and then I'm going to put this aside. Okay, now we're going to take another medium stencil brush, and we're going to do this saltwater taffy. This is such a pretty corally orangey color that just adds that gorgeous middle section of our card. So you want to kind of just lightly go across the center here in like a diagonal motion. And I love that when you ink up these leaves, they really grab the color because of the embossing on the edges and in the center where they have the embossing. I love that look. You can kind of blend these colors together. Now stay with me because we're going to add some more colors and then blend it all together. All right, so there's our salt water. Now let's do some gingerbread, and I'm going to use the large brush because I'm going to do an all over look with this brown just to kind of bring them all together. But first, I want to do this corner. Let's turn this way. Let's start over here and just go across. Beautiful. And then I kind of go over the whole thing with this brown because I want it to give like a fall haze of brown. Look how pretty that is. I think I want some more orange saltwater taffy in the center, but not too dark. You got to go on lightly and fog it. Pretty. And then we'll do the same thing with our Shabby Shutters green over here. Oops, it's actually up here. Blend all those colors together, and we're going to take that brown gingerbread, come down across our leaf, and then just go over the whole thing. How gorgeous that is. Just a really pretty ombre effect with the fall colors. So once you have that fall ombre look, you can add more if you want to, if you want it more brown, more of that saltwater taffy, or if you want more of the green, you can absolutely add more colors where you want it. We're going to call that good and move on. So let's move all of this. Colors over here. And blending over here. And I'm going to move and wash my Project Grip mat. I love the black Project Grip mat. It's so great for ink blending, and the white one too. Okay, so once you have that done, now what we're going to want to do is mat this onto another white cardstock, but I need to trim probably a ½ centimeter off this because I have a background pattern paper that's going to be our main base. So let's do ½ centimeter. Oops, that was the score. There you go. ½ centimeter trimmed off of white A2, and then on both sides, let's do it again. Okay, now that should be the perfect size to mat this gorgeous ink blended fall leaf. Perfect. So I just need to adhere that down. We're going to use some tape runner. This is the permanent tape runner. Just going to go along the back of my ink blended card front. And we're going to mat this right in the center of our white cardstock. I try to do the 2 corners first and then put it down. Gorgeous. See how that white just makes it pop? So pretty. And here's the original card. Now I want to take some foam adhesive. I've got my 1-inch foam adhesive, and then I'm going to get out from the Cozy paper pad, I'm going to get out the orange gingham. It's like orange and yellowish gingham, which matches perfectly with this. But I want to give it some interest, so I'm going to pop it up on some foam adhesive. So let's add some foam adhesive on the back of this. We have so many different sizes of foam adhesive at Scrapbook.com. If you haven't used our foam adhesive, give it a try. It's fabulous. And I love that we have all the sizes. We even have different thicknesses. So you can do extra thick, 3 centimeters thick of foam adhesive, or 1 millimeter thick. So this that I'm using right now is 2 millimeters. So we even have where you can do 1 millimeter or 3, which is great. So if you're looking to do less height, you get the 1. If you're looking to do more, you get the 3. And if you're looking to do the standard size is about 2, which is what this is. Okay, so here's our 2 pieces, and we're gonna just take off the backer here. And we're gonna adhere this down. Okay, so just eyeball this when you put it down, because once it's down, it's down. And we're gonna go right there. Perfect. All right, now we need to do our cute sentiment. So we're gonna do some heat embossing. We need to get out our stamp set. We're just gonna stamp, let me grab this piece. We're just gonna stamp our friend right here, the word friend, and we're gonna do some heat embossing with that. So let's take off that. Let's grab our MISTI, our scrap piece of paper. Put that there. I'm gonna take some big scissors so I can just cut this. White cardstock is like gold. I always keep all the extra pieces to do die cuts and stuff. All right, so we're just gonna take our friend stamp and we're just gonna stamp it down here in the corner, because I'm probably gonna fussy cut that once I have it embossed. So I wanna do it down in the corner. Now for embossing, I need a piece of white paper here. That's what I'm gonna use. So let's put this right here for now. Okay, so I'm gonna use to emboss our Scrapbook.com white pigment ink. I use this a lot for embossing because it's just so juicy and really gets a lot of ink on there when you're embossing, which I love. So I'm just gonna go over the word friend. We're gonna stamp that, and I have the cute pink stamp pendable too that goes with this. It's the rose quartz. Matches the Scrapbook.com and MISTI combo product here, which I love. One more time. Okay, let me put this away because it's juicy and got a lot of ink on there. Then I'm gonna take a white piece of paper that I put right here, and while that's sitting there, I'm gonna open up, this is the Brutus Monroe, which this is my favorite. I love Brutus Monroe embossing powder, especially the Gilded Sparkle. It just is like mwah, magic when you use it, and it's so fun to watch it change right in front of you. It's amazing. Okay, so I'm just gonna take a white piece of cardstock. We're gonna take off this and clean this off really quick with my stamp chamois. My dirty, dirty stamp chamois that I use a lot. Just wanna clean this stamp. Let's put this over here.
Well-loved, not dirty.
That's right. It's a well-loved stamp chamois. Okay, so let's put some of this Gilded Sparkle on here. And I just tap that off. Not sure why it's grabbing down here. Just use my fingernail to get that off. Try it one more time. Yeah, it wants to grab. I must have gotten some ink or something down here because it's trying to grab. All right, just gonna do what we do. We're gonna use our fingers just to carve out there. Okay, now let's put this gold away because we want to save that and reuse it again. All right, now I need my heat gun. Let's grab my heat tool over here. I'm gonna turn it on. I do like to fill it just to make sure it's at its hottest temperature. And then let's do this. Magic. Gorgeous. Okay. Gorgeous, beautiful gold little word. Now you probably can hardly see it, but it is beautiful. And I'm gonna add it to my card, but first we're gonna do more die cutting. So let's get out our grateful sentiments. We're gonna use the word thankful. So we got the 2 thankful dies. They're at the bottom of your package. We're gonna run that through our die cutting machine with 2 different colors. So let's get our magic mat out here so I can position everything. I don't know about you, but I am a messy crafter. All my stuff is everywhere and it's happy chaos. So I gotta find everything I need here. I need my paper. So let's grab out our dark brown solid paper in the paper pad. I'm gonna take one of those. And then we also need some more of that white cardstock that was for extra pieces for die cutting, which I have a piece right here. All right, so we're gonna put the front piece on this white cardstock, and we're gonna put the backer piece, the solid piece, on the brown. Okay. This we are gonna run through twice because again, we're using that thick white cardstock, so I want it to cut out. So I'm gonna put my sandwich together here and we're gonna, oh, my little L fell off. You know why? Because I didn't use mint tape. Let's grab our beloved mint tape. Here it is. Best friend. We now have a tape dispenser for this mint tape, which is fabulous. And I don't have it on my desk yet, but I need to get one in here in the studio so we can use it. But it is fabulous. It's heavy, so it stays on your desk and you can just pull your mint tape pieces off as you need them. It's such a game changer. I need to get one in here, so I apologize I don't have one in the studio yet. So excited about that product. Okay, run it through a couple times. Here we go. Okay, nice and quiet. This Gemini is fabulous. One more time. I'm gonna do it one more time through here. All right, we're almost done with this first card and we're gonna move on to the second card in a minute. So let's finish up with our sentiment here. Let's grab these 2, put this over here. All right, let's take off our thankful word. Yep, that is some thick. You know what you could do too? You could, because this is nice thick cardstock, it fits in like perfectly, so I can run it through again, which I think I'm gonna do just to make sure it gets cut really good. So I went off camera there, you couldn't see, but I'm just gonna put it through one more time because I'm telling you, this thick cardstock is amazing, but it does take a few times to cut with your die cutting because it's so thick, but again, the results are amazing. Okay, here we go. Let's see if that did the trick. See here. This has the little intricate, yep, there we go. Perfect. Let me grab, oh, one little piece there I need to get. Let me cut this. Okay, so I had one little spot that needed a little trim, but look at how pretty. Nice. Okay. Extra cardstock over here, save my mint tape. We're gonna use that piece and then let's get our original piece over here. This only need to go through once because it's fabulous paper, great for die cutting. There we go. All right, let's check this out. Put this together. Okay, so now let's poke out our little tiny letters that are in the middle of this die. We want to keep that middle part of the A, so I'm going to knock that out and keep that. You can keep all of these little letters that are inside this die cut for another project because the backer goes on it. Okay, let's take these out. So I'm going to take that H out. These are intricate, so just use a little bit of finesse when you're taking these out. Oh, that K is so cute. Look at that loop-de-loop K. So cute. I'm going to poke out this middle part. I'm gonna put it down on my table and just kind of poke them out. Poke out all the pieces that don't need to stay. So let's finish poking out the rest of our letters there. Got little hanging threads. And then the F and the little piece there. Okay, so once you have all your little letters out, just sweep those aside and put them aside to use for something else later. We're not going to use them in this class, but you can use them for another project. And then there's a little piece in here I need to poke out. So you're going to take this outline piece, which is gorgeous, and you're going to put that, or actually I'm going to keep this little piece of my A that I swiped aside over here. I need to keep this topper for my A. We're going to adhere this to the top of the brown. So we're going to take our Artiste glue precision tip, and we're gonna just dot some glue everywhere on the back of this outline word of thankful. So let's do that. Okay, we're just gonna do this to all the little spots, and then we're gonna put it right on top of our brown backer piece. And this glue is forgiving for a little while, so you can maneuver it around to match on top. So I'm just using my fingers, pushing it where it needs to go so it matches up on that brown. And push it down, and then we're gonna take this little A piece and put that right in the top of our A. I need like a wax tip or something for this little A, so if you have that tool, make sure you use that, but I'm gonna use my fingers and my tweezers. All right, there's our thankful, and then I like to turn it over, put something on top of it. Let's put this ink pad on top just to get it all stuck together, and that's gonna be our thankful word for the top of our card. I'm gonna trim off the top here. Look at how pretty. It just pops on that blended background. Okay, so remember that piece that we did some heat embossing? We're gonna cut that, do a little fussy cutting. It's real quick, it's not a big deal. So we're gonna take, I have these new Scrapbook.com fussy cutting scissors. They are fabulous. And I'm just gonna use them. They have a little thing here that opens them up. These are great, spring-loaded. And I'm just gonna cut around our word friend. Just leave a little border around it. You can do it as close to it, kind of like what Simon was telling us today. Leave a little bit of a border, just kind of bumpy along the letters so it looks like it goes with the flow of the letters. Then we're gonna come down here to the bottom of our F. And if you're a pro fussy cutter, you could probably keep going without stopping like I'm doing. I'm gonna cut this piece off so I can do it easier. I know Simon's a pro at this fussy cutting stuff. I like fussy cutting to a degree, and then as long as it's small like this, I'm good. So here we go. All right, at the end of this, I'm gonna swoop up with the back of our curly D. There you go, cute. Just a little something something with a little bit of sparkle to add to our fall look. Now I wanna pop this up with some foam adhesive, so I am going to get my 1/4 inch. And I also have these 1/8 inch strips. I don't know if you can see them, but look, they come in strips. These are fabulous. I believe Scrapbook.com is the only place you can get these. This was the design we did because I love little tiny strips that you can use to wrap around shaker cards and stuff. And these are awesome because they're moldable. So you can mold them around your different projects. So I might use some of this, but I also have my 1/4 inch roll. So let's get some chunks off of this 1/4 inch to do these bigger areas, like right here in the middle, to give us some stability in the middle of our long title here. And over here on this last part, and I think I could do one more there on the last section, so we have some big foam adhesive helping out right there. Okay, now I'll probably use some 1/8 strips. Now, the great thing about these two is that you can trim them, so I'm gonna trim little pieces like this across all of these strips, so I can just peel them off and put them where I need them. So I've got a little chunk here that I peeled off. I'm gonna do one on this T, right down the middle. Let's do one on this F and the bottom of our cute swoop DY. Or is that the K? That's the K. That's a cute soupy K, not a Y, sorry. And then Cody's over there laughing at me. Let's do one more on this U. There we go. Okay, I think I need one more little piece. Just one more. You can get addicted and do a ton. I'm gonna just do one more right here. And then we wanna put a little bit on the back of our friend, our embossed friend. So let's use some of these because they're cute and small. They're gonna fit perfectly. So I've got 3 little pieces here. Let's do one down here, one in the middle, and I think this piece might be too big. Do one little chunk down there. All right, let's take off all the backer card. Now, I am a little bit crazy, I guess you could say, when it comes to titles on my cards or sentiments. I do like them to be even. I don't like when it's too low or too high and it just looks weird. So I am gonna grab a ruler and make sure I do this right in the center of my card. So thank you so much, Mackenzie. So I've got this ruler here and I'm just gonna measure this. It should be a little over 5 inches. So we're gonna wanna go right in the center here, about right there. So when I peel this off, you can do it the way you do it that works best for you. This works for me. There might be another way, a better way. Share in the comments if you know a better way. But I just like to have everything centered with my sentiments and not be too far down low. And I try to eyeball a lot of stuff, but this one, I just feel like I want to get it right in the right spot. Oops, come on. Last little piece here. Tape. There we go. Okay, so what I do is I see where that's at, and it probably needs to go about right there. So this is gonna kind of go right in the center, and I do a little piece, then I move my ruler, and I just go across straight. Let's go up just a little bit. The foam adhesive is a little bit forgiving, so you can get it straight across right there. Okay, now we're gonna take our little friend sentiment and put that right down here at the bottom, and this card is done. We did our first card, and we're gonna move on to our second card, which is gonna take us a little bit longer because it is that pop-up card. So we have quite a few steps that we need to get through on that, so we'll get ready for that card next. And you can put your friend, I like to scoop it right underneath this cute loop-de-loop K. So it looks like it's friend. Thank you, friend. Thankful friend. So cute. Great card. Here are my 2 cards. Great, fun, quick card. Hopefully that was quick. We're gonna move on to the next one because we only have so much time for this fabulous class and I wanna get through all 3 cards. Okay, let me clean up a little bit. Get ready. Put these scissors away. We'll put everything up here. Put these cards aside if you need to see them a little bit longer. We'll have those there. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna move on to this really cute card right here. This is our grateful card, and it's a fun one. Look at that. It's got a box down in there that we're gonna create to pop up this middle panel, and we're gonna create this fun card. This reminds me of back in the day when I first started scrapbooking 20 plus years ago and card making. These were some of the cards we did way back then, and so I'm excited to share this with you. We're gonna have fun with this one. And you can do so many different pattern papers with this same design and get so many different looks. It's an incredible way to create a card. Okay. First things first, you're gonna take an 8.5 by 11 piece of white cardstock, which I'm gonna grab over here. Okay, 8.5 by 11. We're gonna cut this piece of cardstock. We're gonna cut it down to 8.5 by 5.5. So let me grab my paper trimmer. Get this out, and it's already open up here. Okay, so we're gonna do 8.5 right here. Save this for some die cutting. And then we're gonna do 5.5. So 8.5 by 5.5. That's gonna be our card base. Okay, all right. And you'll have those scraps to use for other pieces of this card. All right, now we're gonna do some scoring. So I need to bring this back out. Can't put this away just yet. You need your scoreboard or your trimmer that has the score on it. And we're gonna score this to make our different folds for this card. So first we're gonna score at 2 1/8. So I'm gonna go this way, let me move my stuff here. 2 1/8 is right here. Don't cut, make sure you use your score blade. Okay, 2 1/8, and then we're gonna keep moving and go 4 1/4. Right there, 4 1/4. Okay, so you should have the 2 score lines. I'm gonna show you in the camera right here. You should have these 2 score lines. So one right in the center for your A2 card, and then one that's half of that. You should have these 2 score lines. Okay, let's put that there and put this aside. We're gonna fold this, so you need to get out a bone folder. And we're gonna fold it in half so you can see it creates an A2 card. Use your bone folder to get those edges nice and crisp. Then we're gonna take this front panel and we're gonna fold it back, okay? So it should fold like that, and then just use your bone folder to get that down. So this is what it should look like. Okay, because that's gonna be the front of your card. All right. We want to put our pattern paper on first. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get out our cozy paper pad. I want to use this really pretty navy blue pattern background with all the leaves and the little florals. This is going to be on the back of our card. So when you open it, this is what's on the back. But we need to trim it down just a little bit, okay? So let's trim it down to 1/8 inch off of the 2 sides, just so it has a little bit of white mat behind it on that backer. So we're gonna just do 1/8 here and 1/8 on the shorter side. There we go. Okay, and that's gonna be, I'm gonna put this right here because I'm gonna use it again. That's gonna go right back here, centered with that mat. So I'm gonna use my roller adhesive. We're going to adhere this. There we go. Okay, and we're going to put this, make sure you have it the right direction. I like that the little acorns are pointing up. So you're just going to mat this, and I'm eyeballing it. Get that down. A little bit of mat on each side. There we go. Pretty. Look at that. That's going to make for a really pretty base. Okay, next we're going to get out this brown plaid, and then I want to use that cute polka dot. Look at that orange and brown polka dot, so pretty. We're going to use those 2 colors for our 2 side panels. So this will be the front one and this will be the middle one. Look at those combos together, so pretty. Really great combo. So now we're going to need our trimmer again. Okay, so we're going to cut this first one at 1 7/8, so almost 2 inches, by 5 1/4. So 5 1/4 right there. All right, there's our first panel for the middle part. And then let's do our other one. That paper aside, I want to use it later for something else. And then same thing with our plaid. 1 7/8. Just almost about 2 inches. And then 5 1/4. Just cut that little strip off the bottom. All right, let's adhere these down too. And then we're going to make our little pop-up box. So what I like to do is when I'm adhering these panels, I like to match it up so my ends match that other one that's next to it already on. So I'm going to put that in the center there. There's still a little bit of white mat around, which makes it just look so pretty. So there's one, and let's do this next one. That's not the correct one. Here we go. Grab the wrong one. Don't confuse yourself like I just did. Grab this one, get your adhering down, and then do the same thing. Match that up. The edges to the other one. You can use a ruler if you would like. I'm gonna use that. There we go. Look at how pretty. Okay, all of these fall colors just get me in the mood for sweater weather and hot chocolate. I'm so excited for this time of year. All right, now we're gonna make our little box. So remember those extra white pieces you had from your 8.5 by 11 white cardstock or any scrap white. We're gonna cut a 2 1/4 by 3 inch white piece. So let's grab this. So we're gonna do 3 inches, which it should be already. This extra piece I have is exactly 3 inches. And then we're gonna cut it, grab that with my hands here, 2 1/4. All right, let's get this 2 1/4 cut. All right, so you should have a little piece that's 3 inches by 2 1/4. I keep putting this away, I gotta use it again. Okay. Now we're going to do some scoring on this piece. We're going to go along the 3 inch long side to do some scoring. And we're going to start at 3/4. So right here, get rid of your blade and just use your score. And use 3/4 here, score. Then we're going to go 1.5 inches. Keep moving inward to the right. 1.5 inch score, and then we're going to go to 2 1/4. So move it up to 2 1/4, right there. And we've got 4 score lines there. Okay, let's move this aside so I can show you how we're going to fold it. We're going to fold the 2 sides in like that. And then you're going to want to fold the middle. So you're just going to want to fold all of them and use a bone folder to fold that. Do the next one. Do these next one. Okay, so watch closely what we're going to do here. So we're going to make sure we turn it around so that the 2 folded sides match up. If they're overlapping, just trim a little bit off, but they should be exactly matching up. Okay, just like this. Now what we're going to do is add some adhesive on the outsides of these 2 open pieces. Thank you, Mackenzie. She knew exactly what I needed. I needed this 1/4 inch double-sided adhesive. This is the best for this type of thing because it's heavy duty and it's going to hold it so that your pop-out's not going to move. It's sturdy and strong. So I'm going to just take some of this 1/4 inch double-sided adhesive. Let me find the end of my piece here. And we're just going to put it down right on each open side. So I'm going to put a piece here, down that edge there, and then you can just rip it, which is a great thing about this double-sided adhesive, and then do it again on the opposite side, fold it inside, and we're going to go right there, go down to the middle and rip it. Now it's stuck to my hands. It's so sturdy. This is great stuff. One of my favorite adhesives to use on a lot of stuff. Okay, so you can see there the Scrapbook.com adhesive is on each inside top folded piece. Now we're going to take our card base. We're going to open it up. Right here in the center of our card, we're going to flip this over after we remove the adhesive, and we're going to stick it and match this middle score line with the middle of our card. Okay, so let me take off get my tweezers. Let's take off our adhesive backer. There's one. Let's grab this other one. Pull that off, and then we're going to do what I just said. Let me see if you can see this on camera. Right in the center, the 2 score lines with the adhesive down. Just make sure you get it right in the center because it's going to fold right there, and push that down. So it'll go like this and create your box. See that? Now there are dies that do this. I believe Lawn Fawn may have some, I'm not sure, but it's so easy to make your own like we just did. So you can use a die or you can create your own like this, and that's going to create our panel for our middle section of our card so it pops up. Okay, let's cut another piece of white cardstock. We're going to cut a 3 by 4.5 inch piece of white cardstock. That's going to be our middle panel. So let's do 4.5. by 3 inches. Right there. And we're gonna do some stamping. We have the cutest little critters in this stamp set. So let me grab the stamps right here. Look at how cute. We've got a bear, a hedgehog, and a fox. And there's even the die sets that match it too, that you saw from Kristie Marcotte's class. She used the little die and the little fox die, and he comes in all the little pieces so you can put them together. He does not coordinate with this, but he is the exact same style, same fox, just a little bit bigger. So we're gonna use this little fox stamp. So let me get out my MISTI and my stamp pendable. And we're gonna stamp that cute fox right in the center of our 3 by 4.5 inch white cardstock. So let's grab this fox. Let's season him just a little bit. I'm just gonna get him on my hand so he's not so sticky. And I wanna just put him right here in the center. And then I'm gonna grab Love You sentiment that's in this same stamp set right here. I'm gonna grab Love You. We're gonna put that right underneath here. Right underneath him. So once you just, it's cute, this Love You, because the L can go kind of looped up around the fox. And I use the fox's legs to kind of gauge where he's like level and flat. And then I'm just gonna get a little space underneath him and do Love You right there. He's sticky. These stamps are sticky when they're brand new. Okay, now he wants to stick to the magnet. Just use your hands if you need to. Use your tweezers, you can. So let's do right there. And I still have my stamp from my last one. Put that here on the package. All right, let's get our black ink. Let's pick this up. And let's use our black ink to ink up this cute fox. Look at how pretty. Ugh, so cute. Looks like awesome stationery too with that stamp. All right, let's get our stamp chamois, clean this guy up, get the ink off of our MISTI. Okay, and then let's put him away. So many great stamps in this stamp set. So you can do the bear if you want to, you can do the hedgehog. I'm gonna do the cute fox because I love all of them, but that fox is speaking to me. So I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna take him off. Now, you can color in your fox with watercolors. You can use colored pencils, markers. I'm gonna leave mine plain because there's a lot going on with this pattern paper. I like the black and white contrast, but you are more than welcome to color him. Matter of fact, I think I might have a card where I did color him. Let me see. Oh, right here. Yeah, I used colored pencils to color him in right here. So you can use colored pencils, markers, whatever you want to use to color your fox. But on this one, our one that we're making today, he is just going to be plain by himself. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use some double-sided adhesive to put right there to put our fox on there. And I'm just going to cut off a piece and put that right here. Now, if you want, you can stick your finger inside this box to make sure it's pushing against your card and the adhesive it does not come up. And then I'm going to peel off this, that, and we're going to take and we're just going to line up the edge. But see, when I close this, I want this to be right in the center. So make sure you're eyeballing it and centering it where you want it, and then push him on that pop-out piece. There you go. All right, I love this pop-up effect. It just gives a lot of fun dimension for your card. Okay, now let's work on that front panel. We're gonna need, I think I have, I do. I have my centerpiece, but I do want to cut out of the cozy paper. I'm gonna do that dark blue that's on the back of, it's kind of like a green blue. It's a really dark color on the back of this. And we're gonna just cut a 3x4 piece. That's gonna be our top panel is 3x4. So let's go 4, by 3 inches. 3 by 4. If you use pocket cards, you could use a pocket card as your front panel too, because they're exactly 3 by 4, and we have a lot of cute designs. But see, this is gonna go right here in the center, and look at how pretty that just masks that. And then I just took a little piece of white cardstock that's a little smaller than 3 by 4, and I'm gonna mat it right in the center. But before I do that, I wanna take some of my gingerbread and my blending brush, and I'm just gonna ink blend, just lightly fog these edges, just to give it a little bit of a distressed fall, little brown fog. You don't have to do the center, I'm just doing the edges. Let me show you how that looks. Just gives a little bit of that brown, distressed look that matches with this fall vibe card. So now I want to adhere this right in the center of my dark 3 by 4. So let's just take some roller adhesive. This is great permanent adhesive that bonds your paper to paper. Let's put this right in the center. There we go. Now, for the sake of time, I have already cut up all my pieces. Let me grab those really quick. I've cut up all my pieces to go to this. I've got, put that aside, I've got these sprigs that come in this die set. So I cut 2 of this white sprig, one of that one and 1 green one, and then 1 white one and 1 green one of this one right here, and 1 green one. And then we cut Grateful out of white, and then the backer part of Grateful die out of that dark color. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna take out these middle letters and we're gonna adhere them. We're gonna use the middle letters to make our title. So let's cut out that. There's the A. The T and the E are stuck together as one, which is great. Makes it easy for adhering down. Here's the F. All right, U and the L. Pop that one out. Okay, and then you can put this aside and use this for something else. So pretty. Okay, so we're gonna adhere. I need my fine tip, precision tip Artiste glue, and I'm gonna just start adhering these little letters. All right, so let's do the G first. The backer is nice because it's your guide of where to put these skinny letters on top, but I do love the look of this. It's really pretty, so we're gonna take this loop DR. We're gonna do the same thing, add just a little bit of adhesive on the backs. We're gonna do each letter, and then we're gonna create the front of panel of our card. There's R. You can use your tweezers to move these where you want them exactly. All right, we're gonna do just little dots. If you have all the tools to put these little tiny letters on, use those. There's our A, here's our TE, goes together, connected. What do you all have planned for the holidays? Do you have some big trips coming up? Are you staying home? Are you gonna be crafting? What will you be doing this holiday? I'm probably gonna stay home and craft, honestly. I don't have any big plans this holiday, so I'm looking forward to some downtime just to craft. Be home and get some of this, all the stuff that I'm learning from SBC Fest, I'm gonna implement and create some fun cards and layouts from some of the stuff that I've learned. What about you? What are you guys doing? Cody, do you have any big plans? Mackenzie, do you have any big plans? Okay, I know you have some big plans, Mackenzie. What's happening this fall for you? So exciting.
Having our first baby.
Mackenzie's having her first baby. We're so excited for her, and she knows what she's having. Shall we tell them?
Yeah, we're having a little girl.
She's having a little girl. We're all so excited here at Scrapbook.com for her. We cannot wait for baby Mackenzie to come. Okay, let's put this pine cone together, and while I'm putting this pine cone together, Cody, what are your plans for this holiday season?
I don't really have any, and I can't really top, having a baby, so.
I know, right? That is so exciting. You don't have any big plans?
No, just hanging out with family.
Just with family? Yeah. Do you guys have like traditions that you're looking forward to this holiday season? What about Thanksgiving traditions? Do you do the turkey trot? I know Mackenzie does.
No,
No?
I do not.
Okay, we gotta speed this up a little bit for time. I'm gonna cut off some of these sprigs so that I have just little pieces. This one too, I don't want them too long. So these are nice because you can split them apart. And then same with these white ones. I'm just gonna cut these. I just added the bow to my pine cone at the top here, and I cut it out of orange paper and the pine cone out of the dark brown paper. All right. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to just take a little bit of roller adhesive right in the center because I'm going to be putting stuff behind it. So I want to put him kind of right here. And then I'm going to take the greenery and kind of arrange it so it's coming out kind of everywhere like pine cone sprigs. And I might have to lift this just a little bit to get everything where I want it. So we're going to do that one there. Let's do this white one coming out over here. Center that. And then let's do green one over here. Let's do some white here. That's cute. Look at that. Then once you have all your sprigs where you want them, you can use your precision tip adhesive and just kind of go under and adhere everything down. And then push that down right there. Look how cute that is. A little bit of dimension there on the front. Push that down. Okay. There's that guy. And then we're going to take our grateful, put him right underneath, right here. And the L is hanging off of my 3x4 card, as you can see there. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to take some adhesive, liquid adhesive, and I'm just going to do the center letters because the L and this G are going to be kind of hanging off. So we'll put that right there. Cute. And then we stamped, in the stamp set, you also have this sentiment, Happy Fall. So I just stamped it with black ink onto some white cardstock. And I'm just going to use some foam adhesive on the back, our 1/4 inch foam adhesive. Just going to cut a little piece. And we're going to put that right on the back here. Center. I might need one more little piece. Yeah, I want to do that little piece there. So let's do this guy right there. All right, so then peel off that, and he's going to go right at the bottom of Grateful, and then we're going to adhere him down to the front panel of our card. So let's center this and put Happy Fall. Make sure you got him centered. Cute. So there's our front panel. You can add more sprigs if you want to. You want to add more in there, you don't have to. But that is going to be the front of my card. So let's adhere that down. I am just going to use some roller adhesive on the right side here. You can use the double-sided adhesive if you want to make sure it's down there good. But I'm going to center this so that the white behind it mats it. So it looks like it was supposed to be matted by that white. Look at how cute. And there is our finished card. So cute with all the 3 different dimensional panels. Simple, fun, easy. Imagine using this with any of the papers in the cozy paper pad. You can totally switch this up. You can make a Halloween one. You could make Christmas. You could use this for so many different pattern paper collections. I love it so much. All right, that's card number 2. Now we're going to move on to card number 3. Okay, the last and final card we're going to make is a simple card, but really fun technique that you can use with all different kinds of solid dies and pattern paper. So let's jump into it. We're going to make this one with the gold embossed Blessed right there. Look how pretty that is. And look at the depth and dimension on this card. Really nice. Okay, And then I'm just going to show this one as well. This is one doing the same thing with the die. I cut the backer out in white, and then the blue letters came out of the other part of the blessed die and then just adhered them on top like that. So you can do that if you want to do that, if you don't want to heat emboss. But today we're going to show the technique with the heat embossing. Just that gold just adds some really prettiness to that fall card. Okay, so let me grab what we're going to use. This, and this. We're going to use everything from the bundle and kit. We're going to take out our 3 dies, the maple leaf. We're going to take out, oh, where did he go? This one, the leaf that looks just like a, I don't know what kind of leaf that is, but a leaf. And then we're going to take out this rounded kind of bubbly leaf. So we're going to use these 3 dies. And then we're also going to take out the stamp Blessed right here. We're going to stamp that. Now I use the white pigment ink again from Scrapbook.com because it's so juicy and great for embossing, heat embossing. So I used that and I stamped Blessed, this stamp. And then I used the embossing powder from Brutus Monroe, the Gilded Sparkle, and then created this beautiful Blessed title for our card. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the die, the background die. So all of these background dies coordinate with this stamp set. So yes, the background dies on this die set will cut out these stamp words, which is fabulous. So I'm going to take the Blessed background die right here, not the one that has the detailed little tiny letters and outline. I'm going to take the solid outline backer die for Blessed. And we're going to cut out this word Blessed that I have already heat embossed. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to add some mint tape to the top of that so it does not move. I have some mint tape over here that I've already used. So let's get this lined up. Cut that there. I'm just going to check when they're not looking. Okay, so we'll put this aside. We're going to do some more die cutting. So now what I've got is an A2 card front, and I cut 1 centimeter off of the 2 sides. So it's matted down, so you can see here when it's over your A2 size pattern paper that comes in the cozy paper pad, it will leave that plaid background showing. So A2, 1 centimeter cut off of the long side and the short side only, and then you have this middle mat that we're going to use. Now I also used the dark blue paper to cut out a leaf, and then I also used, so I cut out this leaf, which is the bubble leaf, out of the dark blue pattern paper right here. You can see that. So put that aside once you have that cut. And then the orange floral, where's that pretty orange floral? Right here, the peachy orange floral, I used the leaf die, this one, and I cut a piece out of that right here. So I'm going to put that aside. So I've got those 2 leaves cut. You can see over here in my overhead. This one and this one. Okay, now this one we're going to do something different with. We're not going to add a leaf in the middle for that one. So take that white cardstock that you have and then take your Blessed that you already have embossed that you're going to die cut. Let's move our stamps aside and our dies. And we're going to take out, oops, you got to make sure your mint tape is holding your thing down. Might have to get a new piece of mint tape. I think I do want to use just a little bit more mint tape so this doesn't move because I want to cut out my embossed stamp. Blessed. Okay, there we go. Nice new piece of mint tape. I've been reusing this one all day. Okay. Now what you want to do is we're going to take this piece of white cardstock and I'm going to take the maple leaf and I'm going to cut it right out of the center. So center that on your, make that with my background right there. Then we're going to take the other 2 leaves and put them right next to it. So right there, it's about the same amount of space in between, and I'm going to have it come just down a little bit more. And then let's do the same thing over here, just like that. Raise this up just a little bit. Okay, then we'll take some more mint tape and we'll make sure these do not move because that's going to be my popped up dimensional piece that my other little die cut pieces will go inside of. All right, let's get our magic mat, put that down, and then our blessed right here, and let's run them through our Gemini 2 machine. All right, let's check these out. Oh, there's my white piece already right there. Put this aside. Okay, so let's open up this, our mint tape, put our dies aside, save our mint tape. Just pop out those white leaves and you can use those for another project. They're so pretty with that embossing on there. Put those aside. Then let's check out our blessed. Oh, so pretty. Look at that. Look at how pretty. Pop out these two little things and the S's and the E, the D, and that. So pretty. Okay, so there's our blessed with our gold embossing, and it cut it out perfectly with that background die. Perfect. Love that the stamps coordinate with these dies. Okay, now put this aside. We're gonna take this, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some foam adhesive on the back. While we're doing that, we're gonna get out our plaid. You can use any color, any pattern paper from this set that you want to use. I'm just going to use this again because I love this paper so much. It's one of my favorites. So we're going to pop that so it pops up like that. So we're going to use some foam adhesive. So I'm going to take my 1 inch and start cutting some pieces off to put along the bottom here. And we want this whole thing to pop up nicely. So make sure you foam it on all of the edges really good. So I'm going to use some 1 inch, and then I'm also going to use some 1/4 inch. Cut this in half. Put this on this edge, this on this edge. Do that again. Here. This one here. And then I need my 1/4. Cut some pieces here. Just make sure this back is foamed really good because we're going to want that dimension to stay there so that it pops up on that flannel paper really nicely. Ooh, let's do this centerpiece. See if this will fit in here. Yep, perfect. Okay, I think I need a little piece right here. So I'm going to get out my 1/8 inch strips. I think I have some cut down here. Let's do, I only need 1. Look at that. That goes nicely right there. Can you see that? I just want to show you how awesome this 1/8 inch strip is. Fits perfectly right there. And then we're going to do this edge too. Just skinny enough to do those little spots. Then just for safe measure, I'm going to do right here. I think it might need to be cut a little bit. And I'm sorry, I'm becoming addicted because I see one more little spot where I want to add this. So right there. Okay, foam adhesive aside. Let's check this out. There, pretty. Okay, now we gotta take off all this backer paper. So let's do that really quick from all of our pieces. Take all that off. So in the meantime, let's talk. Tell me what your favorite part of today was for SBC Fest. It was such a great day. So many great instructors, so much inspiration. What was one tip? I'm gonna ask a different question now, but what was one tip that you felt like you are so excited to try out and try on different projects that you learned today? And I might have Cody and Mackenzie answer that same question too. Okay, so we almost have our, let's see here, a couple more pieces. I got this good because I want it all to stick down nice. I think this is everything. Okay, let's put this down right in the center of our plaid paper like that. Cute. And then look how fun that is with the dimension on there. Okay, let's throw this away. Mackenzie, what was your favorite part from today?
I really liked from Simon's class how he used two-tone inking of the same color, because that can be really hard to accomplish with some inks, but just seeing him like do it just like kind of was like an aha moment for me, I guess.
Yeah.
I had to do that with my backgrounds.
Very true. Yeah, that was a great tip. Simon had a great class today, and I love that he took the time to talk about his solar and lunar pace. Like so many good tips there. That's what I really enjoyed, was learning more about that and taking the time for that. That's awesome. Okay, what about you, Cody?
I loved how he used his stamp that he made just for Scrapbook.com with the word dies, and then he like stamped, or he used the bubble or the background piece to mask, and then stamped, and then removed that with the mint tape, and then so it created a border without using the background piece.
Yeah, that's true. That's good. Okay, just so everyone knows what I'm doing, I'm taking those cut leaves and I put liquid adhesive on them. Make sure you get adhesive on the stem part, and then you're just gonna take some tweezers or scissors and push that down into your background flannel paper. And you wanna make sure you get all the corners down so it's sticking all the way down in there. You don't want any of it popping up because you wanna show that dimension and that shadow from the top part. And sometimes the stems like to come up, so I just take my sharp scissors and just push them down. It really is like the game Operation. You're just pushing underneath there without trying to get the edges bent or creased. Look at how cute that is. Fun, just add some different dimensions inside each of the leaves with the pattern paper. There was so much good today. It's hard to choose one. Yeah, I even loved Justin's class where he used the negative. That was such a great technique. Sometimes I just throw those away, and I'm glad that he was teaching about how to use that for another card. Such a great tip. Okay, so now we're gonna take our Blessed that we die cut out, and we're just gonna take some foam adhesive. I'm taking some more 1/4 inch foam adhesive and putting that on the back of this. We want everything to pop up and have dimension on this card. So just take some little pieces, cut this in half again, and just add those on the back of your Blessed sentiment. Let me do some more down here. Okay. If it comes over the edge, you can just cut that a little bit off. I got some up here. You know, I'm just going to peel it off and use the skinnier ones. Let's get the 1/8 inch. Okay. Just going to do little strips here. So on my D and my E, and then on the other part of the D here, like that. Okay, let's peel off this backer and put our Blessed title on this last card, our sentiment, and we are good to go. Simple, but a really cute technique to do with pattern paper to add some dimension and interest to your card. All right, one last piece here. Here we go. All the little pieces. Now I'm just gonna add this down here. I want this stem to still show, so I don't wanna cover that up. So I'm gonna come down as far as I can go and just kind of layer that on top of those other two stems, and there is your finished card. Look at how cute. Fun. All right, friends, let's take a look at these cards that we created together today. And I just want to show you some more cards. We did, here it is. Here's our ink blended thankful card. Beautiful, fun, using ink blending and using a die cut as a background to add dimension. And when you ink blend over it into the embossed areas, it just adds lots of texture and details. And then we also did heat embossing here. And then we did our pop-up card with 3 panels that we got to decorate. Really fun card to use with all of this pattern paper. And then we did our last card with the drop-down leaves with pattern paper and embossing and lots of foam adhesive. Hope this was inspiring for you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you loved this cozy collection. It is such a fun collection with so many great items to create so many products. I mean, this is just 3 cards. You can create so many different things with all of this stuff. I'll just show a couple more cards. This is using the sprig dies, which I did not use in the class at all except for the pine cone sprigs, but there are a couple sprigs in here that are really pretty, and I used them here in white on this card with vellum, some vellum leaves, really pretty, just to add a bouquet. And then this is a fun card. This is heat embossing, great full stamp, and then die cutting it, and then die cutting another solid orange piece to just kind of put it in the background there to add just a little bit of color on the back of that. And then this is cute. This is just a little folded up card that says for you, and it just says grateful for you. A little present on the top. All right, let's bring Cody back up and let's say our goodbyes for day 1. I can't believe it's over. Okay, wrapping it up.
Yeah, that was an awesome class. I loved
you.
each one of these cards, and I kept thinking with this one, like, it would be so fun to make like a birthday card with that.
Ooh,
I mean,
yeah.
really with any of these. You could do like balloon dies in the background with
Oh,
these.
yeah.
Yeah, it's so fun. And if you wanted, you could make that a shaker.
Oh, yeah.
So really fun techniques
Yes.
that you can totally use all throughout the year.
Yeah.
Great cards.
Thank you. Thank you. It was so fun. I love this collection. It's really fun and easy to work with. So I hope you all enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is sad that we have to say goodbye of day 1 of SBC Fest September 2023.
Yeah, but we'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time to kick off the event again.
And we have a big starter.
Oh, yeah.
It's Vicki Booten, who we're really excited about. I cannot wait for you all to see her class. It's amazing. And she'll be the first one tomorrow morning. So you're going to want to join us all day, ending the day with another fabulous educators all day. And we'll be back again with more giveaways.
Yes. So let's end today with a giveaway.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Yes.
$100 gift certificate. How's that sound to Scrapbook.com?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's ask something from Laura's class. Which card do you think that you will make first?
Oh, great question. Okay, so we've got the pop-up card, which is really cute. We've got the ink blended with the die cuts card, and we've got the drop-down leaf card with the embossed blessed. All right, fun. Tell us which one you're going to make first. If you've already made them, make sure you're sharing them in our gallery. We would love to see. And then when will we choose the winner?
So like Laura said, share your projects in the gallery. Be sure to use the hashtag SBCFest when you post in the gallery because we want to see your projects from all of the classes that you've taken today.
Yeah, it's so fun to see what you're creating at home. So be sure to share that with us in the gallery. And like Cody said, just do the hashtag SBCFest. We would love to see. And I know others that are watching would love to see what you're creating as well. So please share with us.
Yeah, like last SBC Fest, Laura Evangeline made her Hooray card, if you guys remember that one.
So cute.
And it was so fun to see people's take on that card in the gallery. Like Jamie Pate did like an Easter version of the card. It was really cool.
Yes, and like we said, I would love to see your take on this style with other embellishments and other things. Same with all the cards, same with all the classes.
Yeah.
Show us your take. I think that's the funnest thing about crafting together and with everybody all over the world is seeing your version and your take. It's so unique to you and we want to see, so share it with us.
Yeah. And then if you do post these to Instagram or Facebook, be sure to tag scrapbook.com as well. We love to see and comment and just see what you guys are doing.
Yeah, we love our community.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, shall we choose the winner?
Yeah, so we're going to choose a winner right now. The winner will be pinned in the live chat to the top.
Yep.
And the winners from today's giveaways will also be in the YouTube description, so you can go back there and check and see who the winners are. And if you're interested in any of the supplies used today, there's an SBC Fest supplies page where you can check out all of the products. But again, you can totally use what's in your stash. It's just if you're interested in what people are using.
I know when I take classes, I like to use exactly what the instructor's using, but there are so many choices. I know a lot of you already have inks, embossing powders, different things, different types of tools that you use with your ink. Be sure to use whatever you have. We are just suggesting some things so that you can be successful at the class that you're taking with each instructor. So that's nice that we have that option, but absolutely use your own supplies.
Definitely.
All right, friends.
All right.
It's been a blast, and it's so sad that it's over, but we have day 2 coming up tomorrow, and we will see you all bright and early in the morning.
Yes. See you guys.
Thank you.